waiting, I think the first presentation we have, it's always a pleasure, will be Mr. Wesson on his Adopt-A-Pet program. So let's start off with Mr. Wesson.
I'll let you say it. You know it by heart?
Please go ahead. I know it's a little chaotic.
I appreciate it.
If we could have a little bit of quiet in the chamber, because we are going to have a presentation right now. If people can keep their voices down, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
This one, maybe? Okay, we can make it.
Okay, and people on the sides, if you can keep your voices down so we can hear the presentation. Give Mr. Wesson a little bit of room.
He's ready to go.
Okay, Mr. Wesson, I think you're okay. And again, I would ask people on the sides of the room to keep their voices to a minimum so that we can hear the presentations. We are 7 members present, still awaiting a quorum. And Mr. Wesson, if you would proceed, thank you very much.
Good morning, Madam President and members. Today, again, is one of my favorite days. Today is Pet Adoption Friday. In fact, it is Doggy Adoption Day Friday. And if you are in search of unconditional love, trust me, you can find that with one of the city's companion animals. Today, we have young Phil. Phil is a beautiful little short-haired Chihuahua mix. He's a Chihuahua and part miniature Doberman Pinscher. He's 3 years old. He's ready to go. He has all of his shots.
Excuse me for a minute, Mr. Wesson. Again, if I could ask for people to lower their voices in the chamber so that we can hear, would be greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
Yeah, because what we're trying to do here is we're trying to find Phil a home. Shh. Okay, Phil, you got everybody's attention. Anyway, I'm here with Charla. Charla is one of our wonderful volunteers that works out of the West LA station. In fact, we've been meeting at least twice a month for the last several months, and I commend you for all of your volunteer service. But Phil, if you could see him walk, he doesn't exactly walk, he kind of prances. Maybe he thinks he's a show horse, but he is definitely looking for a home. If anyone is interested in taking this little guy home and being his mommy and daddy, please call 888-452-7381. Now, he's at the West LA facility. We've been doing this program for almost 4 years since I was first fortunate to get elected. We have a 100% adoption rate. And I'd say 70+% of the animals that we get adopted are adopted by people here in the council chambers. So if any of you would be interested in taking this security dog. He's security, just mini, but he is security. If anybody's interested in giving Phil an opportunity, again, call 888-425-7381. We'll have Charla. We'll keep him in the back for about a half hour or so. So if people want to come back, speak with him, talk to him, pet him, see if he's a good fit please do that. We have to keep our 100% adoption rate because we have to stay neck and neck with the County of Los Angeles, which offers the same kind of program. The last thing I'd like to mention is that what is this? You think you're the only one in need of a summer romance. That's being sponsored by our animal services, and it's a 50% reduction in the adoption fee for dogs, cats, and rabbits. The fee includes microchipping, so in the event that your dog strays from home, you can find him. The event is going, discount days will be August 19th through the 23rd, and this event will be held at all 6 of our city shelters. So again, Phil is looking for a home. He'll be in the back. Come visit with him, and let's hope that we can find Phil a home before the end of council today. He's been in the shelter since June, so I'm asking for somebody to come and save Phil's life. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wesson. All right, give him a big hand. We're still awaiting a quorum, and I believe that Council District 14 is ready to go. Mr. Weiser?
Do we have a person here? We could do the next presentation. We're not ready yet on our presentation.
All right, how about Council District 15? Ms. Hahn? Ms. Hahn, are you ready to go? You're not ready? All right, great. We're still awaiting a quorum. We have 8 members present, and we are still awaiting 2 more members. Mr. Labange, are you ready to go? I'm ready to go too, so why don't you get up there, and we can get this started with the first presentation. All right, Mr. Huizar, please go on ahead. And Mr. Labange, if you have some... Yeah, Mr. Huizar can get started.
Somebody, I'm coming.
We look like...
Who's Sharpie? Somebody Sharpie?
Trying to figure out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Huizar. While we await quorum, 2 more members. We are in need of 2 more members.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and colleagues and public. We have a very, very special guest with us today, and I will be joined today by our colleague from the Hollywood area, Councilmember Tom Labange. And it is my distinct pleasure to have a very talented person who is taking the world by storm, and her name is Malika Sherawat. Let's give her a big round of applause. Malika is a talented actress and model that has been voted one of Asia's 100 most beautiful people.
I think number 1.
Tom Labange is number 1. And she has been called the original Bollywood bombshell. It is a great honor to have her with us today to recognize her as an honorary citizen of the city of Los Angeles for her extraordinary career and her charitable efforts. Malika exploded on the Indian screen in 2003 in the groundbreaking film Kawash, and has gone on to become one of Bollywood's most popular and critically acclaimed actresses and magazine cover girls with millions of fans throughout the world. She starred in India's biggest 2004 box office hit Murder, and in the film The Myth, and became the first Indian actress to co-star in a Jackie Chan movie. At the 2005 Cannes Film Festival, Malika emerged as a breakout star, with Time magazine's Richard Corliss calling her the next big thing. Her other popular films include Dasavataram, Guru, Pyar Ke Side Effects, among many others. Over the past year, the interest in Malika has crossed over to the West. She has recently become a favorite on the Los Angeles charity and social circuit, where she currently resides during post-production on her upcoming Indo-American film, Hiss, co-starring Irfan Khan of Slumdog Millionaire. And this fall in Los Angeles, Malika will star in her first all-American film project, playing a character inspired in part by Kamala Harris, the San Francisco District Attorney, in a film set during last year's historical presidential election. With a degree in philosophy, Malika continues to defy expectations. She is an advocate on women's issues, charitable efforts, environmental causes, as well as nutrition. And this recognition is particularly relevant today, not only because of her emerging ties to the city of Los Angeles, but we are celebrating Malika on the eve of Indian Independence Day, which takes place tomorrow and commemorates India's independence from British rule in 1947. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my distinct pleasure to present to Malika a resolution from the city of Los Angeles for her contributions to humanity, her successful career, and her emerging relationship with Hollywood and the city of Los Angeles. Congratulations, Malika.
I got it framed, yes. And he said so many nice things about me.
Ladies and
A lot
gentlemen,
of nice things.
you're welcome. Thank you. My staff did. She did a good job of giving me all about your life.
all about the writing.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me present to you Mr. Hollywood, which we also call Mr. Los Angeles, Councilmember Tom Labonge.
Thank you. Big hand for Mr. Weezer in this great presentation. Malika, we're very proud of you, and we're so proud of you because, as you may know, Mumbai is a sister city of Los Angeles, and Bollywood and Hollywood are together. This is the official map of our sister cities, which shows Los Angeles and Mumbai and all our other sister cities. You're a great ambassador. I love your work that you're doing. You're going to make people a better life, not only as a career as an actor, but as a humanitarian. Let's give Malika a big hand today as we honor her. Thank you so much.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's a distinct pleasure to have with us here in Los Angeles, she's calling Los Angeles home for now, and 4th District, actually. She lives in your Tom Labonge's district. Ladies and gentlemen, Malika Sherwat. Malika.
Good job, good job.
Thank you, Council Member Huizar. Thank you very much. My Hollywood guy, the mayor, and all the friends and fans who are here right now sharing this great honor with me on this very special and auspicious day, which is even more special to me because it's also the eve of the Indian Independence Day. I'm a little nervous right now, you know. He said so many great things about me. And there are no retakes right now, and actors are very used to a retake. I am. As the first Bollywood Indian actor to receive this honor, I proudly accept it in the honor of my home country, Mother India, and my beloved Bollywood, which is the world's largest film industry. Yes, May this great friendship between India and America continues, and our two industries, Hollywood and Bollywood, continue this new wave of collaboration and produce great art and cinema throughout the world for everyone. As a new NRI, non-resident Indian, I dedicate this award to the millions of NRIs who've come here before me and made us proud, and I hope to follow in their footsteps. Am I doing okay, or I'm sounding too nervous? Okay. I'm deeply grateful and eternally thankful for this great acknowledgement, and I love Los Angeles, my new home.
Good job.
As they say in the movie Slumdog Millionaire, Jai Ho, I would say Jai Ho Los Angeles.
All right, good job. Good job. Congratulations. That's great. Okay.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I also want to recognize the efforts of former Mayor Richard Reardon, who introduced me to Malika and who has since become a friend of my wife, Rochelle Rios, who's with us here today. But we also have a very special friend of Malika here today, Yanni, who's here in the audience. Welcome, Yanni, to the Los Angeles Chambers. Thank you very much, colleagues, and as we look forward to continuing to provide Los Angeles as the entertainment capital of the world, we certainly have a relationship with Bollywood that we must continue to develop. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Malika.
Thank you very much, Mr. Huizar and Mr. Labange. Mr. Labange, if you'd like to stay there and do your... Are you ready for your presentation?
We'll go, Janice. You ready? You ready? Yeah.
Can I?
Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute.
Okay.
Ms. Han, you want to go ahead then? All right, we'll do CD 15. We're still awaiting a quorum. We are at 9 and need one more member before we can go through the agenda. Ms. Han will be next.
You're going to go in back and take a picture.
I want my girlfriend.
They're coming. We'll get her there. We'll see you. I will come real quick. We're right after this. Mayor, I want you to meet her. You come with me.
Okay, we're out.
You're right. Good job.
Thank you, Ms. Han. And again, if I could ask people on the sides to keep their voices to a minimum or take your conversations into the hallway, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Really? I know. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Han.
Thank you. Well, actually, we're honoring another very beautiful person here today. Only he's beautiful for a lot of reasons, and we're honoring today Father Peter Banks in City Council as he prepares, heartbreakingly, to depart Los Angeles for a new chapter in his career and in his life. Everyone who's ever known Father Peter would agree that he indeed is a very, very special man, a man of God with highly unique individual, with an infectious spirit, a man who has done more for the people of Watts than we will ever be able to describe in this brief ceremony. With his brown robe, his sneakers, his Irish accent, Father Peter has been a standout in the Watts community, but his appearance is only a small fraction of what really sets him apart. He was born in the town of Collooney, Ireland, and he was one of 13 children, 10 boys and 3 girls, and in July of 1973, Father Peter was ordained a Capuchin. Is that right? Am I saying that right? Franciscan priest. And a few short months later, he was assigned as the associate pastor at St. Lawrence of Brindisi Church in Watts. So here's this man from rural Ireland who would soon become a well-loved, indispensable fixture in the mostly African-American Watts community. When he was first told of his assignment, he said he pictured beaches and Hollywood. But he soon learned that Watts was indeed a world apart from everything that he'd ever heard about Los Angeles. But it was a world that he was determined to make his own. Initially, he spent 9 years in Watts before then being reassigned in the Santa Ynez Valley. But when he returned to St. Lawrence in 1998 as pastor at St. Lawrence, he found a different Watts with new challenges. The community had since become more of a mix of African American and Latino cultures, and there was a lot of a division between these communities. Father Peter worked diligently to bridge that gap and bring people together. He established a Mass in Spanish and a multicultural Mass, which encouraged the entire community to come together regardless of race and culture. I've begun to know him on a much more intimate level since we founded the Watts Gang Task Force about 3.5 years ago, many of whom have come down here today to give Father Peter this send-off. We joined together to try to find a way to end the racial violence, to end the killing that was happening in our community, and we have since met every single Monday without fail at 10 a.m. in my offices in Watts.
Father Peter has been a diligent member, attending every Monday, working with the community to form a better relationship between the police officers, between the stakeholders in that community. But Father Peter will be known as a man who literally, like Jesus, walked among the people. And he wore out tennis shoes because he walked literally in the housing projects, on the streets, in the community, because he wanted to gain the trust of the people so that he could spread God's love and peace, and real peace, in the community of Watts. He said of his second time in Watts, "I've spent 11 glorious years in the place closest to my heart. Forever, Watts will be a part of my soul. I thank God for giving me the opportunity to serve the greatest people on earth." Father Peter, we in turn thank God for giving us the opportunity to have you be such a vital part of our community. I know there's a reason for everything. I'm sure God has a wonderful plan for you. We just sort of disagree with that. And we have registered our protest officially with God and with the church because we can't imagine Watts without you. We can't imagine our community without you. And I know there are parishioners far and wide that will never forget your love, your sense of style, and your truly big Irish heart that has touched us and that we will never forget. So you've changed us. We wish you weren't leaving, but we know that you are. But we are confident that you will never forget us. And we are confident that every day you will offer up a prayer for the continued long-lasting peace on earth in our Watts community. So on behalf of the City of Los Angeles, I wanted to present you with this official certificate, resolution, talking a little bit about how much we love you, and a real gold seal. We know you're going to get something even better than this one day in heaven, but until now, this is the official gold seal, the blessing on you, and comes with a tremendous amount of gratitude from me personally, and I know from the entire community of Watts.
I was just thinking, after that beautiful girl from Hollywood, I'm not a Hollywood bombshell. But when I was about 7 years old, I heard about Los Angeles, and as Janice said, I thought of the stars, I thought of Hollywood, and I thought of sunshine. But I never thought that at the age of 63 I would be standing here in City Hall receiving an award. And I'm deeply humbled. And first of all, I give God the glory. As the black people of Watts always taught me, give God the glory first. So I give God the glory this morning. I thank and I'm not going to go on long. This is better for me I honestly say, than an Academy Award, because it represents what our love for the poor and for the struggling and wonderful holy people of my own parish, St. Lawrence of Brindisi, and the whole community of Watts, and the Watts Gang Task Force. I would love my family to be here, but my family is 6,000 miles away in Ireland, and my mother and father are in heaven, and so I thank God for my family. Because of them I'm here, and I thank God for my Jesus, my Capuchin Franciscan brothers, and and for Barbara and Ozzy and Janice. And long before I met Janice, I heard of her father, Kenny Hawn. And Kenny Hawn was a man of incredible courage. And when I think of Janice Hawn, I think of a woman of great courage. So I want to thank you, because you're a courageous woman looking after her poor. And she said I was leaving, but next week I'll be 4 days in Watts, and I was approached by somebody this morning asking me to pay for her child in the school. So I've got 40 children in our school that I'm helping, and so I've committed myself to helping no matter where I am. And I have said before, Watts is an amazing place. I've met the greatest people on earth, and as one woman said to me, one black lady, never forget we made you the priest you are. So that the people of Watts, the people of the whole community, and to you, Janice, and to all of the Watts Gang Task Force, and all of my brothers and sisters, I say thank you. And thank you to all of you this morning.
Thank you very much.
Let's go to that.
That was a beautiful presentation.
Dan Perry, I wanted to say something there, if I
Yes,
could.
Mr. Labange.
Brother, I just wanted to thank you and Sister Janice Hahn, if I could. I don't know if Janice could ever be a nun, brother, but she certainly works hard in putting her hands out to help people. And, brother, what you've done and what you spoke of is really what it's all about. And I didn't want to let the moment pass without thanking you again and wish you well on your new assignment. But you have impacted people's lives, which is what the role of all of us are. And I just want to salute you because sometimes people in your position don't get saluted enough. So another big hand for brother.
Thank you very much. So before we go to the next presentation, we now have a quorum, and Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll so we can go through the agenda?
Alarcon, Cardenas, Hahn, Weezer, Koretz, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Zine, Grassetti. 10 members present and a quorum, Madam President.
All right, why don't we go through the agenda first while we have a quorum, and then we will go back to the presentations.
First order of business is approval of the minutes.
Mr. Parks moves, Mr. Zine seconds.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
That'll be without objection.
That's okay. We're next.
Madam President, on the regular agenda, items 1 through 24 are items for which public hearings have been held. Item 1 is a commission appointment. Do you wish to hold that on the desk?
Yes, we'll hold that for a bit.
And there is a request on item 11 to continue that matter to September 1st.
Okay, that'll be without objection.
I would leave the
We need
remaining
to vote on
items.
that? Okay, we don't need to vote on that?
Yes, Madam President, a vote is required.
All right, so open the roll on that one.
Madam President, however, there are cards on number 3, and the committee did not have a quorum, so it does require a public hearing.
All right. Call that special. Members, do you have any specials on those items? If not, let's open. Mr. Huizar?
Item number 15, we could refer that back to committee. I believe it's rules and elections.
All right. No objection to that? We'll hold that on the desk for now. Mr. Parks, do you have any specials?
3 is called with cards. We'd like to tie it to 48 also.
Okay, I couldn't hear you. Speaking to the mic?
3 was called for cards, but we'd like to tie it to 48.
I think you said 3, call 3 special tied to 48?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Any other specials, members? Okay, if you can open the roll on the remaining items. 75? 5. Mr. Zine called 5 special. Any other specials, members?
Hey, when is the 15?
All right, you can open the roll on the remaining items. And close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Next item.
Items 25 through 45 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration. And on item 43, there is a request to receive and file that matter.
All right, that'll be fine if we so order. Members, any other specials? Mr. Alarcon has asked that 29 be called special. Any other specials, members? All right. You have a card on 20? Any other specials?
What now? I didn't.
26? Yeah. 226?
Do we have any cards on
Madam
any other?
President, yes, there are a number of cards. There are cards on 25, 26, 27, 41, and that's it.
All right. Those items will be called special.
There's now a card on 44 and 45.
43, 44, and 45?
Yes, Madam President.
Okay, I believe 43 was received and filed already. We voted on that.
That could be without objection, if council wishes.
Do you want to open the roll on that? Not necessary? All right, so we'll call that one special. All right, any other items, special members? All right, let's open the roll on the remaining items.
43 more.
Close the roll. Do you have any other remaining? Okay, thank you. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Thank you. All right, next item.
On the continuation agenda, item 46 is an item for which public hearing has been held.
Have been held. All right, Mr. Weezer. Mr.
Yeah,
Weezer.
item 46, if we could continue that till the first Friday of September, which I believe is September 4th. Yes.
All right, well, that'll be without, there's no objection to that, then that'll be so ordered.
Madam President, that would conclude the items called special. Do you wish to recess the regular and go into the special meeting?
Yes, we'll recess the regular meeting now and commence the special meeting. Call the roll on that, please.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Hahn, Weezer, Koretz, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wessenzine, Garcetti, 10 members present and a quorum, Madam President.
All right, what's the first item on that?
Item 47 is an item for which public hearing has been held.
All right, does anyone wish to call that item special then? Seeing no one calling it special, would you please open the roll on that? Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Next item.
Items 48 through 60 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration, and there are cards in that section.
All right, I'm sorry. Anybody have Mr. Parks?
48 with number 3 also called special for 49, and we have an amending motion on 59. Could it circulate?
All right. I would also like to call item 55 special. Members, any other specials? All right, open the roll on the remaining
Madam
items.
President, there are cards on 54 and the remaining items that were already called special.
Very good. All right, then open the roll on the remaining items. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Next item.
That would conclude the items called special in the special meeting. Would you like to
we'll
recess the
that,
special
yes.
and go back to the regular?
That's right. All right, we've gone through the entire agenda. We do have a quorum. If Mr. Labange is prepared to go now. Mr. Labange, are you ready? I'll be there, yes.
Thank you. Here we go. That's Sukiyaki by Hugh Sakamoto, one of the most prettiest songs ever made and one of our best of all sister cities. And if I could ask the Assembly members to join us, Ernest, to join us as we're celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Los Angeles Nagoya Sister City program. We're being joined by our President of the City Council, Jan Perry, who also is a councilwoman of the 9th District and also is a councilwoman of Little Tokyo. She is going to join in this presentation to our very special guest, Mayor Takahashi Kuwabara. Give him a big hand. Good job. In 1959, then Mayor Polson thought it was very important to start our first sister city. Our first sister city with Nagoya. This was a very special day that took place on March 31st when then Mayor Polson presented Mayor Kokobashi a resolution for the City Council establishing this affiliation. As you may or not know, it was then President Eisenhower thought it was important to have a people-to-people program, a relationship of sister cities, not of governments, but of people. And this has been very evident with Nagoya. Over the years, with the great port of Nagoya and the great port of Los Angeles, we've had a strong relationship on many things, economic and as well as cultural. A number of exchanges have taken place to establish our sister city. Throughout the time, cultural exchanges have been placed here in Los Angeles as well as in Nagoya. In this 50-year sister city relationship, I'm very proud of the work that we've done with the Unified School District and schools from Nagoya as well. So on behalf of the Mayor of Los Angeles, Antonio Villaraigosa, as well as all members of City Council, we have this commendation also signed by our City Attorney and our City Controller to you and the people in Nagoya Congratulations, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
We thank you for this great relationship and your delegation that comes today.
Thanks so much.
Okay. Very good.
Mr. Labange, we have some members that wish to speak after Ms. Perry. After Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I am very pleased to welcome the Mayor of Nagoya here to our City Council chambers and look forward to joining him in the anniversary celebration in the city of Nagoya, Japan. And I'm so pleased to have him here to celebrate Nisei Week with all of us. I did a little reading about him because I suppose he's unusual. He's got a great personality. He loves to be with the people and to be among the people. And in Googling him, I got a quote from him that said, which cities are setting the benchmarks for quality of life? And he said, Los Angeles.
Good system.
Good system. Good system.
He said, it is a big city with a large population, but the local community has a degree of autonomy. I would like to introduce a committee system whereby citizens decide local issues for themselves. So as you can see, the mayor is shaking things up in his city of Nagoya. And I also wanted to present him with a gift to remember his trip here. And it is a book called Patriotism, Perseverance, and Posterity. And it is the story of the National Japanese American Memorial. And I wanted to share that with you, a piece of our home for you to take back to your home.
We've got the good information.
Thank you. Thank you. That's right.
Mr. Labange, we have members.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Wesson.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I, too, want to rise to welcome the mayor of Nagoya to this great city and to share with you. And Mr. Labange, I think you could appreciate this. In fact, many of the members here, Mr. Mayor, served with a man that used to be my boss. His name was Nate Holden. Nate Holden took me to Nagoya to run in an annual half marathon and that you have, and it was a big deal. So we go to City Hall, Nate meets the mayor, and they ask out of our delegation, well, who's going to run this marathon? Nate said he was going to run it. They looked at him and they said, you're too old. Because, you know, Councilman Holden was gray and he was in his late 60s, I believe. And the Councilman Holden got very upset and he ate spaghetti for like 3 days preparing for this race. Anyway, he did not finish the race. They were right, Nate was wrong, and it was just, I had never been treated with such respect. We went to a beautiful museum that used to be a castle, and I still have photographs in my office to this day, and that's the first time that I had, which is one of my favorite meals, shabu shabu, and so I want to, if for no other reason, that was worth the trip. But welcome to Los Angeles, and we're honored to have you as a sister city.
Mr. Weezer.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just want to welcome the delegation from Japan to the city of Los Angeles, and I think we have a very special relationship with the city of Nagoya, and our cities are very similar. And 3 years ago, I got to go to Nagoya through the sister city delegation at the request of Mr. Labange, and what I found there was a city that is not only similar to the city of Los Angeles, but also one that respects and honors tradition while at the same time being a leader in technology and producing many things that this world actually uses. So congratulations, thank you, enjoy Nisei Week, and we look forward to another 50 years of sister cityhood with Nagoya. Welcome.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Ohayo gozaimasu. Mayor Kawamura, it is a pleasure and an honor to have you here as well. we have so many similarities between our cities. We're now the second largest city, but for many years we were the third largest city in our country. The people, the character, the culture of our two cities is so intimately drawn together, and I want to thank you for your friendship and your loyalty to Los Angeles. When we are asked what cities are at the cutting edge, from our perspective, we will return the favor and make sure that we say Nagoya as well, because we appreciate everything that you are doing. And I know that you were elected as a reformer, as someone who has always asked the people of Japan to get the best out of their government and to demand that their government serve them. And that is the same vision that we have here. I've had the good fortune of living in Japan and traveling to Nagoya. It's a gorgeous city, the castle, the people, the landscape. And Ms. Perry is, I think, an honorary council member of Nagoya, because every single year for Nisei Week, she makes sure that we have a representative from the city. And we very much welcome you. I just returned from Japan about 3 weeks ago, and it is a remarkable place. I look forward to many, many more years of friendship and to your leadership. And I know that it has been talked about in the future that maybe we have a future Prime Minister of Japan here with us, but I know in the meantime you will be a great mayor. So welcome very much. It's great to have you here. Thank you.
I'd like to add that I've been to Nagoya twice. I was there for the 100th anniversary of the port. A wonderful place, wonderful people, wonderful experience. So, Mr. Mayor, it's now your turn. Mr. Mayor.
Okay. And if I say members, last night, Mr. Garcetti, Mayor, was in your district at the Atwater Village Neighborhood Council.
Oh, yeah.
And
I learned a lot.
You learned a lot. And the Department of Neighborhood Councils are going to take him to another meeting. And thank you, the Atwater Neighborhood Council. I asked them to take a vote to go to the next Neighborhood Council meeting or go to the observatory and see the sunset. They voted go to the observatory and see the sunset, where the delegation got to see our city go from day to night. Please welcome the great mayor of Nagoya.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning. It's a pleasure to meet Mr. Eric Garcetti and everyone gathered here today, and special thanks to Mr. Rabonji Bonbon. I am Takashi Kawamura, the mayor of Nagoya, Los Angeles City, sister city in Japan. With the first 10% cut in residence tax in Japan and the creation of the first neighborhood committee in Japan as two big features of my election platform, I was elected mayor in April. I am currently working hard in order to bring about Nagoya where residents take precedence and to make Nagoya the birthplace of Japanese democracy. With the tax cut as a driving force, I will carry out a task force of 30,000 city employees. One civil servant will invite one citizen or business to Nagoya. Of course, I have to make sure that I get the first one, I hope, that complaints from companies from LA will also choose to do business in Nagoya. I know city employees, particularly the top officials here with me today, have been worrying about it a lot, but I'll make this 30,000 civil servants task force happen no matter what. I am honored and pleased to have the privilege of speaking during the public comment period, which is a system the Nagoya City Assembly does not have. Los Angeles and Nagoya have shared the sister city affiliation since 1959, and this year makes half a century. In September of the year, Nagoya suffered damage due to the Isebei typhoon, which killed 4,764 people. We immediately received relief donations and emergency provisions from Los Angeles. Nagoya residents who lost their families and homes were very grateful, and LA gave them a great deal of hope and dreams. This friendship and shown to Nagoya by Los Angeles has been engraved in our city history.
However, this visit during the 50th year of our sister city affiliation is not just to strengthen the bonds of friendship with Lanska, the Nisei Week Foundation Executive Committee, and everyone in Little Tokyo Business Association. I would also like to observe this public comment period, which exemplifies how city council meetings are open to residents, and the neighborhood council, which reflects the voice of residents in city government, and use them as a reference for creating a new local government system in Nagoya in the very near future. We already have neighborhood association and other local organizations in Nagoya and in Japan, and they are well established enough that support day festivals and are organized by local groups and students in each elementary school district. The issue is how to further develop these groups and find a balance between them and new NPOs and other organizations. I'm currently discussing this daily. Next year, in 2010, events will be held to commemorate the 400th anniversary of the construction of Nagoya Castle and the 10th meeting of conference of the parties to the Convention of Biological Diversity and the Biodiversity City Summit will also be held in Nagoya. I hope that the Los Angeles City Council and residents of LA will visit Nagoya. I'm looking forward to seeing you, Nagoya. Thank you for your kind association. Thank you very much. Arigato.
One more photo.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Indulge me just for a moment. The Vice Chair of the Assembly would like to say some brief remarks.
Absolutely.
Please welcome Mr. Kiyami right here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I cannot speak English because Japanese only.
You speak very well.
名古屋市会副議長の伊上邦彦でございます。
My name is Kunihiko Ikami, and I am the Vice Chairperson of the Nagoya City Assembly.
名古屋市、ロサンゼルスの姉妹提携50周年記念という節目の年に、ロサンゼルス市議会を訪れることができました。とても喜んでおります。
I am pleased to be able to visit the Los Angeles City Council in this special year, which marks the 50th anniversary of the sister city affiliation with the city of Los Angeles.
今日はロサンゼルス市議会の皆様方におかれまして大変忙しい中、私ども一行を温かくお迎えていただきありがとうございます。心からお礼を申し上げます。
I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the members of the LA City Council for a warm-hearted welcome despite your busy schedule.
私は名古屋市会の代表として名古屋市の河村市長、山田名古屋港管理組合副管理者とともにロサンゼルス市議会を訪問し、伝統ある議場におきましてご挨拶する機会を得ましたことを大変光栄に思っております。
It is a great honor to have the opportunity to visit the Los Angeles City Council and be able to speak at this historical chamber on behalf of the Nagoya City Assembly and with Mayor of Nagoya City, Mr. Kawamura.
名古屋市会からは私のほか各派会派を代表して、議員が出席していますので紹介をさせていただきます。
Let me introduce the other members from the Nagoya City Assembly who represent the 4 political parties.
鎌倉康夫議員でございます。
Assemblyman Yasuo Kamakura,
桜井春之議員でございます。
Assemblyman Haruyuki Sakurai,
加藤武雄議員でございます。
Assemblyman Takeo Kato,
江上博之議員でございます。
Assemblyman Hiroyuki Egami,
そして名古屋港管理組合を代表して山田副管理者でございます。
also on behalf of the Nagoya Port Authority, Executive Vice President Mr. Yamada.
名古屋市とロサンゼルスの交流は半世紀に及ぶ実績があり、この間文化、教育、経済などさまざまな分野で交流を重ね、友好と親善の輪はますます広がっております。
The exchanges between Nagoya and Los Angeles have had a 50-year-long history, and through the years, both cities have engaged in exchanges in various areas such as culture, education, and the economy. The circle of friendship and goodwill continues to grow.
私ども名古屋市会といたしましても、ロサンゼルスとの交流を積極的に支援し、ロス市民と名古屋市民の草の根交流が一層拡大するよう努めてまいる所存でございます。
We, the Nagoya City Assembly, shall continue to make every effort to encourage and support the exchanges between Los Angeles City so that the grassroots efforts between the citizens of Los Angeles and Nagoya cities will further expand.
ここに列席の皆様方におかれましても、引き続きご支援を賜りますようお願いいたしまして、私の挨拶とさせていただきます。
I would like to conclude by thanking everyone again who is present today for your continual support.
Thank you very much for everything. Thank you.
どうもありがとうございます。Thank you very much.
Our very own, I want to say hi, Ernest Hilda, who is our chair, the Los Angeles chair. Give him a big hand. All of you got information in our honorary pin. Give our Los Angeles sister city branch a big hand. Ernest, great job. Thank you, Mr. President, members, Ms. Perry. We're going to go in the back room. Thank you. Good job.
Mr. Weezer?
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to, before the next presentation, make recognition of some special guests in the audience. We have with us today some young people who have just completed the Public Works High School Internship Graduation Program. Can you please stand up to all the students who are here today? Let's give them a big round of applause. These young people spent 6 weeks here in the city of Los Angeles getting exposed to the fields of engineering, technology, and architecture in a way for the city of Los Angeles to expose more of Angelenos to these fields, and these students did a fabulous job. Congratulations, and thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I appreciate that. Each year, Little Tokyo attracts Angelenos from throughout our great city and through the country to participate in the excitement of the celebration of Japanese American culture. This year's Nisei Week Japanese festival theme is A Year of Celebrations, celebrating many centennial milestone anniversaries of community-based organizations and the golden anniversary of the first ever sister city of the city of Los Angeles, Nagoya, Japan. The festival is jam-packed with exciting and fun activities for the entire family. The festival includes cultural exhibits, entertainment, of course food, and traditional celebrations. Highlights of the event include taiko, sumo, martial arts, traditional tea ceremony, ikebana, odori dancing, and many, many other things. So I hope all of you remember to come out and see the parade, the annual parade, this coming Sunday afternoon. And this year's parade will be special and will feature several kodomo, or children's nebuta floats. They're very beautiful, and they're handmade and will light their way through the streets of Little Tokyo, dancing to the beat of taiko drums and flute-playing musicians, followed by over 100 Haneto dancers, and it is a must-see event. As part of the ongoing festivities, it has been a tradition for the City Council to welcome on an annual basis the Nisei Week Court to our chambers. This year, 7 women are vying to represent the Japanese American community in the 2009 Nisei Week Queen Coronation, which will be held tomorrow, Saturday, August the 15th. And so I am very proud, and it always gives me an enormous amount of pride to introduce these young women who are not only intelligent, but have a focus and are grounded in community and have great values. These are talented women behind me. The 2009 Nisei Week Court, and as I call your name, raise your hand. Jennifer Yoko Akimene, is that right? Did I do it? Dana Fujiko Heatherton. Michelle Yukari Hirose. Whitney Lee Itano. Amy Teruko Machida. Nicole Kiyomi Matsuda. And Marisa Saori Tamaru. And each one of them is extremely talented and has great gifts and has got an exciting year ahead of her in serving the community. Now we'll ask one of them or your, who wants to speak on your behalf? Oh, you're all, okay. Why don't you come on up and just say your name and then don't be shy. Here, start here.
Thank you and good morning. My name is Jennifer Yoko Akamine, and we just wanted to say thank you so much for allowing us the time to be here this morning, and of course for all your support for Nisei Week. It really means a lot to all of us and the rest of the Japanese community, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dana Fujiko Heatherton. And as Jan mentioned, Nisei Week is coming up this week. It begins tomorrow, August 15th to August 23rd, and we hope to see everyone here there. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Yukari Hirose. And as Jan mentioned, the Nisei Week Parade is this Sunday, August 16th, and it starts at 5:30 p.m., so we hope to see you there. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Whitney Lee Itano. Thank you so much for having us here today, and we hope that you guys can all make it out to our Tanabata Festival this weekend. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Amy Teruko Machida, and I just wanted to thank you so much for inviting us to be with you here today. Nisei Week continues next week until the 23rd, so we would like to invite you to come out and join us. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Nikki Kiyomi Masuda, and I wanted to thank you for having us here today. Come join us next weekend for Ondo dancing, where Councilwoman Jan Perry will be dancing with us. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Marisa Saori Tamaru, and again, on behalf of us, thank you so much for welcoming us here today, and for your continued support of the Nisei Week Festival. We especially want to thank Councilwoman Jan Perry for all of your dedication and support throughout the years, and we present you with this commemorative Nisei Week booklet.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Again, thank you to the entire City Council, and we have signed commemorative booklets for all of the representatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and yes, I will be dancing. And I've done it many years, although I don't seem to get any better. But it's a wonderful way to celebrate with the community and be a part of the community, so please join us. And the members of the court are going to fan out now and just give each one of you a commemorative booklet. And thank you very much. Yeah, just put it on their desk. And then you can go that way. Well, I'll meet you in the back.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Weezer.
Mr. President, thank you. And I just wanted to quickly thank Ms. Perry for being a great steward of not only the Nisei Week, but also of Little Tokyo. I spent my high school days, I had a job at a video store in Little Tokyo every day after high school, and to see that you are representing that area well and the connection that's been happy with the city and Little Tokyo, and Nisei Week is spectacular because this is one of the better organized events in all the city, where they take this a lot of pride and tradition, and we need to continue supporting this event. And thanks to all the organizers as well. You do a fabulous job with this event each and every year. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Huizar. And thank you, Ms. Perry. We have two presentations from Mr. Labange. I know he is in the back right now with the mayor of Nagoya. So why don't we call the roll? Let's run through, and we run through the agenda. Okay. We will wait Mr. Labange, and then we will shortly go to the business at hand. We'll hold on 1 second while we get him, and we will begin our other presentations shortly. Just as a reminder to all the folks, we will be out of session for 2 weeks' time for summer recess. Certainly council members will still be working, but the council will not be in session. That will be for the next 2 weeks, and our first meeting will be on the 1st of September. That will be the 1st of September on Tuesday, and that week we will have meetings throughout the week. The first Friday, of course, will be in Van Nuys, as usual, on September 4th. And then we will, the next week, on the Wednesday and Friday, be out of session for California League of Cities as we meet with our counterparts at the California League of Cities, other council members and mayors throughout the state, in order to talk about some of the budget cutbacks from the state level and compare notes at the local level as well. With that, I'd like to recognize Mr. Labange for our last two presentations.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got someone who's very special to us all. I'm very proud of her because she's a John Marshall High School graduate. Please welcome Debbie Kindred right now. We honor Debbie. Debbie's an executive assistant to the Board of Public Works, and for 35 years has made a great difference in our service. I started with the city 35 years ago. Were you on the Summer Youth Program?
Not here.
Not here.
John Marshall.
John Marshall, which is so important. And also, Debbie, who was born in Los Angeles, as I said, graduated from John Marshall at 3939 Tracy Street, Los Angeles City College, where she earned her AA degree, and then the University of Phoenix, where she earned a bachelor's degree. Debbie is very active in community and serves in the city of Azusa, a Cultural Historic Preservation Commission, on its board of directors. And what makes me so proud is many of our city employees, wherever they live, do get involved in their communities, which is so important. She's president of ASME 3672, which represents the 125 executive administrative assistants.
And please vote for the ERIP.
All right, that's a good. That's what I like. The last day, give us a good editorial on that. Dorothy Perez would love that. She had already retired, couldn't wait. But also, your work has been so important over the years to be a voice, which is so special, a constant. Debbie began her career in the Department of Transportation in 1974 as a clerk steno and promoted to senior clerk, worked with the Board of Public Works with street lighting, as well as with the office of the board itself, and has been all inclusive in everything Public Works. Debbie is a devoted and proud mother to Christine, Jennifer, and Michael, and is a very loving grandmother with her precious little Brandon, who's here. She loves and supports and encourages the disco dancing and a huge platform and shoes and all the regalia, and it's a proud status as a former American Bandstand dancer. When Dick Clark was at ABC at Prospect and Talmadge, and those of us at Marshall would go down there and try to get on the American Bandstand show. Cool. Now, therefore, be it resolved by adoption of this resolution, this City Council salutes Debbie Kiernan for her great work and her constant voice, because it is about public safety and public works, and she certainly has made a difference. So on behalf of the mayor, and it's seconded by Mr. Zine, who is such a prominent member of council, 3rd District, he loves you too. Debbie Kiernan, let's give her a big hand. Thank you, Debbie.
And speaking of Mr. Zine would like to add his good wishes too. Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. President Garcetti. I had no idea, Debbie, you were going to retire. I know your brother, who was floating around here earlier. Where is Steve? Did he leave? Did he go back to work?
Yeah.
He did?
His job's in jeopardy right now. So
I know. Some may not know that Steve Kendrick from KFWB is Debbie's brother, and he covered City Hall for many, many years. KFWB radio's in a format change, so we're going to see what happens with him. He'll be relying on your pension now if things don't work out. But we always go back to our family anyway. But you've been a wonderful...
If you don't approve ERIP, I may not be able to survive. I might have to hit him up for money.
Well, we've always relied on you, and I didn't know, honestly, you had that many years of service, but you've always had that friendly attitude, the can-do attitude to get things done on behalf of Public Works. So congratulations, and I wish you many, many years of happy retirement. But you've been around here for a long time. You've seen a lot of things come and go, but you've always been that, shall we say, continuing force to make it happen for the people of Los Angeles. So bless you and your family in your many, many happy years of retirement. Well deserved after serving the city for all these years. God bless you and your family, Deb.
Thank you.
And also, before Debbie speaks, I want to recognize the great Valerie Shaw. Give Valerie a big hand right there. Thank you. I want to say Ellen Stein, past commissioner, and the great Red Martinez right here. She was, Debbie was their special assistant on that. Debbie, please, for remarks.
Okay.
Let it go.
Hi. I'm happy to be here today in receiving this great honor from the entire City Council, which I didn't really expect, because I really kind of only know Tom and Dennis, but over the years I've kind of met the others, like Eric Garcetti. So it's a pleasure to be here. I would like to introduce my family. In the 35 years that I've been with the city, my family is still the most important thing to me, and I'm so glad that it provided me the opportunity to go to all their ballet recitals, all their plays, all their karate matches, all their volleyball games, and you know, I didn't miss. So I thank you for allowing me to have a family and a full-time career and doing them all very well. So I'd like to start by introducing my son, Michael.
All right, Michael.
Who just graduated from Glendora High, and he's headed to college. My daughter, who's absent, Jennifer, who's in San Francisco, she just got a degree in psychology. And my daughter at the rear of the chamber, Chris, who's with my little precious grandson, who I hope to entertain on a full-time basis very soon. Jim, I also want to introduce Jim. He's my I don't really have a label for him, but
He's a good special friend.
good special friend. I've taught him to love disco, and so I drag him to things, and we do movies and all kinds of things together. So he's also a very important part of my life and my family. And there's my buzzer, so thank you for allowing me to, hi Anna, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to work for the city for so many years and putting up with me. Thanks.
Oh, Debbie, you're good job. Debbie. And another member of the Public Works family, Mr. President, we want to recognize in just a moment here, Cynthia Ruiz is going to join me with this as well, if we could. And the other members of the board, and Debbie, former members of the board as well. Craig Bloomquist, give him a big hand.
Sam Yorty.
Craig started when Sam Yorty was mayor 44 years ago. This service is dedicated to Los Angeles. He was born in this city in September of 43, graduated from Cal State University, Los Angeles, where he got a BA in Business Administration. He served on the board of advisors to the Civic Center chapter of the Association of Government Accountants and has done a tremendous job over the years. He began his city career at the Department of Water and Power in 1965 as a utility accountant and worked through the process in several promotions there. In 1985, he was promoted from the Department of Water and Power to his present position as the Office of Accounting for the Director of our Office of Accounting for the Department of Public Works. A proven leader in implementing and improving city accounting systems and financial systems for increased efficiency, including designing financial planning systems for LADWP, proposing a successful, seamless integration of the city's first large-scale cost accounting system citywide. I've always thought of him as a constant here in Los Angeles, where he has made a difference. He's been consistent every which way possible to help the Department of Public Works do its job. As I said earlier, it is about public safety and public works. So, Craig, on behalf of the City of Los Angeles, Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa, Carmen Kutanich, and our City Controller, Wendy Gruhl, we want to salute you for your 44 years of great service, Craig. Great service. Thank you. We'll present this in a second. And, Mr. President, may I ask the President of the Board of Public Works for a few remarks? Cynthia Ruiz.
Thank you so much. It's truly a bittersweet moment in the city of Los Angeles today. We get to honor Craig Bloomquist, but I'm really actually sad to see him go because he is really the only person that knows the ins and outs of the Public Works Trust Fund. So I'm a little nervous now that he's leaving, but we are just, so proud of him and his family. And a little secret, a few years ago when Project Restore was having their big gala, they actually burnt down Craig's office. With the fireworks that went into his office and burned his office down. And he still survived and he's still here, but he has been an excellent, outstanding employee. He's a man with integrity. He's hardworking, and we wish you the best of luck as you move into this new phase of your life.
Good job, Craig. Good job. Thank you.
Well, thank you for this wonderful presentation, the retirement presentation from the council and the mayor. And I'd just like to introduce my wife, Cecilia. And my daughter-in-law, Tara. And I have a number of members from the Office of Accounting here in the audience today. Could I ask you to stand up for a second?
Good job.
Well, I realize I've worked for the city for 44 years, but it really doesn't seem that long. And I think the main reason for that is because my career has been so rewarding. A career that if I look back on, I really wouldn't have changed anything. And one of the reasons for that is the privilege I've had to work with so many dedicated, talented, and congenial city employees and city officials to accomplish so much to improve the financial and accounting for the city. Back in 1965, when I started at the Department of Water and Power, things were totally different. There were no copying machines, there were no fax machines. We didn't have personal computers, we didn't have word processing software, we didn't have email, there was no internet, and we created and transmitted documents by using typewriters, carbon paper, and mimeograph machines. And accountants performed their work using columnar pads with pens instead of Excel and information technology. Information technology basically was known as data processing back there, and if we were lucky, it consisted of IBM punch cards being sorted on sorting accounting machines. Basically, there was also heavy smoking in all the offices, so many of us were choking as we came to work. Today, things have changed for the better, I'm happy to say. So in retrospect of my career with the city, I'm happy that I could have contributed my talents to make the city in which I was born a better place and to give back by using my talents to that end. So thank you again for this presentation. I really appreciate it.
Hey, Craig, congratulations. John Muir, a great John Muir Pasadena graduate, which was good. Hey, one question, Craig. Red Martinez, Commissioner Extraordinaire, had a question on accounting. Red, come up here real quick. Come on, Red, say a few words.
Great.
Big hand for Red Martinez.
Craig, I've known you a long time, and I just wanted to say congratulations and good luck in your retirement.
Good job. All right, we're going to vote for Red Martinez. Shortest speech. Mr. President, thank you. Members, thank you. Let's go, Craig.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Labange. That will complete our presentations for this Friday. We'll go back to items called special and public comment. We'll begin with our commissioner, and then after that we will take up general public comment, and then we'll go through the items called special. If I can invite our commissioner nominee to come forward.
That is the appointment of Ms. Valerie Vanneman to the City Ethics Commission.
Please have a seat at the table. If my colleagues will indulge me from the chair as the chair of the Rules and Government Committee. I wanted to report on, and I know Ms. Perry will add her comments as well about the nominee that she has put forward for the city's Ethics Commission. Want to thank our nominee again, Ms. Vanneman, for offering to serve the people of Los Angeles in the city's Ethics Commission and afford you the opportunity at this point. You were passed unanimously out of committee. I should note that as the committee chair, but wanted to give you the opportunity to say a couple things about your interest in serving in this position and some of the things that you hope to do as a commissioner if you are confirmed today. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. I have lived in Los Angeles for a number of years and done a variety of what I consider to be public interest type of work within the city of Los Angeles. And I've reached a time when I think it's important to try and also serve the city in a variety of other ways. And certainly I believe that the Ethics Commission is a very important and vital part of the city government and of something the city can be quite proud. And I really look forward to serving on it.
Great. Ms. Perry?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As Council Pro Tem, I'm very proud and pleased to present Valerie Vanneman for the Ethics Commission. Ms. Vanneman grew up in Alliance, Ohio, and completed law school at Ohio State University. She moved to Southern California and became one of the members of the first class of the Reginald Heber Smith Community Lawyer Fellows Program, a program funded and supported by the Office of Legal Services for the federal government. She was admitted to the California Bar in June of 1968. She's also a member of the Bar for the states of Ohio and Massachusetts. She spent 3 years in the mid-1970s at Harvard Law School as a teaching fellow in the clinical program and a year with the Children's Defense Fund. From 67 through 81, her legal work involved representing indigent residents of Los Angeles through legal services or children through the Defense Fund. Since 1981, Ms. Vanneman has been in private practice representing disabled individuals and their families in matters related to education and regional center benefits. Her professional life and practice centers on enduring or ensuring fairness and openness and how and why decisions that affect the lives of individuals are made. I believe that she is a very careful and meticulous fact finder who understands and appreciates the need to explore all sides of a question before drawing a conclusion. And that is why I've chosen to present her for nomination to the Ethics Commission here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to recognize Ms. Hahn as our next speaker.
Hi. I was just going to ask you, thanks for agreeing to serve on this very important commission. I was just going to ask you what your understanding so far is of the Neighborhood Council's issue with their disclosure form that the City Council passed. And I was against. You shouldn't say whatever you want. I don't want to lead the witness.
If it's hers.
I've come to understand there is a controversy. I've come to understand that a recommendation has been made by the commission that I understand the City Council has decided to take perhaps a different route with regard to. Whether or not, I don't think I have enough information in terms of having the benefit of being able to sit through commission meetings and hearing staff presentations and discussions to understand all of the issues with regard to it. So I think that at this point, I do not have a firmly defined position with regard to it. I do understand it to be an issue.
Good. Well, again, I think the previous Ethics Commission did recommend a very different kind of disclosure form for our neighborhood council systems. So I'm still trying to maybe resurrect that again. I think it's the one that this council passed was rather detrimental and very had a chilling effect on neighborhood councils actually opening council files. So I'd love for the commission to kind of keep it alive and maybe even put it on an agenda and consider maybe re-recommending that's the way we go with our neighborhood councils.
My understanding is that the commission always likes to engage with the city council over issues that are sent back to it and they want to look at, and I'm sure that's something they'd be happy to do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other members wishing to be heard on the nomination? If not, we will open the roll, close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 eyes.
Congratulations and welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Good to have you there. Thank you very much. If we can take up our general public comment now. We have Dr. Clyde Williams as our first speaker on the queue. He'll be followed by Frank Pasker. And everything will be forthwith today. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno, Northeast LA. Stop the 710. Do the Fremont multi-mode, low-build alternative, which the federal courts recognized in 1999. Caltrans and their continuing disruption of our communities. They don't tell the truth. That is, they don't tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. They didn't tell us or the State Assembly that 2 miles of the 5-mile corridor will actually be cut and covered. That is, you remove all the houses, you transport 300,000 truckloads of dirt out and 150,000 truckloads of dirt back when you cover it. They didn't tell us about road tunnel fires, which are the primary problem with most road tunnels, especially in the Swiss Alps, where they've had many people die in road tunnel fires. We don't trust them. But this is not new for us in El Sereno because we've had them before. We've had them for 40 years. I only have participated for 25, but there's several people that have much longer experience. Oh, this is not a new project. Skaggs recently had a study that showed that 30,000 truckloads, or 30,000 trucks a day would be using the 210 north of the 134. They also showed that there would only be about 2 to 3 years improvement of the traffic congestion in the I-5 corridor, somewhat like the Harbor Freeway. No matter how many lanes you add, it still fills up. So this is not a new project. We're not new to the situation, and you can't trust the Caltrans.
Thank you. Frank Pasker is our next speaker for general public comment. After that is John Walsh. Good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning. It's my first time here.
Doing great so far.
Okay, honorable council members and president. On Wednesday, a sizable group of residents from Northeast LA and several other cities voiced their opposition to the extension of the 710 freeway. A freeway that, wherever it goes, would destroy existing communities in densely populated areas. In the 20th century, the LA region has put all its transportation needs on one card, the freeway. The tracks of the streetcars and railroads got paved over, and LA became the icon of freewaytopia. And now we pay a dear price for that. The nation's longest commutes, one of the nation's worst air qualities, and a light rail network that is way too small for a city this size. In his pledge to make LA a greener city, our mayor, Antonio Villaraigosa, has leaped forward to help green industries get started in LA, plant trees, offer tax cuts and incentives for conserving energy and water. The Expo line is built right now as we speak. A new $1 billion heavy freeway would be absolutely counterproductive to the mayor's pledge. It would undermine the credibility and seriousness of our common effort to make this city a better place for living. Honorable members of the City Council, please consider a motion that would stop the current extension of the 710 freeway and help move the city to the top locations for living and sustainable transportation in America and in the world. Let's start by opposing this freeway as a relic from the last century, and let's look at what is ahead of us, the 21st century. Let's share the mayor's vision of a green LA, support a green LA, and object the freeway. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, and appreciate your testimony. Did a great job. We hope to welcome you back. John Walsh is our next speaker, and then Arnold Sachs will follow.
To everyone who works and lives in Los Angeles, Mayor decries fire scare tactics. The mayor attacks the ambulance, paramedics, and the firefighters. And he says they are irresponsible. We have rotating service cuts. You know what that means? Russian roulette. 10% of all firefighting and all paramedics services have been cut as of 2 weeks ago. HollywoodHighlands.org if you want to find out what's happening. Or here it is in Sylmar. There is the sign of the firefighters in front of the fire station. It says, your rescue ambulance is closed. Do you know? They don't give a damn up here. I want to say to the mayor, the city is burning, and you're fiddling. Rome is burning. Los Angeles is burning. The city council is fiddling. There's nothing going on. All we hear about is Nagoya. I don't give a damn about Nagoya. I want to know whether I can be killed. Seconds between whether you die when these people come. And what does the mayor do? And what is the mayor smoking? What is the mayor? Does he get it from Richard Alatorre? The mayor is in a meltdown. The city is in a meltdown. I'm telling you right now, he claims the public is on his side. Okay, here's the phone number, 978-0600. 978-0600. Call him now and tell him you're in favor of the cuts and you're on his side. And incidentally, when you call him, a lady will answer and pass the phone over to him while he's smoking his joint, because the mayor is a junkie. 978-0600. And notice they didn't interrupt me this time because they're in on it.
For the record, I'm not smoking anything, but thank you very much, Mr. Walsh. I know. Arnold Sachs is our next speaker. After that, we'll go to Van Nuys, and Candido Mares will be our next speaker.
Good morning, Council. Thank you. It's good that you have another appointee to an ethics commission. Although, with the city of LA being the most ethically correct, what kind of job will she have? Maybe she might have a couple of minutes to check into the signage debacle regarding the convention center. That's the one where the city had an exclusive contract with AEG, yet the council ended up negotiating the rights away with a subsidiary, LA Arena Land Company, and then 4 months later we find out that AEG is going to get to put up 40,000 square feet of billboards at the convention center, and the city is going to get $2 million from the subsidiary. What a winner. Or maybe she could check out the Marathon fiasco. That's the one where the city negotiated with one company, requiring them to assign the rights to the city's choice of another company, Frank McCourt's subsidiary. So what? It only cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. But hey, the race is back in March, okayed by the council, but not the same week. So what? But didn't last year, 2 years ago, didn't Friday fall on the 17th? That was St. Patrick's Day. Wouldn't that make the third Sunday, Easter Sunday? Oh, well, another contract that has to be broken and renegotiated. So what? We'll pay. Thanks a lot. No problem. City Council leading from behind. I think you ought to change the logo and put that phrase on your flag. Lead from behind. Nobody else does it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Candido Mares in Van Nuys. After that is Olga Hall here in Council Chambers. Good morning, Mr. Mares.
Thank you, Mr. President, Council members. I'm here in the San Fernando Valley in Van Nuys, the heart of the San Fernando Valley, where we're suffering congestive heart failure. But don't give up on us, folks. The patient's going to make it. I wanted to talk about item 43, which is going to be the increases, but I'm not allowed to under public comment. So I want to talk about the decreases that have taken place at DWP, and I want to thank the people that have helped make that happen: Soledad Garcia, Jack Humphreyville, DD Audit, Dr. Dan Wiseman, Humberto Camacho, Mike Cohen, and Dr. Clyde Williams. These folks have put the fire to the feet of DWP, and I want to thank them because they're serving the people of this great city. I also wanted to say that Mr. Nahai has been very open and allowed us to request records to show that there are things that happened in the past that need to be corrected, so I want to thank Mr. Nahai and staff for that. We need to continue to save the ratepayers because the amount of increases that are taking place, they no longer can take this. We have a lot of people that are suffering out there and trying to do their best just to keep their homes and pay their bills. So again, I want to thank you, and I hope that we'll have some good discussion on item 43.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morris. Olga Hall is our next speaker here in council chambers. After that is Michael Hunt. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. President and council members. When you do the right thing, it has to be recognized. Thank you to the Board of Referred Powers, council members Janice Hahn, Bernard Parks, Bill Rosendahl, Ed Reyes, Tony Cardenas for doing the right thing at the June 30th hearing. Thank you to Councilman Wizard for having the courage to stand up for what is right and listening to the community. Thanks to those of you in the council that support our vision for the Southwest Museum. A special thanks to one person that told us we had to find a moose to help you. We did not need to find him. He was already with us. And thank you to all those that attended the hearing in support of the Southwest Museum. Council members, your action has served two purposes. First, it saved Griffith Park from our development and the destruction of natural habitat. Council members and Angelinos have to keep a vigilant eye and continue their involvement to protect the park. Naming it a National Historic Monument is meaningless to those that are interested in profiting from it. It is up to the people and to you to keep it safe, and your work has to be constant. Second, your actions have unmasked Jackie Autry's true intentions to everyone. There is no room for negotiation on her part for the Autry to share equal footing, as was agreed in the merger, would not give Jackie Autry the status she seeks. She wants to be the only one to possess the Southwest Museum magnificent collection. That is her ultimate goal. I hope you continue to support our efforts. If not as a council member, then as a friend of the Southwest Museum. Thank you again. Thank you for doing the right thing.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hall, and thank you for your activism on the issue. Michael Hunt is our next speaker, and then we'll go to Van Nuys for Mr. Zuma Dog.
Thank you. I'm standing in for Hunt, Dowd, and Dog, the group that I brought down here. About 4 years ago, we've made great accomplishments down here. I like to endorse a good candidate for the 2nd district would be David Salisbury, and I'm hoping that everybody puts in his vote for him so that he can win the 2nd district. The next line of order is I think that the city council needs to start in their own backyard with cleaning up the water conservation. The water sprinklers run at 6 o'clock in the morning all into the streets. Public notice. And then on July 17th, Alakan capriciously abused his discretion when I was in my KKK outfit. He disrupted the meeting. I hope you know that will go to the district court for its concern of city council quorum. Next on my agenda really concerns me that the city has to spend $12,000 to talk to me every time they talk to me. July 22nd will be another $12,000 day for the city, and you can talk to me and ask me what I would like to do and what I would like to have. My next line of business I'd like to give Janice Hahn a big ups the way she handled the Watts project, and every city council should adopt that project in their district. It's a great thing that I think they should meet with the community on Mondays, such as Janice Hahn does. Keep up the good work, Janice Hahn. That's what it's all about. It's about communication. Once you're able to communicate, you're able to get things done in your own district. Bill, take a note to that. And to you, city attorney, I don't know what to say. We need to go clean up your department. with all the discrimination that you have going on in here. My name is Michael Hunt.
Zuma Dog is our next speaker in Van Nuys, and then Mort Allen back here.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Los Angeles City Council and the fine, decent, hardworking citizens of the city. I have a lot of important things to discuss, but first of all, I need to address comments, and I would like Alarcon, Garcetti, and Reyes to listen. It involves Echo Park Neighborhood Council. Now, I was at the Carmen Tutanich Town Hall meeting yesterday, and I was not there to take basically, there's a lot of people coming up to me. Zuma Dog, Echo Park Neighborhood Council. Alarcon staffer sits on the board, and his staffer's wife sits on the board. So Alarcon, he's got a guy, let's just call him Joe. Joe works for Alarcon. He sits on the Echo Park Neighborhood Council board that is Garcetti and Reyes, and then Joe's wife. I'm here to tell you I'm getting too many reports from the community of bully, thuggery, physical violence. Police reports have been filed. I'm here to say it's over. He's stepping down. Alarcon, Garcetti, Reyes, take care of this. The guy's out of here. To make him step down. This is a big city problem, and as somebody that's concerned of the treasury of this city, you take care of that, and it's over. It's over. It's over. Okay, now thank you. It's Zuma Dog. My name's David Salzberg, and for the past 3 years I've been coming here on a day in and day out basis. I'm a concerned citizen. I don't like the way the city's operated, and my name is on the ballot. Now, you say, okay, so anyway, why Zuma Dog? What does it mean? I'm just somebody that's woken up every day. I've done as much as I can. You know exactly where I stand on issues. I'm not going to change. We've got people like, Tamar Gallatin and Paul Krikorian and Chris Essel and all these, professional politicians. They all go along for the ride. You know what it means for Zuma Dog. You know how important it was for Carmen Tutanich to get in that office. Think what it will mean when Zuma Dog is in that chair, standing up, pressing the button, introducing agenda items, and I've just proven I care about the community. I'm not going to change. I'm very sleep-deprived and tired right now. This isn't coming out as good as I want, but get me in that chair to end the fraud, waste, and abuse. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saltzman. Our next speaker is Mort Allen, and after that is Walter Bechtel.
Thanks a lot. I have to follow all this fanfare.
It's a tough job, but somebody's got to do it.
I'm here actually. We had a meeting last night of about 400 property owners that all have billboards on their properties that are illegal. They're losing their insurance because of it, and the city is refusing to cite the illegal billboards. And we've got to do something because these people are going to have to sue to get these things off their property. And what I basically want everybody to understand is billboards are not bad. Companies are not bad. You've got really honest companies. You've got Van Wagner, CBS, Regency. You have one company, Clear Channel, who I think most of you know owns Live Nation, which runs the Staples Center. So they're involved in that. Every digital in this city is illegal. Not one of them have a legal permit on them. They are using so much power. Every wall graphic has giant lights up on the top of the buildings without permits. Everything is illegal. And you know what happened when the building department tried to cite him last week? I don't have to say any more than that. You've got to get these poor property owners these illegal billboards off their properties. And I hate to bring this up, but I think you know that Clear Channel is owned by Mitt Romney representing the Mormon Church. I think you know that it was owned by George Bush Sr. before that. And they want to take over the city, and I think that we need to stop picking on all the other billboard companies and understand where the problem is, and you got to cite the illegal billboards. Thank you.
Walter Bechtel is our next speaker.
Good morning. I just want to come back and say something. I had made some comments earlier, I think a week or so ago, about potatoes. I wasn't trying to make any comments about obese people. I was trying to refer to the fact that potatoes have a lot of eyes in them, and I noticed that oftentimes the council members don't appear to be paying attention. And if you look at the scorecards up there, mostly everything here lately for the last month or two has been nothing but yes votes. I don't think anybody's dissented on anything. Also, I wanted to say something more about the Ford Hotel and SRO. I think SRO already has plenty of property. They got 27 places they're running here, and it's to the advantage of the city if SRO is starting to apex and go the way of slumlording, to take notice to that and to make sure they comply with the rules just like anybody else, because SRO claims to have been started here in the city of LA in 1984, but the fact is they're home based out of New York State. Correct me if I'm wrong. I've looked this up on the internet, and the ongoing feud between New York State and California goes back quite a long time, and I don't know, but it may be that they have another agenda there, but at least as far as the drinking water at the Ford Hotel, I tried to tell you a couple days ago, it's causing me gastrointestinal problems. They're not flushing out the line. And if you want to, I welcome you to go take a drink of water at the Ford Hotel, and if you come down with the same problems I'm having, okay, why doesn't everybody ignore you? Because it's not drinkable there. And they're supposed to maintain the hotel until the project gets underway. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Wiseman in Van Nuys is our next speaker, and then Donna Pearman will be ready there next.
Donna, you're next.
Good morning, sir.
Mr. Garcetti, good morning to you. I want to make 2 comments in my 2 minutes, 1 minute each. You're sitting in a very important chair there, Mr. Garcetti. You do seem to be the one member of the council who at least gives eye contact and perhaps even listens to public comment. Yay! I think it's even more important if you look a little bit over to your right where Mr. Zine is sitting. Mr. Zine, of course, a longtime member of the police department. Mr. Smith, the other member of our city council, is a longtime member of the police department, but you on the city council in that wonderful horseshoe, and all of us in that room have to remember that at Mr. Zine's right is a Smith & Wesson. Well, I got a little more time. Now, I want to bring us back to last Friday. Last Friday, we had an issue from West Hills about a piece of property called the Corporate Point at West Hills. It had been run through the usual channels. It had been completely heard, but there were a large number of people here in Van Nuys who really wanted to be heard one more time. We wanted to put into the record that that property is still under DTSC observation. It's still a RCRA property, and there are a lot of people living in the West Hills area who were not able to be heard. I apologize that I didn't get to one of the council members in time to get it special. In addition to that, there was more than half a dozen people from the ownership of the property, too. We have a good relationship with them, but there is some serious problems still in that property that need to be worked out, and we do want the city council to hear us when we come forward to speak about it. Thank you so very much. We'll be talking about 43 in a minute.
Thank you, Dr. Wiseman. Appreciate your comments. Donna Pearman is our next speaker. After that is Miriam Fogler. Good morning, Ms. Pearman.
This is Donna Pearman. I like to commend Mr. Garcetti for his attendance and always being on time first. And also, we do need our utilities go sky high. Do we need to be in the dark, have our places of abode in extreme heat because we can't afford it, especially people with children? You said you like children. And you asked about the city sacrifice. I agree with Councilman Zine that everyone should sacrifice. I mean the police department, too. The best way is to stop the unneeded overtime spent on fee waivers. Mr. Garcetti said fee waivers are spent on city employees, but it only benefits the police department, and most of the city is not getting money from that. And this is for services I don't think it's really needed. Your city is in real trouble, yet you continually fund the CRA. Do we really need the $1 million fountain? Am I still talking? Our city is paid for our Grand Avenue project, and our CRA and our city council pet projects have bankrupted the city so much that the city council had not to take their cost of living and their staff too. But that doesn't make them having to work, but that doesn't help the city, hardworking city employees who need the cost of living for their home, apartment, cost, food. utilities, transportation money, except DWP, who seem to got their cost of living increases not giving to other city employees, and I don't think it was fair. If you have one set of people that, say, like electricians, that are working in the sanitation, like Hyperion, they should be getting the same amount of money as the DWP. You're making the city employees get mad at each other, and this is not right. And I like some of the things I saw in the blog that Zuma Dog said about the one problem we have is transportation between cars and people, and I agree with him. He said some very good statements, and we got to think about maybe people are turning when the people are walking, and there's a lot of problems there. Okay,
Thank you, Ms. Pearman. Just a point of information, I think on special events, most of the money goes to Department of Transportation and street services, but you're right, on some bigger ones, there are police costs as well. Miriam Fogler is our next speaker, and then Michael Cohen will follow.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Yeah, you know what? You people are the ones that are causing chaos here. Not nobody coming here and speaking out, saying that the bottom line is that we wouldn't have services being in trouble, jeopardized, if it wasn't for you. You know, after all, you're the ones that are causing it, and you're the ones who should be paying for it. And the manager should be cut. All the other ones on the top should be cut, not the civil service workers, the ones that take the tests, the people who go to school. These are all people here that are doing wonderful jobs here at the city, and you're telling me that they're benefiting on these fee waivers, which is a bunch of baloney. They are not getting any benefit from the fee waivers. The police and fire get the most of the bulk of the overtime. But let me tell you, I just saw in the paper today, people are mad at the mayor for the fire department going out the unions. I'm glad. I'm so proud of the unions, the fire unions. I wish that the rest of the unions would stand up and say enough is enough. We're not going to take this anymore. No cuts, anything on our salaries or anything. We're going to keep our right to have right to work every day and have a right to have our cost of living. And you people don't deserve it. You're the ones that need to answer to them and to the public. You work for us. We don't work for you. So you need to answer to us. And the people that are on the ballot, I hope all the best of luck, the ones that are going to be good for the people. The ones that I don't want are the ones, unfortunately, with all the money, I want them to lose. Because it's not right that there's got to be opportunities for other people to make it. Yeah, I know, one of them is the Zuma Dog, of course. And, the matter of the fact is that we need to stop the waste. In other words, the duplication of departments, what Zuma Dog wants to do is cut the waste. Is good, but not to cut off the city workers now, their pay or anything. The benefits stay in, just the waste, the stuff that's not necessary there, and that we don't need to have extra layers of government.
Thank you, Ms. Fogler.
We don't need to have that. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Michael Cohen is our next speaker, also in Van Nuys, and then Noel Weiss is here in Council Chambers. Good morning, Mr. Cohen.
Good morning, sir. First, I want to thank the city attorney and the city attorney's office for their excellent town hall. I think that was precedent-setting. I may be wrong. And for my councilman, Dennis Zine, for his support in that issue as well. I thought it went very nicely, although there are certainly many contentious issues and people that feel passionate about. This town hall went along without any incident. Unfortunately, we can't say the same nationally about the current town halls. I also want to thank the City Council for visiting the ECAF issue. I know that comes up later. In asserting jurisdiction. I do want to say that I would like you to consider having a ratepayer's advocate, not only for the ratepayer to hold down costs, but for the City Council's benefit, where you can have an independent third party whose allegiance is to you and the ratepayers and the citizens of L.A. and not to the DWP. Back of the envelope calculation shows it would cost no more than 10 cents a month at the most, $1 or so a year per ratepayer, to have someone that would bring you information that would be knowledgeable in the industry and that you can rely on for factual and up-to-date data. Thank you very much and have a great LA day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cohen, yourself as well. Noel Weiss is our last speaker for public comment here in Council Chambers. Good morning, Mr. Weiss.
Morning, Mr. City Council members. The job of councilman is not easy. Got to think about potholes and policy simultaneously. It's easy to criticize, so I wanted to come, rather than be critical, come with a positive suggestion. From out here in the peanut gallery, I think it would be really helpful, particularly in these tough times going forward, if the council as a whole demonstrated a certain amount of cohesion. Specifically, my suggestion is, I think Friday you have presentations. I think one council member on every Friday should make a 10 or a 15-minute speech where all the council members are in their seat listening to that council member. Talk about whatever issue is important to that council member in terms of the state of the district, state of the city, something. That statement could be published and should be published, but I think it would give a lot of solace and a lot of confidence by the public toward the council, because it's important for us to see you guys thinking, listening to each other, most importantly. So that's my suggestion. I have a couple others, but I'm going to leave it for that. And hopefully, by the way, this idea, remember when we talked about having goals and having a hearing where we would, or a meeting where we would set goals and then challenge ourselves as to whether we met those goals. That kind of fell by the wayside. I would want to try to offer that as a follow-up suggestion as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we actually do still have that document and track it regularly, so happy to share the results of the goal-setting initiative with you. Thank you. That will close our general public comment, and that will return us to items called special. We'd like to reconsider a number real quick as well. Number 14, 15, 28, and 57, if we'll reconsider it. Yes, Mr. Kretz?
I'm sorry I was out of the room when we scheduled our items. I'd actually like to have us reconsider item 56 and call it special.
Okay, we'll add 56 to that as well. Let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Okay, those are reconsidered. On item 15, we'd like to continue that till September 4th, if there's no objection. We'll go ahead and do that. On item 57, I'd like to continue that until September 2nd. If there's no objection, that'll be our second meeting back. And then on item 28, we have the CLA report has now been distributed. If we could please, I'll move that. And if we could please open the roll on 28, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Great, and we'll keep 14 and 56 on the table. If we can go to the next item called special, it was, I believe, number 3?
That was item 3, called special by Councilmember Parks. There are cards on that item, and an amending motion has been circulated.
Okay. Mr. Parks, did you want to speak at the outset on number 3? We've had a hearing on this already, Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, we had a...
Actually, there was not a quorum of the committee, so it came out as a communication.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we have a amending motion, 3A, and we should tie this, I think it's 48.
Okay. If we can...
what I'd like to ask...
Consider 48 as well as 3 together. We'll take those up together. Thank you. Mr. Parks, go ahead.
Thank you. That's the city staff, the CAO, the CLA, the city attorney, and if we have representatives from LADOT and Bureau of Street Services, if we could all come to the table. Colleagues, this is, I think, the culmination of about 7 years of work that we've all come to the conclusion that we have to do something different on special events. It's one of the financial policies that's probably been the toughest to deal with. Just to remind you, basically it's 3 parts. Part 1 are the secondary street block clubs in which we allow citizens to come in, pick up their barricades, their signs, pay a deposit, and also have an insurance policy, and that they then come back and get the refundable deposit. The second phase are events that the council office deals with routinely. There's a fund set up for subsidies in which the council office had requested to have input with street services as to the quality and the type of event, but also how their funds were used. That's been included to where now the funds are can be used similar or almost identical to your general purpose money. And those are fees where you can subsidize nonprofits that do not have an operating budget above $5 million, that you have up to 50% that you can also attribute to those events. In that second tier of events includes farmers markets where you can go up to 100%. With that, that's up to the discretion of the council office when they're working with street services. Street services, as you remember, we had a one-stop shop type system put in place where they have people that will take all event requests except for parades and First Amendment events that are still under the purview of the police department. And then we have the third feature, which is citywide. We've taken the citywide event list from every office. We did not go through it and scrutinize it. We took everyone at their word that they were citywide events in which they impacted more than 3 offices, that there were literally large crowds being there, or they were unique in their operation to where they may be the only type event of that type. So that was generally the criteria. Those events also, and I think in talking to Pete, we may have to amend the language a little bit to make sure that it's clear that the same $5 million threshold is there, and that the council office has the ability to decide up to 50% as to making it a blanket 50%. So these are the things that are here. What I think is important so that we can ask Lynn to start off and give us an overview of the policy, because you put the time in. But I think also the reason we asked Building and Safety and LADOT to the table, since this policy was not in place as of July 1st, we've been working on a credit card, and unfortunately it's their credit card because we did not put money into their budgets to handle special events, but we've continued to waive. And on the amended motion 3A, we're asking that we extend the moratorium till September the 30th that allows us to get this ordinance in place. So that means that we're taking money out of their budgets that does not exist. That means that somewhere down the line, both departments will be coming to Budget and Finance talking about funds that we have taken because of waivers that they no longer have to operate their department. So it's absolutely essential to get the savings that we've talked about now for years, that we implement this. And again, we can debate on whether the figures are accurate as it relates to the approximate dollars that have been attributed to these events. The key factor is this year, when this is in place, we, for the first time, will have absolutely the exact dollar figure, because it will be not only what they basically recommend or basically look at in the beginning, they will also have a process that when the event is over, they will then have to either refund money if they charge too much, or they will charge the additional fee to the vendor if they find that it was more costly. So we will have exact figures as this system goes forward. So that's an overview. Lynn, let me ask you to kind of walk through the issues. The last time we were here, there was 2 or 3 issues that were of concern, and we just need to find out how you've adjusted that in the policy. And then we'd ask Pete from the legal standpoint on the ordinance, how we resolve the issue of giving the latitude to the council offices, and then the CAO in the sense of what savings that we're trying to address. And then we'll ask LADOT and Street Services to talk about what impact we're making on their departments by continuing to waive fees while not having this policy in place.
Lynn Ozawa from the Chief Legislative Analyst's Office. When we were last here on June 9th and 16th, the council had a number of concerns with the prior ordinance. And what we tried to do was to address those concerns with the new proposal that's before you. Those concerns were that the council district have review of proposed events and have the ability to put input on measures and mitigation actions that, and input to mitigate the negative impact of those special events on your various communities. The second thing was the ability of the event organizer to know in advance the city's permit fees and costs for a specific event, and to be reimbursed if actual costs are less than those estimated costs. The ability to provide a fee subsidy of less than 50% to enable additional deserving special events to be subsidized. And also related to that is for the council office to be the one to determine and manage what those subsidies should be. So those were the things that we tried to address through this new proposal. And basically, what you need to do is think of this as the subsidies are separate in the sense that it's everybody applies for a permit in the same way. They go to street services. Street services will then notify council offices and all the affected city departments to get their input, as well as the estimated costs for city staff to service those events. At that time, it'll be a written response from council members or council staff as to what the mitigation measures should be, and street services will include your input into whether or not the permit is issued, as well as, if it is issued, what the mitigation measures should be. At the time the permittee picks up their permit from street services, they will have to pay for their permit fees in full. And separately, the permittee may request from a council office, they may apply for a subsidy. And that choice is up to the council member. It'll be operated in the same way that your GCP council district funds are handled, are administered, except for you cannot exceed 50% of the estimated costs for that particular special event. Once the event is over, the various departments will determine what the actual costs were to support that event. And they will turn in those costs to street services, who will then compile those costs and determine if there needs to be a refund or a billing to the organizer of that special event. And they will issue the payment or collect the payment. And I think at this time I'll turn it over to Pete.
Pete Echeverria from the City Attorney's Office. The only thing I would add is that for two types of events, the subsidy is slightly different. For block parties, the subsidy is required to be 100% if it's approved by the council office. And for farmers markets, it's a subsidy up to 100%, but it could be as small a percentage as the council office approves.
I might add that the whole philosophy behind the neighborhood block parties is that they're such small events that street services can come up with the other departments that might support these events, come up with standard plans for the event organizer of a block party to follow, thus reducing significantly, if not all, of the costs of a neighborhood block party. So there wouldn't be any costs. That's what's anticipated.
From the CAO standpoint, the whole issue, we're trying hopefully to save money, and I think that's what's driven this so far. Can you give us an oversight as to the budget and what we expect to gain with the new system?
Relative to the budget, we would be gaining basically the 50% that we're no longer subsidizing of these events, because to date we have been covering 100% of these costs and waiving all of these fees. And so it would be, approximately $2.5 million back to the general fund that we're currently not receiving.
And colleagues, before we ask Rita and Street Services to talk, the one thing that I think in dealing with this that changes the mindset is that before we waived, it was like play money. We waived it. It went into the bureaus and departments. They had to figure out how to do it with no funds. Here we're actually requiring a subsidy where you have to go into one of your accounts and pay for it. The other issue is clear that it's going to require districts, when they have that input with street services, to begin to reconfigure some of these historical events that we can no longer afford to have every 5K run in the street. They may have to run, as we've directed people around the Coliseum, to run on the sidewalk or in the park at no expense, as opposed to having several dozen motor officers and such trying to put something together along Exposition and Figueroa. So we're going to have to reconfigure them. I talked briefly this week with Mr. Rosenthal, who had some concerns about his farmers markets, and explained that I think he's got 6 or 7 of them. At least half of them are on secondary streets that can be dealt with almost identical to block parties, to where they can put their own signs up and their own barricades, where there is no requirement other than a deposit and an insurance fee. And so these are things that every office is going to have to dictate that, because we're no longer able to just let people decide how they're going to use the city streets and then the city absorbs the cost. The other thing that we need to, there were some offices that contacted us, was trying to find out how many of these special events have been in their district, and we just refer you to council file. There's a special event file that you can go to and find out all of your prior motions and see what they are in your district. The key factor also on the $5 million limit was that we had created that with the subsidy for developmental fees. We used it for the subsidy for convention center, and we believe that it should be consistent here so that we're not in a position to basically subsidize very wealthy nonprofit organizations. And so the key was trying to put our money where it could be most used and benefit those that were less well off. And so also you'll see in the motion today that we renamed the fund a subsidy fund, and that now can be used for a variety of subsidy. Clearly, you want to make it today. You can't roll the money over to next year, and you can't transfer it to another fund. It's strictly for subsidy for the 1 year that you have it. And so those are things that we wanted to tie up, but it's a major part of our financial policies that we were trying to get this put in place. And Rita, why don't you talk a little bit about the issue of the impact on LADOT when you get these waivers, and particularly in this year's budget?
Rita Robinson, LADOT General Manager. Unlike many other years, the council and the city has had, we've not faced a $500 million plus deficit. So we're in more trouble than usual in this year. And part of that trouble is because we just do not have the money to cover events that we did before at the cost level we did. In our budget this year, you adopted a budget that was $4 million short in our overtime account, which many of these special events occur in. So from the very beginning, we've been very honest with you about the fact that a $4 million reduction in our overtime account leaves us the money available to do emergencies and police response type activities. Not for many of the special events that we've been doing over the years, such as, the Academy Awards, the Marathon, the Hollywood Bowl, those things that were not reimbursed. We are certainly willing as a department to work closely with street services and the CLA and the CAO to establish more standardized procedures for small events such as block parties and for farmers markets, because we realize many of those venues don't have the resources. So we'll work with them on standardized programs because they happen every week. So if we teach them how to do it safely and effectively, we can reduce the cost and come up with something that might work for them. So we're very willing to do that. But those are not the real people that eat the money. So we'll work with you to work with the community to do something good. The folks that eat up the money are the huge events, the AEGs, the Grammys. Those are the things that take the money because they're at night. They require a substantial amount of engineering in order to make it work, and they require a lot of person power. And in the MOU that's been developed for those unions, we have to pay them overtime. So I don't have the discretion to say, I'll pay you straight time, or if you come in at 10, you can, leave at 7. We don't have that kind of discretion built into our MOUs for any of our staff. So we have to pay them overtime. So with the $4 million reduction in overtime, we're faced with not having money for emergencies as fires and other things are coming up in our season where we need to respond and waivers for special events at venues where we've recommended to venues to add a 50 cent or 75 cent per ticket charge in order to cover the cost for traffic control. Any of you that have been to the Hollywood Bowl realize that the chaos of sitting up and unwinding, getting out of the Hollywood Bowl is pretty chaotic. Without traffic officers or without engineering, it could be pretty crazy out there. So it's not that we don't want to show up or we don't want to protect the city. It's just that, as I said, around kitchen tables, if you don't have enough money to pay the rent, the light bill, and the car note, something has to go, and so many families are dealing with whether they can buy food or not. Well, the city's going to be in that situation too. There's some things that we'll just have to do without. So what we're suggesting in this process of trying to find ways to save money by helping us standardize some things, the staff have even come up with ideas of putting up permanent signs for farmers markets so that way there's no signs up, signs down. Every Friday we know there's a farmers market, so we could possibly look at putting up signage that gives people that cover so they know not to park there, so we don't have to be there. Finding ways we don't have to use staff power to do this. I think all of us have to realize that something has to change in this city. We are running up a bill now on a credit card that's way beyond its limit. And what it's going to do is affect our staffs and the people that work for us. So at this point, we're working closely with the city attorney's office, the CLA, and any other departments you want us to work with, as well as police, to respond when we need to respond, but to try to do it responsibly within the amount of money we have and not overspend. That's what we're trying to do. So hopefully we can get to that point. We also have some concerns about city-sponsored events, but what we're doing, what DOT is doing in every financial status report, we're listing all of the motions, all the things where we've been reimbursed, those that we haven't, so that we can be really clear about what our costs are on a monthly basis, so we can let you know, and also let you know how much money we have left in our budget, because as I reported to the Budget and Finance Committee a couple of weeks ago, we're already at a $4 to $5 million deficit in our salary account, and when I can't meet salary demand, I can't pay anybody. So these are some of the things that we're trying to wrestle with as we go through not only special events, but having money for salaries in general for the city.
Thank you. Tom, Street Services.
Good morning, Tom Carbello, Bureau of Street Services. I think one of the important things to remember here is we're already processing special event permits. We have a system already in place. There's a few other components now that will come into play, but special events is nothing new for us. One of the things that we've already done is realign some staff members to that section to begin the notifications of all the departments, all the affected departments and bureaus. We've already conducted a few meetings. We had one, in fact, yesterday with LAPD, DOT, and a few other departments, trying to get some information from them, trying to get feedback so that we are up and ready to go once we get the word. But again, to reiterate, we are already doing these types of permits, and I think with the assistance of all the other departments, we'll be ready to go.
Tom, would you explain two things? One, the flexibility of getting a permit, they can go online or go to your other offices, and then also in dealing with the process that you've just articulated, what have you talked about the impact currently on the waivers on your department?
As far as the impact, we reassigned 3 investigators currently right now to assist with this. There are positions that we do have to be able to fill. Otherwise, it creates a significant impact on just general services that we provide, aside from special events. Sorry, what else, sir?
And then also the piece where you are going to map them so people can see that there's no conflicts?
Absolutely. Right now, part of the process, we're receiving the applications. We are faxing those applications to the council offices that are affected, all the different departments and bureaus. In addition to that, we are using the PWRS system, Public Way Reservation System, reserve that location for that event. And again, that is all information that we're providing to all the affected folks.
And then what's the variety of ways people can apply for a permit?
We have a website that is in use. It's been in use now for a number of years. We have a public counter, so we have people that come in. They can apply at the counter. They can apply online, and we are going to be talking to Bureau of Engineering and Building Safety to allow them to issue applications in Van Nuys office and maybe out in the San Pedro and Wilmington area.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have public comment cards before we go to the next three speakers. Would they like to go to public comment cards? Ms. Hahn is next. Did you want to hear from the public first, or you want to continue this debate and we'll hear from afterwards? Public? Okay. Nick Pacheco is our first speaker. Welcome, council member, to the chambers. And after that is Zuma Dog in Van Nuys. Good afternoon.
Good morning, council members. I just wanted to come before you. I was going to thank you so much for exempting the farmers markets from the special events policy, but I've been informed since this morning that they're not exempt and that there's going to be a competition in each council district between farmers markets and the other special events that we all enjoy. I'm here as a volunteer primarily because in my community and when I was in the council, I really enjoyed the farmers markets because they brought a sense of community into each district, into each neighborhood, and specifically when everyone complains that Los Angeles, we're so disconnected and we're such a big, vast city, I really enjoyed these events. Not to take away anything from the other special events that are done throughout the districts, but I really would encourage you not to support anything that's going to create a problem for the farmers markets. If you can, I'm not sure if you have it within you today, if you can set them aside, get a report back, get some actual cost in terms of what's going on, sit down with the providers to find out exactly how they're running them and what the costs are for them, and then you can come up with a policy that works for everybody, because the current policy is a competition, and in my viewpoint, it's an unhealthy competition, and it shouldn't exist that way. So whatever you can do today to get the farmers market off of this fee policy, I would appreciate and would like your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. Councilmember Zuma Dog is our next speaker in Van Nuys, and then Arnold Sachs back here in our chambers. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, and I'm very happy that City Council is finally addressing what I am deeming the Zuma Dog issue. 3 years ago, when I was walking through chambers, a city worker came up to me and said, Zuma Dog, you talk every day about these agenda items. You don't see the river of shadiness that flows through the special event fee waivers. And it really sums up the problem with the entire city council. It's supposed to be for one thing, then they end up subverting it and using it for something else. So what we're visiting the special event fee waivers. It's supposed to be for small community events, to allow them, if they can't pick up trash removal and the parking and the police and some of these types of things, you know, maybe maybe $500, $1,000 so the community can get the event off the ground. So then what happens? Oh, Vanity Fair party. Oh, Academy Awards. Oh, let's give $500,000 to the Dodgers. And it becomes, I'd like to remind City Council that public money for these nonprofit, oh, by the way, it has to be for open to the public community benefit events. And that means free and of community benefit. Not some VIP event that you have to pay extra money for. Okay, and now the city's bankrupt. And this is something day in and day out. And I'm here to tell you that I still bet that now we're going to see these items popping up on the agenda as regular items, and they're going to be taking this out of the general fund. So I'd like to remind you, the special event fee money is not business stimulus. Okay, it's not business stimulus money. If you want to do that, then come up with money for that and come up with subsidies and tax breaks and do whatever you want and to rob it out of the rest of the general fund. But with this, Special event fee waivers, I'd like to remind you, it is always and only for open to the public community events of benefit, small things, not business stimulus money. This whole thing's been a corrupt racket. I hope y'all get indicted, and you deserve to, and let's put this to an end.
Thank you, Mr. Dowd. Mr. Arnold Sachs is next, and then we have Dimitrios Mavromakoulis. Dimitrios Mavromakoulis, after Mr. Sachs.
Some of these are not.
Good morning. Thank you. Arnold Sachs. Yes, indeedy. A fee to tickets proposed by the LADOT to help pay for expenses. Regarding fees, 2 words. Trash increase fee. That's 3. That's like the city council's counting. Last year, the 99-cent store faced a deficit because their costs were higher than their expenses were higher than their income. So they were in a dilemma. If they raised their prices, they'd have to change their logo. So for less than a penny, they didn't have to change their logo. For less than a penny, it kept the corporation in the black. Yet the city council, the LADOT proposes 25 cents per ticket. And the people who charged with the living wage ordinance proposed 25 cents per ticket at LAWA to pay for health benefits. Fees. Who's going to decide where the fees are spent? And to top it off, the Budget and Finance Committee leading this discussion on fee recovery. Yet when they were had the discussions regarding the stewardship of the LA Marathon, the first action they took in the contract negotiations was to eliminate the city's opportunity to review the race after the new ownership ran the race, and now, with this change of date, all it did was cost the city money. More fees wasted. Whose pocket does it come out of? You can be sure it's not the city council's. Public pays, city leading from behind. Go get them.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. Dimitrios Mavromakoulis. Is he still here? Dimitrios? Okay, John Walsh is our next speaker then.
Let me see if there's some other reason.
And after that will be Dr. Clyde Williams.
John Walsh, HollywoodHighlands.org. I want to thank Councilman Parks, and he's the only one who could have done this. This is an excellent first step. He spent a lot of time. He's put everyone together. Remember, when you do a good job, I tell you do a good job. I'm not up here to play with myself, okay? However, I must take a couple of exceptions when you talk about these block parties being small amounts. On the agenda right now, West Boulevard Block Party, Wesson, $6,199. You know how much we could put an ambulance on the street for that? We could save a life for that. How do these people spend $6,000 when I've been going to block parties for 20 years and we didn't ask for a dime? Let's share the sacrifice. Let's share the sacrifice and put a moratorium while we have a $500 million deficit on all fee waivers. Your number one priority, which you haven't spoken about forever at this meeting, is public safety. The mayor decries fire scare tactics, and all you do, and incidentally, UFLAC, UFLAC, to find out the brownout. Maybe it's on your block party. There's a brownout alert there. Find out whether your ambulance service has been cut for today. It's there for a number of months. I'm telling you right now, we had one the other day for a potluck. We have city people putting up signs and blocking things out so people can eat potato salad in a city where children are murdered, in a city where we don't know whether our ambulances are here or there, in a city where the mayor should be taking a drug test because he's acting more and more bizarre. Take a look at his eyes, the way they spin at the meetings. I'm going to finish by saying, HollywoodHighlands.org if you want to know the mayor's full physical state.
Our last speaker is Dr. Clyde Williams. We have 3 and 48 together, that's why.
How many minutes? Yeah. I'll get it done in one. The current, today's special event calendar would be annualized to $6 million. This whole thing revolves around $2.5 million as a minimum. By the way, we have a neighborhood council system which also does special events, hosts special events, allocates money to special events, almost 90 of them, each one with 12 to 15 members on their boards, and you get it all for less than $5 million total. Maybe the special events procedure should include fully the neighborhood councils and give the money to the neighborhood councils because they are free. They don't cost you anything, and they have to be audited anyway. So I reserve my 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Ms. Hahn. After that is Mr. Koretz, and then Mr. Zine. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. Well, I know we've been working on this policy a long time, and I know, Councilmember Parks, you've worked really, really hard to get us a policy today that is something that we can support. And we've all been asking for a good special events policy for a very, very long time. I still have some issues and by the way, you addressed a lot of the issues that I brought up last time, I think, in a good way. But I think, colleagues, we just need to know what we're voting on today. And I think we need to be very transparent. We need to clarify some things. We need to be open. We need to understand what it is that we either are voting on or not voting on. Let me just get some clarification. And one of them is the idea of the citywide events. Okay, that we have before us a list of citywide events. Events that include things like the Academy Awards, the Emmy Awards, the Grammy Awards. Are those, and yet there's another section, I think on page 11, that says, page 11, it says, the events held at Staples, the Coliseum, Dodger Stadium, Sports Arena, Hollywood Bowl, Greek Theater, Kodak Theater, and major award shows shall not be subsidized or waived unless otherwise provided by contract. Can you explain why they're on the citywide list, which makes us believe that they are eligible to be subsidized, and then the conflict in that section? Hold my time. Just again, so we're clear. I just want to be clear.
I'll take the first stab at it. Okay. The way the citywide list was put together was every council district was asked for their events that they felt was citywide.
Right, got it.
Okay. So from our perspective, let's take the Academy Awards, for example.
Okay.
That's run by a nonprofit organization. It's run by a foundation, a 501c3. So it should be eligible for a subsidy. And I'd like to turn it over...
Yeah, that's a big conflict with what the ordinance says.
I'd like the city attorney to discuss his ordinance.
Okay.
Because I think he can best address that.
Because on page 11 it says, like I said, for major award shows at all these venues, they shall not be subsidized. I'm going to let the city attorney answer this.
There's some that aren't.
So that's really a conflict, I think.
The ordinance deals with events at major sports and entertainment venues by saying that they have to pay all their fees and costs unless the council by contract has approved a contract whereby it's determined that some fees or costs would be subsidized, but it would have to be by contract.
Now, what does that mean exactly?
There would have to be a contract presented.
Who is that contract entered into with?
It would be the sponsor of the event at whatever venue we're
With
talking about.
the city, with the particular...
Oh, with the city.
with the
As
city?
an entity, there's only one entity, and that's the city.
Okay, because I understood these citywide events, which are coming out of the $1 million fund, it's up to the council district, council member where that event is being held to decide how much of the fees they would like to subsidize, up to 50%. So now we have this new category of a major contract. How does that get executed?
The way all other city contracts get executed, it gets negotiated,
okay.
and whomever the council authorizes to execute the contract would execute it.
So when does that happen?
When the contract is negotiated and it's ready for
So
execution.
we need to start negotiating, somebody needs to start negotiating contracts with these events that are considered citywide events, but you're saying they're nonprofit.
To the extent that a department such as Department of Transportation, for example, is responsible for providing services, and a venue approaches them and says, will you provide these services that we need for this event, the department can meet with the private event organizer and say, this is what we provide, the normal level of services, if you will, to protect public safety and welfare, but beyond that, you have to pay. They can agree to provide the resources, assuming they have the financing for it, subject to reimbursement by that private operator. So I do believe that a department like DOT would have the authority to enter into a contract to fully recover the costs that they would otherwise provide. That wouldn't have to come before the council. DOT can execute that type of a contract where there's no
Only if they're a nonprofit.
where there's no subsidy being provided, even a for-profit event, where there's no subsidy being provided for the event at all.
Right, a for-profit event, an award show, under your ordinance, or our ordinance, we are not allowed to subsidize them. But we are allowed to tell them, we think you need this much services from the city. We think you need this many police officers, this many traffic officers, this many barricades, but you have to reimburse us for that.
Correct.
If, however, they're a nonprofit, we have entered into some contract with them where then the council office can decide to subsidize them up to 50%.
And that's a point that was only clarified for me today. That is, if there is for a citywide event, if there's to be a subsidy, the intent was, and this is a misunderstanding on my part, the intent was that the council office, that is the mainly affected council office, would decide up to 50%. My understanding was that it was to be 50% for citywide events. So that's a point that would need to be clarified in the ordinance as well, now that I understand it.
It's
that
up
the
to.
council office, the individual council office, would have the say as to how much up to 50% would be provided for a citywide event.
Right.
That's
Thank
not
you,
the
Ms.
way
Hahn.
this draft ordinance
Right, I'll
reads.
push my button.
Press your button, okay. Mr. Kretz is next.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a confusing issue, and one that's also a little bit disappointing because we heard that before this budget cut, city staff took this as sort of funny money. Okay, it's $5 million, it's allocated. We don't have to be careful about how we spend it. We just subsidize it, and we can handle it. I mean, in a way, our budget troubles sometimes are a positive thing because we're having to look at how we can be more careful financially. But I'm not sure if we aren't going too far and too quickly. And I'm not sure that we're taking into account that some districts have a number of farmers markets, and this is going to put some of them out of business, which I think is not the goal. The goal is to figure out how we can do these in a more cost-effective way. There clearly are ways to cut. And then see how well that worked and put it into the budget. I'm particularly nervous about the item in the motion to transfer $175,000 from the special fund to the reserve fund, because that strikes me as money that might be put into a farmer's market fund to help us keep these places afloat as we digest and fine-tune the effort to cut down the budget. This is still a substantial cut without this. If we're going from $5 million to $2.5 million, I think that's pretty commendable. But whether we want to also cut sort of a safety net for these programs, I think is a little bit of a question. We just got a letter from Bill Rosendahl raising his concerns that this new policy may drive some of the farmers markets out of business, and saying that if he were present today, he would exempt the markets from this policy, and asks that we all consider whether markets will continue to thrive if we make this cut prior to implementing the new policy. And I would think if there's some way to do that, to implement the cost-cutting measures first and then see where we are, rather than slicing at this aggressively, I would think we want to consider some way to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Madam President. The issue of costs, the issue of special events, I know that some areas of the city, they'll have a special event, they'll block off the area. Week after week, doesn't seem to be a problem. They have wonderful events. There's one on Laurel Canyon in Studio City, right off of Laurel Canyon. No DOT deployed. Somehow they barricade the area. It's been going on for months, if not years. Why can't we do it in that fashion? So the special event permit, whatever the fee is, if there's no fee, they're obligated to have the insurance, obligated to secure the area, whether it's in a private parking lot or in that particular area adjacent to that street that parallels Ventura Boulevard, connects to Laurel Canyon. Why can't we do something simple so we don't harm them in their process? At the same time, deploy a DOT out there, it really doesn't serve a purpose because there's nothing for them to do. It's already blocked off. And if they put a 18-wheeler there blocking traffic, no one's going to go through that, as we saw the tragedy happen in Santa Monica. Why can't we do that? To avoid a lot of this issue on causing the farmers markets to suffer in pain, like the one they have out here, South Steps of City Hall, on the lawn.
You're correct, sir. I mean, what we're trying to do, two things would help. If we could get farmers markets off the streets, that would be the safest way. If we could get them in a venue, very much like the one at City Hall is, it's not in the city streets. And secondly, we're not deploying at this point because, you know, as you might remember, traffic officers are used for traffic control and citation issuance. And the other arm of the department is trying to raise money for the city and keep circulation of parking meters in business so people can stay in business. And with decreasing levels of staff because of vacancy control, we're trying to make sure we maintain our vacancy levels. We're caught in two places. So we're not deploying for small venues where it's ongoing every week, and we can be assured that most of the time they're going to operate as usual. So you're absolutely correct, and that's one of the things we're talking about. How can we standardize procedures for many farmers markets by either trying to find the venues off the street where there's less traffic and less safety issues and into a venue, or if they are going to remain in the street, have it coned and standardized so that they do the same thing every week, and we put up permanent signage so that way they know every Friday there's a farmer's market here and not the park. And that way it would decrease the number of staff, you know, that we need to deploy there under any circumstances.
That way it seems to be a win-win, because I know that in my district, many of the farmers markets are in private parking lots. It doesn't create a problem, it doesn't create a hazard. They sell their product, everyone's happy, they go home, and it ends successfully. The other question I have is regarding dollars and with the special events. The Dodgers, the Staples, the different venues, do we get reimbursed for the deployment of personnel?
No, that's my point. I mean, I would be more than willing to help every farmer's market to operate safely and effectively in the city, and in working with street services and other departments to make it safe for everyone. But that's not where your problem is. Your problem is for the big venues like Dodgers and, you know, all of the other events, the Hollywood Bowl, Greek Theater, that do not reimburse. And what I did was, and I testified to this at Budget and Finance a couple of weeks ago, is that we sent out letters to those venues in accordance with the policy set forth by this budget to say, look, we're going to run out of money. We want to sit down with you, negotiate a contract with you that will give us reimbursement for the type of level of service that you want. Just like you buy airline ticket, you can buy coach, business, or first class. So we want to work with them to find out which level of service they are willing to pay for so that we can provide a safe environment for those venues before I run out of money and I can't send anybody out.
Well, I see that as a huge cost when it comes to the venues, whether they're having something at the Coliseum or having something at Dodger Stadium, and when they have a sellout game, the number of DOT personnel you deploy are at the Hollywood Bowl, and then they use the Explorers out of the different divisions to block off the side streets. I don't know if the Explorer posts get reimbursed by that venue, but the bottom line is we're draining a lot of personnel, a lot of resources, and they are all making money. They're all having, if it's a concert at the Hollywood Bowl, they're making money, which is a county facility, and we're deploying city resources for people going to a county facility, but we're not getting any money.
Correct.
So I would support whatever you need to pursue that activity. I mean, they don't have the county sheriffs out there policing Highland Avenue. They've got DOT and LAPD, yet the venue of the Hollywood Bowl is owned by the County of Los Angeles.
Correct.
So we seem to have a large gap as far as the opportunity to generate some revenue and free our personnel to do what they need to do, enforcement of the parking regulations, the flow of traffic. And I think we've really missed the ball on that particular mark. And I think if we pursue that, whether it's Dodger Stadium or the Hollywood Bowl, the Greek Theater or Staples, whatever the case may be, or the Coliseum for that matter, which is not owned by the City of Los Angeles, generate some dollars.
Thank you,
generate
Mr.
those dollars to help this budget and help your department out.
Thank you, Mr. Zine.
Thank you.
Mr. Broughton again.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And first of all, let me thank our budget chair, Mr. Parks, for bringing this back. We missed it, and we appreciate his good hard work as well as the entire city family that has represented this table, some of whom I understand might retire when this is done. It's taken so long. But with that, we thank you for the work that you have done. And this is really critical. This has been 7 years in the making, colleagues. 7 years.
Maybe 8.
Maybe 8, according to Mr. Lavange. And it's time to act. And one of the things we need to know around here is I know there's a lot of people with different concerns on different things. And those are legitimate. They've always been legitimate each time we talk about this. And we can tweak those things as we go. That's part of the power of a legislative body, is that we never have lost that power to be able to make those changes. But we will never have a perfect policy come before us. And if we are looking for the perfect, we will never pass something. And if we never pass something, we will not save the money. And if we don't save the money, this city will continue to be in debt. We have done a good job of keeping the car from heading off the cliff, but this is an important piece of the downward trajectory if we don't do this. So first of all, let me start by encouraging folks to move forward with this. Work through the problems that have been raised. Farmers markets, our nonprofits that don't have a lot of money to need to figure out these things. But let us also recognize for the public 2 things, because I think a lot of people think we've been spending millions and millions of dollars on special events. We have to some degree, but we also, many times, I don't think when we do the private ones and get reimbursed, and we actually do have those personnel out there, but a lot of events don't cost that much, and they're actually people who are already on the city's payroll. So we didn't take the money away from something and put it over to a special event. What we have done is the people who were on, who might have been giving traffic tickets or checking the parking meters, instead are helping to make sure that people have a closed-off street. But many times we have the people coming to pick up their own barricades. We have council staff that is working for the same cost that they're already getting paid for to help do those things. We have nonprofits and neighborhood councils who help with those special events. So in some ways the problem has been blown up by estimates that have never been that accurate. Though I do want to emphasize, I think for the private reimbursements, they have been accurate. We do, on the other hand, need to look at the life of a city. In difficult times, there are special events we know that we do, like a job fair that I just had up in Atwater Village, that we're going to have in Atwater Village, with the most at-risk young people in North Atwater Village who are faced with a choice between gun violence and gang violence, dropping out of school, or what we're going to do, which is bringing in the iron workers and bringing in the electricians and bringing in building trades to let these folks have a chance to have a job. It isn't just potlucks. It isn't, and by the way, in a great city, we should figure out a way for there to be a procedure for people to close down their street and have a potluck. what is the point of living in a city if we do not come together at these special times? But what we're voting on here today is not whether or not the potluck continues, it's what we can afford to pay for, and what we ask of our nonprofit groups, our community groups, our businesses who are oftentimes part of this through chambers and others, to help and step up and share in the sacrifice this year, and for us to have something that gives us more self-control, because it's been so easy to say any special event, yes, yes, yes. This year we cannot. Next year we will not be able to. There might be sunnier days ahead, but in the meantime, I expect that some folks will carry balances in their accounts. That we have, by giving $100,000, there are parts of the city that don't have close to $100,000 worth of special events right now. And one of the things that I'd like us to do as a body, if people have that, to be able to help one another, to be able to look towards how we make sure that the city benefits. Because I love going to the Deaf Festival in Van Nuys, and I love going to the Persian Festival in Van Nuys, and I love going down to the Lobster Festival in San Pedro, and I love going to things around the city because though I represent one part of it, I'm an Angelino. And I love Los Angeles, and we should give that same opportunity to everybody who lives here. This will go to a second reading one way or another, because we don't have 12 members here today. But we need this to be passed, colleagues. We need to make any changes between now and a second reading, but not big ones where everybody brings necessarily a brand new list, where people necessarily come together and say, let's change fundamentally how this works. But let's work through those problems that Mr. Alarcon, Mr. Koretz, and others have talked to me about, and let's figure out a way to get this in place, because the clock is ticking, and every day that we wait is further that we're in debt this year, and we have to get some solutions on the table. So thank you again, Mr. Parks. It's not a politically popular thing to do, but it's necessary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Labange?
I'm offended by what Mr. Zine said about the Hollywood Bowl, because the Hollywood Bowl is an important cultural facility for all of us. CAO, Madam CAO, what does the Hollywood Bowl pay in their tax for parking? Hold my time.
I don't have the answer to that.
Does anybody have an idea what the Dodgers pay for their tax for parking? Does anybody have an idea what the Hollywood Bowl, Coliseum, any of these facilities, what is the tax? 10%? Is that correct?
The city's parking tax is 10%.
Okay, members, I think we should know what the tax they pay. And at the Hollywood Bowl, it has the highest concentration of people using public transit. And they used to have to park, they had to park on Highland. We make them park on Highland. Have you ever seen that, Rita? They park right on Highland, so you can't just not have it without cooperation of the city. How do we deal with that issue? Hold my time.
We currently deal with it by having staff out there to help deploy. We deploy staff in order for the traffic not to get built up. So they pay taxes, however, that is not, a lot of entities pay taxes, but we also deploy staff on overtime throughout the event so that we can have traffic flow for the Hollywood Bowl.
But you pay them on overtime because we know their schedule. We know the Philharmonic is on Tuesday and Thursday, and on Saturday is something else. We know the Dodgers have, how many they have? 82 home games. If we know out of the block what time they are, we could figure it out a little better. And I'm just saying, I will feel more comfortable than Mr. Garcetti. I appreciate what you said about trying to be cooperative, but it's difficult to be cooperative when we don't have the facts on what the taxes that they pay at these facilities. Those taxes were put on by a previous council to make up for this cost. And if you look at look at the record, because I was here. That was a concept that with everything's cost. That was a new tax that we put on. And does anybody know, Mr. Miller, when that tax was put on? The parking tax? We put the parking tax on many years ago, in the last 15 years ago, or 10 years, 12 years ago, I remember. It was to cover stuff like this, and I'd like to see that investigated before we come back. I also want to see a seat at the table of the Department of Neighborhoods, because what is missing is a place for people to go right to and access to have someone help them if they so choose to have a celebration in their community. I also wanted to say I do on the Academy Awards issues. What's the question? What's the question? Any question? Okay. On the Academy Awards, what are we doing on the Academy Awards? And hold my time, please.
The Academy Awards they're on the citywide list, and I think that's the context in which the issue came up.
Which means what?
That they're designated as one of the events that you could fund out of the $1 million pot. instead of it coming out of the Council District 13 pot.
Right, but is there a $1 million, how much does that cost? And how much extra cost did the police and fire and the FBI and everybody else, and then in national broadcast? And have we talked to the Academy Awards? They already met with the Academy Awards representatives.
The estimated cost for the Academy Awards, the last motion that was introduced was $410,000 for city costs, fees and costs. So $205,000 would, that's the estimated amount that would come out of the $1 million.
Did we
for
talk
that
to
event.
them?
I did not talk to them.
Okay, how bad would we feel if the Academy Awards said, let's go to New York City? How bad would we feel if some of these events said, let's go to Pasadena or someplace else? I think we should be cautious, members, to make sure that we look at this. We are a very important place to hold events, but I don't want to run us out. And I want to compliment the Convention Center for they had an event there. I saw in the business section, first time ever that has helped the exposure for the Convention Center. Members, 10K runs, farmers markets. Why do people do that? For health. It came about because people want healthy foods. That's very important. We should find a way to help them. And also for running events, it's very important to celebrate the city. So I have a lot of questions there. I want to work with the CAO's office and try to find some answers and also look at the history, Mr. Miller, because I truly believe that it was a tax was put on at another budget crisis to address this issue. And also, I truly believe the Dodgers know when they're playing next year in one of the 82 games, and we can schedule the people on the time that we know that they're going to play.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Alarcon.
Exactly. Excuse me, I was just finishing lunch. Has there been any analysis about these issues that Tom is raising relative to the revenue generated by these events? So, for example, the Academy Awards, have we done an analysis of the hotel bed tax that we receive as a result of that activity? Have we done an analysis of the marathon in terms of how much revenue the city gets from people coming in relative to hotel tax or parking tax? If we haven't done those, it doesn't make sense to me. Shouldn't we provide for an exemption for those events from which we can prove that they are generating more revenue than taking?
No such analysis has been done.
Nor has there been an answer to my question. Is it a rhetorical question, or... Colleagues, look, I have the fewest special events of all the 15 council districts. And yet I have been very clear about my position that the people of Los Angeles enjoy these special events. They expect these special events. I also think that to come before us with this proposal without being able to tell us without any economic analysis about the benefits that are derived from some of these events is irresponsible. We should not be taking action without considering we might lose the Academy Awards to some other city and therefore lose millions of dollars in revenue that otherwise would cost us a fraction for. It doesn't make sense to me. I think the people of Los Angeles want the Academy Awards. I think the people of Los Angeles want a strong LA Marathon. I think the people of Los Angeles want these events because they know intuitively that they generate economics, not take away from our government. They don't deplete the police resources. They provide the money that helps us fund more resources. And I think that this is irresponsible. So I know that I'm not, and I'm only looking at you because you're sitting before me. I'm talking to my colleagues. The point is, we should not listen to a handful of naysayers when the general public wants us to have special events. And that's the policy consideration, and that's why I'm voting no on this proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. Mr. Wesson for the first time.
Thank you, Madam President and members. Maybe I could get Jerry to come up. You know, today Mr. Walsh came up and he said that, you know, he was under the impression that the block party events were inexpensive, and he gets that, and then he looks and he sees that there's a block party in the district that I represent where our estimated cost is $6,199. I don't mind him being angry for that. I would be angry for that. I would never authorize anything like that if I realistically thought that's what it would cost. So we've got a lot of people upset with us over events that don't cost near that much. Now, I went to this block club. It was on West Boulevard in the district I represent. It was one block. They came to whichever Department of Transportation location was the closest because they were required to come and pick up the barricades that you block the streets off with. So I think I counted 8 barricades. 4 at one corner, 4 at the other corner. There was no city employees there. There were no fire people there to provide safety. No way can that cost $6,199. The problem is in the calculation of these fees. Amen. It's not like we're buying new barricades. These barricades are older than Dennis Zine. Most of them. I've just been corrected. They're older than Bernard Parks, and that was Mr. Zine that said that. So it's not like we have to buy new barricades. So Jerry, I don't blame Mr. Walsh and others. But if they want to be angry at us, and that's fine, give them the real cost. And if our calculations say that for this little block party, that it costs $6,199, then we need to get somebody else to do our calculations because that person has difficulty with math. Because that is not the cost. I don't mind, again, all of us, if people get upset with us. But get upset with me that's justified. How, Jerry, please? How could this cost $6,000, or estimated cost $6,199 for 8 to 10 of the little barricades that you block the street out, that they picked up themselves and they returned? There was no DOT personnel, no police, no fire.
Thank you, Mr. Wesson. Your time is up. Did you want a response to that?
I would like a response. Sure. I should have said, well, hey, I want a response.
All right. First of all, let me talk a little bit about process. The estimates that you see essentially come from the departments that are contacted, street services or DOT or fire or whatever, based on.
And I love you. You know that. I'm actually going to, and I never publicly. But if our Department of Transportation and other people are giving us these kinds of estimates, then we have a serious flaw in the way we put our formula together. And I want to have it, regardless how we move forward where it relates to this new ordinance, the formula should be correct and the estimates should be correct. If this costs more, and I'm erring on the side of caution, if this costs more than $1,000, if I had a hat, I would eat it. Any kind of hat.
And Mr. Weston, where I was going is that I agree with you. We've always questioned the estimates on these events and what they're based on. Part of what this process is going to do is formalize that. Now, the motions that you see dozens of them every week coming through. And since the fees were just waived, it was approximately. What this process is going to do is formalize the process. There is going to be a reconciliation at the end of the event. There are policy issues that you're going to need to consider. Some of these are set by code, such as the fire inspection fee, and some are set by the Board of Public Works, the actual base permit fee. Others are based on estimates of cost. That does need to be fixed. In my view, I need to see justification of why basic salary costs are being charged to an event, because if people are working anyway, the event ought to be paying for the incremental costs, and in my view, that's primarily overtime. If you have to bring somebody on staff, or if you're diverting somebody from a revenue-producing activity that's costing the city money, but if somebody's already on staff, passing those costs through to a special event, in my view, is overestimating the charge. So I don't disagree with you at all. These estimates have been very, very, very rough in the past due to the volume and due to the speed in which these need to go through. So this process is going to help us formalize that and help us bring back to the body a formalized approach to how you calculate these fees.
Mr. Wesson, if you would
Let me, if I
like-
could just wrap up.
Okay, because you're over your
If I
time.
could just wrap up. The individuals that work, I'll say for me, but they really work with me, they're my staff. And they do everything that I can to properly brief me, so that when I go out in front of the public, I don't look foolish. They try to protect me. In my view, I can't think of anything that's more important where it relates to the job of the CLA, anything more than protecting the council to make sure that the public is given accurate numbers. So I will say to you, Jerry, that let us immediately figure this out, because for the 4 years that I've been here, we get blasted every day on public comment or where it relates to special event fee motions. And that's fine, but are they blasting me for $1 million or blasting me for $100? At least let's have the accurate figure. And I think that it's unfair to us to be subjected to that.
Thank
now,
you, Mr.
there's
Weston.
no way $6,199 for one block that was blocked off.
Thank you, Mr. Wesson. Mr. Parks is our next speaker.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me just clarify a couple of things to start off. I think Jerry commented on Herb's question. Because it was waived in the past, nobody ever reconciled the bill versus what actually occurred versus the estimate. So the issue, it was always estimate, and everyone felt comfortable because you weren't spending real money. You were just sending people to do things, and it was waived in their budget. Rita absorbed it, Tom absorbed it, and that was the way it dealt with. The first time you're going to get an after-action accounting of it is now, where they now are obligated to tell the person who paid the fee, you paid too much, you paid too little, or that way we will know exactly what the cost is. If we believe that the costs are inflated, then we should have less concern about the money we have in our subsidy account, because it should go much farther than we ever assumed it was. And I think the issue, and Tom made the comment, if you go back and look at parking tax, they were never invented to pay for DOT to come to those locations. They were invented to create revenue into the general fund that we use for a variety of things. So they're not ever earmarked for that specific purpose. People talk about the marathon. The marathon is one of the few events that pays full freight. It pays its fees, it pays the full freight to the city of LA, and I think it's up to $700,000 a year now that they have to put on that race. So they're not in the same category as what we have. And they did a analysis years ago, and I think it was in the neighborhood of about $60 million they thought they brought into the city. So we can not like the policy, but I think what we have to look at, if we don't pass the policy, Rita and Tom do not have the money to respond to your events. If they don't show up, the events don't go on. We cannot continue to push waivers into their department and not give them the resources. The one thing Tom mentioned about why don't you just organize the events around the schedules. Many of you are probably aware that if you use the word special event in LADOT, the personnel are automatically by MOU on overtime. Whether they have worked 1 hour or 3 hours on a regular shift, the minute you put them on a special detail or special assignment, it is overtime. So you can't deploy around the Dodger games just on their deployment. They have to bring people in on a special event, which is overtime. So these are things that we have to look practically. So we may not like it, it's not perfect, but one of the things I think we have to realize seriously, we have one of our districts that spends almost $300,000 per year on farmers markets. Under any circumstances, we can't afford that. We can't afford to waive it, and we can't afford to pay it. So it's going to require districts to sit down and figure out what can they afford to give to the community, what can they afford to pay, what can they afford to merge together, what can they afford to put on private property. In fact, Dennis's comment, the way we resolve those local events is Greg Smith came in and said, why do we charge neighborhoods in the first place? Let them go and get their barricades, let them come and pay their insurance, and that's why that was included in the ordinance that says the bulk of our special events are neighborhood block clubs. They can merely go and pick their stuff up without a cost, pay their insurance, get a refundable deposit. So we can stand and sit and talk about 100 different holes in the policy, but if you leave here today without a policy, you've just put Rita and Tom and their departments in a situation that they cannot afford to continue, and you're going to pay for them down the road when we do the financial analysis. And just my last comment, and just be aware that when we're talking about furloughs and laying people off, I would think special events may come just a little bit below that. And we're talking about furloughs and laying people off in the city of Los Angeles to come up with a over $300 million deficit. And we're talking about dealing with special events and farmers markets that are well below that priority.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Ms. Hahn. Thank you. Again, I think no one disagrees that we need to have a policy that is a little more accountable and certainly is a little more, fiscally responsible. But I would agree wholeheartedly with what Councilmember Wesson just talked about, which is something I've been saying for the last 7 years. And I know this policy has been worked on for 7 years, but I've been saying this. We don't have an accurate accounting of what these events cost. And that is not, when we look at our citywide list, this is a guesstimate. This is a guesstimate. And before, as we talked about, we waived the fees. We got roundly criticized by the public, and unfairly so, because these events really never cost what we said every time on these agendas. Here's my concern, colleagues. We have 45 days now for street services to process the application, get it to the council member, have a real accounting of what it will cost. That means, Jerry, as you said, you're going to have to now, we're going to have to get into salary cost. We're going to have to decide whether or not these people are already working or it's overtime. We're going to have an accounting of what we think DOT is supposed to be charging. Now that comes to my office, and then I can pay half of it, but then we're giving a bill to these organizations out there. So before, you're right, we absorbed it. But we're asking people to write us real checks. And then, if I've got this straight, after the event, we're going to have to do another accounting. And really, now you're going to decide whether or not these departments refund the money to these organizations, and I guess you would be refunding it to me as well, since I also wrote 50% of that, and we find out at the end that it wasn't accurate. Then, besides that, in that 45 days, you're going to need to decide whether or not these organizations have more or less than a $5 million operating budget. Because if they have more than a $5 million operating budget, they're not going to be eligible to be subsidized. Now, who's going to figure that one out? Are you going to, have each of these organizations bring their books in? And this is, again, all in 45 days. And, gee, what if it's a time of the year that you have maybe 30 or 40 events happening in that same 45 days? Really? Really? You're going to assess all that in 45 days and get it to my office, and then I write the check, and they write the check, and then afterwards, while you're going into the next events, you're analyzing the cost of the previous events, and then your DOT is in the check writing business now, where they refund money that these organizations paid for or that my office paid for. I want a policy, colleagues. I want an ordinance, but I really feel like we're doing this completely backwards. What we should have had were real numbers, real accounting, real auditing going on of all of these departments that we will now be charging people for. I just have real concerns whether we're really ready to do this kind of accounting. This is really going to be massive accounting. That's what your departments are going to be involved in. Street services, DOT, police department, everybody. You're going to be involved now in just accounting. Ms. Hahn, if you could wrap up. We're over time now. I know, so... I know. I keep trying to keep them in check. It's hard. Colleagues, I want a policy. I don't want to seem like we're irresponsible. But I don't think we are ready to implement this starting in October. I just don't see how you're going to do it. Thank you. Mr. Koretz?
Yeah, I think I've had similar, maybe a worse story than Mr. Wesson, because being new to this, when we first approved some block parties, I actually went out and visited some of them. I found one on one long block where at the primary time the action was supposed to be happening, there were sawhorses at one end of the block, sawhorses at another end of the block, and one squirrel present for the actual event. Now, I actually pulled over adjacent to the event and got a parking ticket. So in theory, it might have even been profitable for the city. But I'm sure in whatever record keeping, we have it as a full cost event. I think a few of us have the same questions. I commend Councilmember Parks for all of his good work on this, but I'm still a little bit queasy about it. I don't know if it would be possible to consider a compromise and move forward the main item, but hold today's motion, additional motion that we just saw today, until all the preparatory work could be done and we actually know the real answers to many of the questions that we have. So that's just a thought to be considered.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. Mr. Zine and then Mr. Garcetti.
I'd like to really call the question because we're not going to vote on this today, I understand?
That's correct.
So I'm calling the question.
I think it's in order. If there's no objection to that, it's in order, then I'd like to make the motion to withhold.
Okay. Mr. Garcetti has made a motion to withhold. Mr. Zine?
And any member, just for everybody, it's in the rules. Mr. Holden used to do it, and this will give us room to breathe and talk about all these issues, but you just withhold, and then there's no first vote necessary. It goes to the second vote. So it's the same thing as whether we vote and send it to a second reading, but any individual member can stand up on a first reading of an ordinance and withhold, and that sends it to the second reading.
Mr. City Attorney, can you give us an opinion on that? Mr. Zine has made a motion to call the question, and Mr. Garcetti has made a motion to withhold, so can you render an opinion on that? So what we should do next? I'll get you next.
It's at your discretion whether to entertain Mr. Garcetti's motion to withhold first in front of the motion to call the question.
All right, so, Mr. Zine,
Withdraw for a second.
you achieved the same result. So, is there a second on either one of their motions?
It's not a motion. Mr. Zine, I think, is going to...
I'm going to withdraw, I'll withdraw my...
All right, then we have on the table the motion to withhold.
It's not a motion. Under the council rules,
He's going to vote.
it's a non-voted matter. Any of us can do this, by the way. And Nate used to do this all the time. You just stand up, withhold, and it goes to a second reading.
All right, so Mr. Garcetti has made his statement that he intends to withhold. Mr. City Attorney, could you...
Just for clarification, it's Rule 39.
All right, so with that, we've just withheld it.
It's my understanding that we have no policy as of September 30th.
Right, but if we did a first reading, it'd be the same thing.
No, but it's not coming back until October?
No, we'll come back
Second week of
It
September?
will come back when we come back from recess. That's, the discussion's ended on it.
It's not discussion. It's
Dion, this matter's been...
It voted on the first reading, and it had not gotten a unanimous vote. So it goes 1 week. That we have no policy.
My inquiry is only regarding the existing policy that terminates on September 30th.
Correct. So this will come up before that again before us, but you're correct about that, that we will not have a policy by September 30th.
Mr. Clerk,
I think we also, the posting of the ordinance takes time to take
Mr.
beyond October.
Right. There will be a period when there's no formal, you're right, actually. I think it's August 31st.
We've disposed of
whether
this
we
matter
voted
now.
on it, whether we voted ununanimously today, it would have also carried past that August 31st period.
So we will not have a way to use special events funding after September 1st?
We will not have a policy. We will certainly have a way.
Next item is item number 56.
No, it'll be just the ad hoc way that we have.
There's been a request to take item 56 out of order.
Just introduce your motions. Oh, no, you can,
all right, let's go.
That's the hold. You can introduce anything today.
All right, we're going to recess the regular meeting, go to the special meeting. We call the roll on the special meeting again? No? All right. What's the first item on the special meeting?
I believe you want to go to item 56, was called special by Councilmember Koretz.
Mr. Koretz, you wanted item 56 called special? Mr. Koretz.
Yes, item 56 is a request to hear about the process of recruiting and hiring a new chief, and this was requested so that council and the public would have a full understanding of the process in as clear and transparent a way as possible.
Thank you very much. Our first speaker, I believe, will be Commissioner John Mack.
No.
Miss Maggie Whalen, General Manager from Personnel.
Thank you. I just want to summarize the charter provision for the selection for Chief of Police. The recruitment and selection of qualified candidates for the Chief of Police is administered by the General Manager of the Personnel Department in cooperation with the Board of Police Commissioners. The process is an open competition based on professionally accepted recruitment and selection standards. The General Manager of the Personnel Department shall refer a group of at least 6 highly qualified candidates to the Police Commission. The Police Commission shall provide a list of 3 recommended candidates in rank order to the mayor for review and appointment of one of them. At the request of the mayor, the Board of Police Commissioners shall provide the mayor with an additional list of 3 candidates in ranked order from the group of candidates previously
Excuse me, Ms.
provided.
Whalen, for just a second, if I could ask people to hold their conversations to a minimum on either side of the chamber so that we can hear the speaker, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Please begin.
Thank you. The mayor's appointee shall be subject to confirmation by the council. Should the council fail to confirm the appointee, and if any additional candidates remain, the mayor may request and receive from the Board of Police Commissioners one additional candidate who will be selected from the group of candidates previously provided by the general manager of the Personnel Department. The mayor may appoint that candidate or one of the candidates on the list or lists previously provided to the mayor by the Board of Police Commissioners, subject to council confirmation. It is our intention to manage the search without an executive recruiter. Our primary sources of recruitment will be the California Police Chiefs Association, International Association of Chiefs of Police, and the Police Executive Research Forum. We will also be working closely with the Police Executive Research Forum to assist us in reaching out to potential candidates and during the initial screening process, particularly for the candidates who do not reside in California. Any expenses incurred will be paid for out of the existing Personnel Department funds. Our timeline projects that the actual selection will occur in November. We will be working with the Police Commission to move this along expeditiously, but not at the expense of the process. Our goal is straightforward, to ensure that the city hires the best qualified chief of police. During the next 2 weeks, we will be developing the recruitment plan and selection criteria with the Police Commission. We will be presenting our plan to the Police Commission on September the 1st, and filing is expected to open September the 2nd and will be open for a 2-week period. We will then evaluate the candidates through a screening process and expect to forward at least 6 names to the Police Commission. This is a pretty advanced timeline. I want you to know that we're aware of the fact that the police chief is going to be leaving October the 31st. But as I said before, we're trying to expedite this as much as possible, but we want to make sure that we do not cut any corners and we have a very valid and transparent selection process.
Thank you. Commissioner, did you wish to speak?
Thank you. Madam President and members of the council, as Ms. Whalen has indicated, we do intend to work in very close partnership with the Personnel Department, and we also are fully committed to making sure that it's a comprehensive process, that it's a fair process, and that it's an open process. And we want to make sure that members of the public have an opportunity to express their viewpoints and opinions regarding the leadership attributes that they feel the next police chief should possess. And undoubtedly, I'm sure people will have their thoughts about specific candidates. I have appointed our Vice President of the Police Commission, Andrea Orden, along with our Executive Director, Richard Tiefenk, to work, to assist me in working with the General Manager as we go through this process. We plan to hold 4 community meetings in various parts of the city. Specifically, our projected plan and timeline and locations as follows. On September 2nd of this year, 6:30 p.m., we plan to hold the initial one in the Friendship Auditorium, 3201 Riverside Drive. And I should point out that in the selection of the various locations, we had several things in mind. First of all, we wanted to try to make them as accessible as possible to various parts of the city. We were also looking for facilities, city facilities that were large enough to accommodate potentially large numbers of people, and we're also looking for free and accessible parking. The Friendship Auditorium location is designed to reach out to the East LA community to the extent possible. We frankly had hoped to go further in, but we had some difficulty finding a location that would be adequate and meet the criteria as outlined. September 2nd at 6:30 p.m., the second one will be held in the Crenshaw District, the Department of Water and Power Community Auditorium, 4030 Crenshaw Boulevard, that's Crenshaw and King. On September 9th, again 6:30 p.m., we will hold a hearing a meeting at the Felicia Mahood Senior Center. 111338 Santa Monica Boulevard in the west side of town. September 10th, One Generation, 18255 Victory Boulevard in Reseda. So hopefully these...
And Mr. Mack, if I could, will these be posted on a website so that people can see that? And if you want to give the website address? Somebody knows it. I think somebody knows it.
Chief can provide it, yeah.
So then you don't have to refer people to that. What's the address, the location online?
Madam President, the address will be www.lapdonline.org. We will be issuing a press release this afternoon, and they will also be disseminated throughout about 2,500 folks that we have on our address list that will email blast the press release out today, and we'll also send it to all the council offices.
Excellent. Very, very good. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
And in addition, the Personnel Department is developing an online survey to gather public opinion regarding the qualities the community would like the next police chief to possess. This survey will ask participants to rate the importance of a variety of selection criteria to be completed online. Links to the survey will be made available on all city department websites as well as each city council member's website. The survey will be posted for approximately 2 weeks, and results will be analyzed for consideration in developing the final selection criteria for the next chief of police to be utilized by the Board of Police Commission in reaching our decision on the 3 candidates that we would ultimately recommend to the mayor for his selection. And I should point out, if for any reason he's not satisfied with any of the 3, well then we will have to go back to the drawing board and submit another 3 candidates. And ultimately, once the mayor makes his decision, then his recommendation or his decision would be presented to members of the city council for either your concurrence or your non-concurrence. And if you do not concur, well then return it to the mayor, then we would have to go through the process again.
Thank you very much. Mr. Koretz, are you done with your time then?
I just want to thank you for outlining a transparent process and for the public involvement that you've planned for.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. Ms. Hahn, you're next in the queue.
Thank you very much. This is going to be a very interesting time for us to go through this process again. And listening to the list of the proposed public meetings, none of them will work for my council district. So the suggestion would be that people who are in San Pedro, Wilmington, Harbor City, Harbor Gateway, Watts, that they should just go online and provide their input. What's your, because you know, John, Watts is not going to go to DWP on Crenshaw. That's just not the way it works. So what's your suggestion for, I mean, my whole council district isn't anywhere close to these public meetings.
Well, you're right. I appreciate that, Councilmember Hahn. And this is something we wrestle with. We know this is a large city, and we know it's difficult.
So that's what I'm saying.
So we were hoping that
so you're encouraging
the alternative in terms of
is to go online.
People going online and and expressing completing the surveys, expressing their opinion that way.
If I were to hold maybe some of my own meetings in my district and in a large forum, whether it's a Watts Gang Task Force or maybe if there's a harbor area, would there be a way that I could get those comments to you? Or would you be maybe willing to have someone, if I set it up, maybe someone would come take notes?
And I would be willing to attend along with Mr. Frank. And by the way, I should have pointed out, I didn't, at each of these meetings, our plan is to have 2 commissioners, again, in attendance at each of these meetings along with our executive director, Mr. T. Frank. And I intend personally to attend all of them.
Another suggestion I might have would be to ask the organizations that already exist, like our CPABs, that are there to advise the police department. I know even in the Harbor area we have a youth teen CPAB, which might be interesting to maybe write each one of them a letter as well, asking for their input on the qualities that they would like to see in the next chief of police.
That's a very good idea.
Now, you did talk, Maggie, about national search, flying people in. Certainly we are looking within the department. So are we basically just encouraging people to apply, or how?
Absolutely. We are casting a very wide net, and this is a very open process.
And is this something that you will weigh on if you have kind of an overwhelming feeling that people would like to see the next chief of police from within the ranks of the current LAPD? Is that something that you would weigh? Is that one of the qualities that you're going to pay attention to?
Well, Councilmember Hahn, first of all, we recognize that there are some very, very outstanding and viable candidates, from within the ranks of the Los Angeles Police Department's command staff, and they will clearly be very, very seriously considered. However, we also feel that we have a responsibility both to make sure that we cast the widest possible net so that we can ultimately select the very best candidates. And they may end up being from within. However, we feel that we have a responsibility to look externally as well as internally.
Right. And I think it's particularly, I really appreciate the public process of this, although I know the ultimate decision lies with the commission and with the mayor and the council. But I think where we are as a city with the work that Chief Bratton did really has, brought back community-based policing, has reformed the department, improved the morale, reduced crime. So I really think it's going to be important for the public, I think, to really weigh on what they would like to see to continue the trends, I think, in all four of those areas with the next police chief.
We clearly agree with you on that.
And what if you got an overwhelming reaction from the public that they feel like this time it's time for a woman to lead this department? How would you take that?
Well, the really good news is that, frankly, we are convinced that there are outstanding diversity in terms of the candidate pool should not be an issue. There are outstanding women law enforcement leaders. There are outstanding African American law enforcement leaders. There are outstanding Asian American law enforcement leaders, Latino law enforcement leaders. So, we're confident that in that regard, the candidate pool will be a very diverse pool.
You're going to go for the best qualified candidate.
Absolutely.
And if the woman is the best man for the job, then so be it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hahn. Mr. Zine is our next speaker, followed by Mr. LaBonge.
Thank you, Madam President. How does this differ from our previous searches in the charter change that brought about the 10-year term on police chiefs?
Actually, I think that this is the fourth search that we have done under the existing charter provisions.
Have there been any problems in the past?
No, not that I'm aware of. This will be personally my second, and last time it went very, very smoothly. So I'm not familiar with any problems.
No, I don't know of any. I'm just trying to see if there were any, since we're discussing this matter, which I believe is already in the city charter as the process for the selection with the commission and the mayor, and then ultimately to the council for the final vote.
It's very structured. It's there's probably no other selection process that is as structured as this one as it relates to the city charter. And I think it was intended that it be a very open and transparent process by having three entities involved in the actual selection of the chief. I think it's a very good and a very fair process.
And how many applicants applied last time?
I believe it was 51. We had 51 applicants, and that was screened down to, I believe, 13.
and then down to 3.
Right.
Okay, so there's no recommendation for any change. We're basically explaining the process that's already been established and in place.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sine. Mr. Labange.
Just follow up what Ms. Hahn said about the CPABs. What outreach to the neighborhood councils do you propose? And would it be worthy just to say, from a strategic, all the valley neighborhood councils together, all the metropolitan central city to get together, and what outreach there? Because there is different constituencies, those who, it's interesting, they're like the Friends of the Library are one constituency, the Friends of the Parks are another, and the neighborhood councils try to blend all that together. Any thought about working with our Department of Neighborhood Councils?
The online survey is intended to go out to all the neighborhood councils. It'll go out to all the CPABs. We have all of that linkage of email addresses and contacts, so that'll be blasted out to all of them to give them an opportunity to respond in that manner. This will facilitate people not necessarily having to make time to go to a public meeting, but still have access to have input, and we believe that will be a very fair way to get the information out throughout the entire community.
Would it be beneficial for the neighborhood councils to say to them, you know, this is an important first time, and a lot of times everything's evolving, as Maggie said, in this dynamic that we have to try to have a better government in a process. Would we want to try to get a slot for the neighborhood council somewhere, whether it is in in each of the bureaus, let's say, because you have 4 bureaus of the city. I don't know. I'm asking my colleagues as well. So please consider that. I know you may be, I know you're on a fast track, but the most important thing is not how fast you get there, it's how right you get there. And that's the more I want you to take your time to do it right. The other thing, too, Commissioner Mack, one of the issues that's very important, obviously, is our safety, but a big issue in Los Angeles is with traffic. And one aspect of that has not really been, I think, overwhelmingly achieved due to the dynamics of everything, I guess. I'd like to see the police department focus a little more on traffic in the sense of an issue there. Do you have any comments on that?
Well, I guess I would certainly agree that that's an area we need to be looked at. Frankly, Councilman, I'd like to maybe have us give that a little more thought.
Yeah, in the discussion with the candidates, to say, what would you do? I know I've asked, but with not success, and I know there's been great success in the police department, that air support be integrated in working with the Department of Transportation in some ways to look at things. I know you're crime fighters first, but traffic and traffic safety, the suppression of pedestrian accidents and vehicular accidents and drunk driving and all these other challenges are important. So with that, just, you know, if you put that on your list of things to look at, what are their ideas to do that? And also, what are their ideas to do to work with other city departments? I use the example, public safety, public works, they're very important. Public safety, public works, what could be done? And also in public recreation, what we could do with our parks, and also how we integrate with the Ranger program, the Office of Public Safety and that. So if you could note that, and if Mr. Tifak could note that too, so we add that.
Well, points well taken, and perhaps one thing, you know, we obviously haven't even begun to draft all the questions and whatever that would be a part of the interview process. I think your concern or point about the transportation is a good one and could be incorporated in that standpoint. And clearly, as we're beginning to focus on what we consider to be very important leadership characteristics and qualities that we'd like to see in the next chief. One of the things that we've already had some discussion on, the importance of that the next chief, you know, work in very close coordination with other city departments, as well as obviously with the
emergency preparedness, fire,
yes,
etc.
yes.
Thank you all very much, and Maggie, thank you. A tough job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LeBon.
If I just if I may, Mr.
Sure, go ahead.
One thing we really want to make clear, while we certainly want to expedite the process as quick as possible, but as Ms. Whalen indicated, we are not going to take any shortcuts. We're going to do it. Our goal is to do it right. And frankly, we're not going to be locked into any artificial deadline. I mean, we don't want to drag it out, you know, indefinitely. But we clearly want to make sure that the process is a comprehensive one, a thorough one, a thoughtful one, and a fair and open one.
Thank you. Mr. Walsh? John Walsh, followed by Michael Hunt, and Zumadog, 3 public comments on this matter, and no other council members.
I'm sure that this process will be fair, open to the public, but it's also very predictable. Of course, everybody in this building knows that the new chief has been picked by the mayor already. And Hollywood Highlands doesn't get up here and act anonymously. When you come to HollywoodHighlands.org, and I'm going to give you a sample right now, from the command staff, Sharon Papa has been picked by the mayor. Now, something may happen between now and then, but there isn't a person up here that doesn't know that that's the deal. And instantly, I've known her for many years at RTD, and she may be very good, but the only way she's going to get this job is what the previous person did. Agree with the mayor on everything. This will be done behind closed doors, like everything in this city. 1 minute. Thank you.
Michael Hunt, followed by Zumadog in the Valley. Go ahead.
My concern is, like Janice Hahn said, that these meetings are not being held in diversified areas like Watts, where the real crime is really committed, South Central LA. I think that we should move forward to move some of those town hall meetings in those areas so that we can get a real perception of really what's going on and a real police chief. My next concern is that the police chief can get along with me and understand what community-based policing is. That's real important, to get along with me and understand what community-based policing is, not arresting people for working. My third thing is that Los Angeles is so diversified that we need somebody that is not emotionally attached to the city attorney and listen to the city attorneys with his nonsense. It's caused the city a lot of problems and a lot of
Mr. President, he is not talking about this item.
I'm talking about the chief of police. That all has to do with the chief of police. The city attorney is the chief of police boss. They get instructed, so it's concern of the community. I understand that the chief of police needs to stand up to the city attorney for the people.
Zumadog and Van Nuys.
Yes, thank you. My name is Zumadog. I'll be on the ballot September 22nd, City Council, so I hope to be a City Council member. So here's what I'd like to add on this. First of all, and I hate that I even have to say this, I have to remind City Council members, it is illegal to solicit money payment for a vote in this chief of police. In other words, you're not allowed to go send people to ask for money to potential candidates and say, if you do, I'll vote for you. It sounds insidious I even have to say that, but that is on the record. Secondly, I hate the fact that the mayor gets to pick this appointment. We all know the first thing the mayor does is politicize everything. Look what happened to the fire chief when he said he wanted to inspect the DWP transformers. The mayor said, you're fired. Look what happened when Building and Safety said, we are going to start to write citations for these billboards that are draining too much power now that Kermit Tutanich has a new ICO. Well, all of a sudden you see rape things come out. The mayor leaked it, okay? I'm here to tell you that. So I'm very concerned. Here's my advice to the commission. Make sure that whoever the mayor wants does not get on that list. Make sure you run that list out. Drag your feet as much as possible, because the mayor is under extreme scrutiny at the federal level, and I don't even think he's going to be around. So I certainly hope that, again, do everything possible. The mayor politicizes everything. I feel his record on public safety is terrible, and the last thing that I want is the mayor to decide something like this. Do everything in your power to prevent Villaraigosa. And every time, okay, also, you're draining the talent pool, because who wants to work for the mayor when he sits? You can't do your job. You can't do your job. If you say, I want to inspect this, you're fired. If you say, I'm going to go after this, well, you put out a rape thing about the guy. And so, again, look at Chief Bratton. He left because he couldn't be the mayor's puppet, and nobody wants to be around the mayor. And I'd like to say, recall Antonio Villaraigosa, then do this appointment.
Councilmember Hahn on this matter.
Yes. Where's my, Just as a suggestion to reach out to the neighborhood councils, if the decision hasn't been made yet, on October 10th, they have their Congress of Neighborhoods, their huge citywide event. It's here at City Hall. Be a great opportunity to, and maybe we work with the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment to maybe have one little session where people who wanted to at that event could certainly talk about it and voice their opinions. That would be a great forum, I think, instead of having, even a different public forum, and even goes a little bit beyond even the emailing. Sometimes that doesn't always work or get the response that we want, and here you have all of them from the whole city gathered right here at City Hall. It'd be kind of an interesting opportunity to maybe, if someone was available, again, in a short session, explain the process and get some input from them. I think that would go a long way towards engaging our neighborhood councils in what I consider to be one of the most important decisions that we as a city make.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Thank you, Mr. Mack. Thank you for the presentation. This is a note and file. Thank you. All right, note and file that matter. Next item is still on special.
That would be item 49, called special by Councilmember Parks, and there are cards on this.
Mr. Parks?
You have the cards first?
Mr. Parks wishes the cards first. John Walsh on number 49, followed by Arnold Sachs on number 49. And we're still in the special, Brian? Okay.
John Walsh, HollywoodHighlands.org, new post today. Ladies and gentlemen, what this is, the city is so broke, they can't pay their judgments for people when they lose a lawsuit. So we are now we're selling bonds. And I want to say the number one judgment you can't pay for is to Mr. Hunt and to Mr. Matt Dowd. You understand, Carol Sobel had a lawsuit that they were thrown off the pier as salesmen. They won illegally. They won the lawsuit. The lawsuit is now in the federal courts, and they continue to fight to prevent these two gentlemen and several other salesmen on the Venice board from getting their money. Now we're going to have to bond the money and pay the bond debt because you won't pay these people. And incidentally, Mr. Hunt, you're perfectly right. White people are racist.
Arnold Sachs. Mr. Sachs, you here? And then Zumadar will be after that. And then we'll go to Mr. Parks.
The city wants to enact a policy regarding the issuance or sale of bonds for settlements. If you have been paying close attention regarding the discussion over special event fees, you would have heard mentioned that we have been waiving fees without even knowing what the costs actually were. So now you're going to be able to implement a policy for bonds. Same leadership is going to implement a policy for bonds. They don't know what they're waiving the fees for special events, but they're going to come up with a policy for bonds. Whew, if that's not the kettle calling the kettle black, the pot calling the kettle black. It's incredible that you should put the trust of your trust in these people, and they've admitted right here, well, we waive fees, but we don't know what the costs were. So we'll deal with bonds. That way we can get more money, less expenditures. It's terrific.
Zumadog and Van Nuys.
Yes, and I can't even believe that we're here in this day where we have to sell bonds to cover the cost of lawsuits. Okay, once again, the reason I'm even here, the reason why Zumadog is a citywide phenomenon, the reason why I'm on the ballot to become council member is because I talk about these things, how the city, they do everything wrong. They're either totally incompetent or totally corrupt. I came here over Venice Beach, over a lawsuit, and we told you that it was illegal. We told you it was on top of federal law. You didn't listen. You knew that it was wrong. I'm here to tell you people, the city of Los Angeles, they do everything in violation of the law. They know they're violating the law when they do it. Then they say, well, gee, most people can't stand up. Most people can't sue. And so they just get away with everything. Then, oh, well, once in a while some people sue and then we lose a few $1 million. It's just the cost of being shady and corrupt and racketeering. And so now we got to sell bonds and pass on those costs. I hate to tell you, bonds get passed down the line to the future. It's just going to get worse and worse. Why don't you just start trying to run the city in the spirit of the community? Why don't you stop trying to violate every EIR, everything that the planning does, everything? You sit there and violate everything. You're a walking federal lawsuit. And now you have the feds crawling. I am here to tell you, to the good, decent people of Los Angeles, there's going to be a lot less lawsuits because I'm here to say the cavalry has come to town and that the city hall is crawling with FBI, with federal agents, people being interviewed, and these people are going to be stripped out of their positions. Shame on you, City Council, what you've done to the city, bankrupting it to the point through your fiscal irresponsibility and your lack of community spirit and your purposeful deceitfulness and your corruption and your racketeering that you get sued daily. And then you have people like Rocky Delgadildo who sat there and just rolled over and paid everything, and the people knew that. And you know what? You all deserve to step down. If you had any dignity, you'd have 15 people stepping down now, you bunch of cowards.
Jose Aguilar, our final public speaker, and then Mr. Parks.
I'm a member of the Neighborhood Council System, Lincoln Heights and Boyle Heights, and let me just state this very clearly. When you put a bond, there's interest on the bond, then when you finish paying it off in about 30 or 20 years, whatever the bond is, essentially the bond price doubles. So if it's $3 million, you'll end up paying $5 or $6 million down the line. I don't believe this is fair for the taxpayers. I don't believe this is fair for the people who pay the property taxes, especially when issues of city council acting, out of line, or out of federal guidelines. The ratepayers should not bear this cost. And bonds have a price to them. They're not free. They usually double in price over 30 years with the accrued interest. And I want you to keep that in mind when you vote for this motion, is that the bonds double in accrued interest over 30, 20 years period of time. So whatever it is, double it, okay? And that is what you're doing to the ratepayers of this city. Thank you very much.
Mr. Parks, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we ask that this be held special because it's a change in our financial policies, and we just would like Marilyn and Natalie to go through them. You're familiar with us using the technique of bonding for large settlements or judgment or large judgments. In this case, we're looking at some flexible language that gives us an opportunity to then move into an area where if we get a mediation, that's a settlement, or if we're looking at issues that in which we have used funds within our special funds to pay for something we have the ability to repay ourselves. So why don't you just kind of get the highlights of why and what we're doing, and also, Natalie, if you can comment on the issue of the time and why this is not an expensive process to go through because of the short duration.
My name is Marilyn Garcia. I'm an assistant city attorney. I'd like to start out by saying that the procedural ordinance dealing with judgment obligation bonds was first put in the city's code in 1992, and the city first issued judgment bonds in 1992. We certainly don't do it frequently, but it's not a new practice. This ordinance amends certain provisions in the procedural ordinance to give more flexibility and to modernize the requirements that were drafted so long ago. It permits deals to be done by negotiated sale as well as competitive sale. It permits bonds to pay for the cost of issuance, which is standard for all other types of bonds, and most importantly, it extends the term of the bonds from a maximum of 10 years, which is very short, to 15, which is still short for a typical bond for the city. And then it gives some flexibility about being able to bond against stipulated settlements that are subject to ongoing court jurisdiction and that are only the result of a mediation process. In other words, the city cannot just go out and agree to a settlement and then finance it. It has to be subject to tight controls, and this is something that Mr. Parks specifically suggested. And it also permits the city to advance monies from certain funds in the city to pay off a judgment on a prompt basis, and then later issue the bonds and reimburse the city funds. And this will permit more flexibility, prompter payment for the financed item judgments and settlements, and it will permit the city to size a bond transaction appropriately so we get the best price when we go to market.
Marilyn, why don't you comment on the control that you put in that requires, if you're going to do a refunding, that you have to state that at the time of the approval?
Yes. In fact, anything that's going to be financed through either an advance of city funds or through a stipulated settlement requires special findings of the city council. So we cannot go back and start financing judgments that don't meet the requirements. In the case of a stipulated settlement, the council has to find that the settlement is in the best interest of the city after getting recommendations to that effect from both the CLA and the CAO, and that it also has to find that there are no sources of other available money to pay the settlement on a timely basis. When you advance money, the city council has to find that it intends to make an interfund borrowing at the time of the settlement, at the time of the judgment being accepted by the council or when the expenditure is approved. So council clearly has control over any judgment or stipulated settlement that might ultimately be financed.
And Natalie, could you just comment on the issue of the financing the bonds and how that impacts our flexibility and bringing funds when we may be short of funds on the general fund?
Natalie Brill with the City Administrative Officer. Judgment obligation bonds take anywhere between 5 to 7 months, and the reason is because they have to be validated by the court. And there's a minimum of 90 days that the court has to go through to validate the bonds. This means that if we go forward with a settlement or judgment and it has to be paid within a certain point in time, this will save us interest costs by going back and being able to reimburse ourselves or refund ourselves with judgment obligation bonds later. One of the reasons that we sometimes do judgment bonds rather than pay over time according to court rules is because the court has an interest rate of 7%. We can usually get on the bond market an interest rate between 3 and 4%. And that's some of the analysis that we do to see if judgment bonds really make the most sense for the city.
Thank you very much, colleagues. We just want to make sure you're aware of the new policy. It's a change in what we've done since '92. But again, it's our belief it gives us more flexibility, but there's a number of tight controls in how we manage it.
Mr. Parks, you're the final speaker.
We approve it.
All right. There we go. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
Thank you.
10 ayes.
Very well, thank you.
And the ordinance will go over to September 1st.
Correct. There's a request that we recess the special, go back to the regular, and take item number 29.
Called special by Councilmember Alarcon, and there are cards on that.
And we'll do the cards first. Mr. Alarcon, with your approval. Hold on a second, Father. I got to get your information up here. Father John, go ahead.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Father John Lasang, pastor of Mary Immaculate Church in Pacoima and a leader with 1LA. 1LA is here to ask for the council's final stamp of approval on a novel and effective foreclosure prevention plan. Under this plan, at-risk homeowners will receive small loans that will allow them to leverage significant reductions in their loan principal. And the principal reductions, in turn, will result in long-term, affordable monthly payments and a chance at long last for these homeowners to earn equity in their homes. We believe this plan will serve the interests of homeowners, investors, and the community alike. We thank Councilmember Richard Alarcon for supporting this plan from early on, and the Community Redevelopment Agency for providing the funds. This demonstration project will begin by serving homeowners in District 7. Our 1LA leaders from South LA, standing behind me among others, have been in communication recently with Council Members Parks, Perry, Wesson, Reyes, Huizar, and Hahn to see if the plan can be extended to their areas also. We also asked the City Council to help 1LA secure a meeting with the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development so that HUD will give the funding needed to expand the project throughout the City of LA and even beyond. What Washington, D.C. has been offering LA homeowners to date has not been sufficient. Too many banks are resisting the implementation of the President's plan. Too many LA families are still losing their homes through foreclosure. Our plan, designed with the help of LA homeowners and LA city government leaders, will work. From now on, this plan will not be known as the 1LA plan, but the City of LA Foreclosure Prevention Plan. We of 1LA look forward to continuing our work with you on this in the future.
Father, thank you.
Thank you.
We now have speakers in the Valley, Donna Perman, Miriam Vogler. Donna Perman.
Donna Perriman? Okay, anyway, this is on Donna Perriman. Do we really trust the CRA? They have been misusing our money with a very small amount given to affordable housing. It's all smoke and mirrors with the CRA. They do everything to please the council, and they get their projects carte blanche. Our city doesn't have enough money, so we have to increase parking meter fees, electric rates, sales tax, property tax, all those things. City council sees as revenue. City council doesn't see a tax increase they don't love or a CRA project they don't love. With the housing department paying for people who can never get a living wage because they don't seem to, they seem to find a way to get the language skills, education, working jobs that can pay. So we're paying for these people indirectly. CRA loves them because they use them. So let's get a better agency, not someone in bed with the council. I'm against this. Thank you. Save the minute.
Thank you, Miriam Vogler. Our final speakers on this matter.
Yeah, save the minute for her. Let me tell you something, folks. You're putting your hands in a very unreliable entity. This is a private company now, and they use public money, and they use it for profit. And they're using it at our expense, the taxpayers. And it's going to come back and bite you in the foot back. You're taking advantage of the situation here. It's going to hurt you. It's going to backfire. Because eventually the city's going to have to retrieve all that money from you, and you're going to end up losing your homes, possibly. I wouldn't sign a contract with them, and I don't want them anywhere around me or anything near me, because they're unreliable, and they've been cheating the public. And that's why we can't have any businesses here, because they charge outrageous rents because you can't afford where they build. Their buildings are too expensive. So take a look around you, how bad they're doing. You'll see, go to Vineland and Magnolia, see the $1 Million Fountain. Leave my minute here.
Very well, thank you. Mr. Alarcon, followed by Mr. Huizar.
Members, this is a pilot project. As you are aware, the federal administration, spearheaded by our President Obama, has implemented a couple of programs regarding foreclosure. We want to applaud the Neighborhood Stabilization Program, instigated by Maxine Waters, our own Congresswoman. That program deals with foreclosures after they happen. It allows people to buy up foreclosed upon properties. to address the issues of the people who are still in the process of foreclosure, the Obama administration has created an investment in what they call loan modifications. And all of us hear that term and we're thinking, well, that's a wonderful thing because these people can modify their loans, so instead of paying a higher payment, they pay a lower payment and they're able to afford their house. What they don't tell you is that at the end of the day, there is a huge balloon payment at the end of the loan, maybe 30 or 40 years down the road, of upwards of hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's not a recipe that you would provide to a family member. Frankly, if I had a family member who was going to sign one of these modification loans and have a balloon payment of $200,000 at the end, I would tell them, walk away from that house. This program aims to address a vacuum. And that vacuum is for those people who cannot afford the modification, who cannot afford the current payment. And the real solution is to reduce the principal of the loan. The federal government has not allowed banks to do that in a manner that would stimulate them to provide modified loans at a reduced mortgage payment, at the same time reducing their principal, which is good, sound credit. So this is a pilot project that we believe will be replicable in other communities and perhaps even throughout the nation if we can do it right. And it's very simple. If we can get banks to agree that it is within their fiduciary responsibility to lower the principal because they are going to get cash up front from us in the form of a CRA, a soft second with an equity share so that we would have an equity part of the house, then they would reduce the balloon payment because they have cash today and don't have to worry about it 40 years down the road. It also does not, it reduces the burden on the person. It makes them credit worthy, which is very important in our realities of today. So I want to applaud One LA for presenting this proposal to me and giving us in the Northeast San Fernando Valley, which is the second highest, the area with the second highest foreclosure rate as compared to the other 15 council districts. Councilmember Parks' district is the first highest, to give us a model that we think will work for LA. It's only going to allow us to do about 20 to 30 loans, but these loans will be better than any modification that they are currently negotiating. As you heard just recently, the banks are averaging less than 10% modification after the bailout that they received. That is not sufficient. But not only that, the modifications are not providing credit worthiness to the people that use those modifications. This program goes a step further. It ensures that their credit will not be inhibited by a balloon payment that makes them upside down in their debt. So thank you for your support to date. It's taken a while to figure this out and go through the bureaucracy also at CRA, but frankly, with the equity share, this money will be protected for many years. The question is, how can we expand this into other areas? Where do we get the revenue? And I hope to come back with further proposals as time moves on. I appreciate your support.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. Mr. Huizar, followed by Mr. Koretz.
Thank you. I just quickly wanted to get up and thank One LA and all those who have been working on this program along with Councilmember Alarcon. This is very innovative and it's creative. And I think the only real approach the city had in addressing the crisis with our foreclosures had been at the end, not in the beginning. And this strikes it at the beginning. It's preventive so that people don't lose their homes. We did receive and allocate a lot of money, well, not a lot of money, some money, to rehabilitate homes and not create more blight in communities after the foreclosure. But here we will prevent more people from having to experience that horrible thing that continues to plague the United States. And it's not getting any better. We hear news reports that you have more banks not knowing how to deal with the influx of more foreclosures hitting them. And so I know that this has taken some time. I would ask our department to please try to go through this as quickly as possible, and as Mr. Alarcon said, to get through the bureaucracy and do it quickly, because the quicker we do it, we're going to see that this pilot in fact can work. and so that we could expand it to other areas. And I hope we can get creative about how we find the funding to do that as well. And what I like about this as well is that I know we tend to get parochial, and it's the nature of the game here as council members to watch out for our own districts, but this is something that we really need to go out to those areas that are being hit the hardest, because there are some parts of this city that are being hit more than others, and we got to go out and help those families, because at the end of the day, if we do not help these families now, it's going to come around and affect the city in different ways with more funding that we have to put up later for people who do not have a place to live or call home. So thank you. Thank you, One LA. This creative, this innovative, we've got to do more of it. Thank you so much.
Mr. Koretz, followed by Mr. Garcetti.
Yeah, this sounds like a great project, and I thank Councilmember Alarcon and other folks who were responsible for pulling it together. I've had a few people ask me, not from my district, but I've had some other folks ask me about the same thing. Can we create this kind of a program? And you're doing it. The question is, as you alluded to, what's the thought, assuming it's as successful as we expect, in terms of the timetable to have this go into other districts and to find other funding? What do we think it would take to expand this to a citywide program? And I'd ask that of Councilmember Alarcon or other folks that he worked with.
Mr. Alarcon, you want to take that one?
I'd be happy to answer that question. Actually, we're currently, Mr. Parks is already gathering other members, including Ms. Perry and Mr. Wesson, and I believe Ms. Hahn, to review this process and see if they would be in a position to find funding streams, whether it be from the federal government at HUD, or whether it be from the state level or within the city's ability. I am working right now with CDD to see what pots we might explore over there. I'm also working with an outside agency, law enforcement agency, to see if there might be settlement accounts that might be directed toward programs like this. We're at the beginning step. This is the first, with this action today, it will enable us to, if we have banks, and we do have interest from at least 2 major banks, but we would hope that loans might be in place as soon as the end of September. So we have to commend the One LA organization for doing an incredible job of providing this opportunity, but not only that, doing the legwork to reach out to all the various players who might accelerate it and expand it to different communities.
Any sense of a timetable, though, when it might go citywide? 6 months or a year?
Well, it really depends on the funding, and I'm sure it's going to be directed at depending on who is eligible for the various streams of funding. So if the funding source is HUD, they have certain economic criteria. If it's a different funding stream, it may be more open. I don't know. But citywide, I would hope. I think realistically, we're hoping to catch the next congressional session, so that if we're lucky, number one, we might be able to find discretionary funding at HUD, soon, and we could expedite that. And number two, if we can't, we might be able to catch the next congressional session and expedite a process through, so maybe by next year, late next year. But realistically, we're not really in a position to have a whole lot of money. I can tell you I'm in conversation with Mr. Cardenas about his CRA funding, but frankly, we had a little extra that others didn't, and so it might be. And by the way, he would have to take it out of another project. So it's hard to put a timetable on this, except for the project we have in hand. For that project, we can say next month. For the rest of the city, it really depends on all these other factors.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Garcetti.
I know we have a long agenda, but I just wanted to rise in support of my colleague, Richard Alarcon, and it's been great working on this with the folks from One LA, and I know you've been very patient here today as well, so thank you for that. And to get to Mr. Koretz's question, and just to expand a tiny bit, we have been talking to the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. I know part of the global or national IF network is working with a number of people to try to establish those meetings. We've been calling and to see if we can. We also have with Mercedes Marquez there, a great local friend, as we said when we said goodbye to her, who I think knows the sort of innovative policies we can have. In a district like your own, Mr. Kretz, I know there's not CRA funds readily available, but if we can show that this local model works here, we can show it as a national model, and hopefully in our second round of stimulus funds, which it increasingly looks like there will be at least some portion of, LA will really be the model. But this really comes from the folks in Northeast San Fernando Valley and the tireless leadership of Richard Alarcon, who is not settling for just words, but let's have some actions that actually put people back in their homes, because everybody's saying we want to do that, but this is a great way that it's actually putting his money where his mouth is. So congratulations.
Mr. Parks, I think you're to close.
I also want to commend Richard for this plan. In fact, if we had a little TI money, and we would be trying to replicate that in the 8th District, and because you lead the city in foreclosures, we happen to lead the city in multifamily foreclosures, so we are dealing with it on a brunt of the number of families that are impacting our community. So it's anywhere from 2 to 3 families, and many of those families are multi-generational. And so we had, I think, a great meeting with One LA yesterday to start looking at a strategy of how the city can get behind a plan to either impact the HUD rules or find another pot of block grant money to make this a reality, because it's interesting that we could find money to buy foreclosed houses and help people purchase them, and we can find money to keep people from being evicted out of their apartment or help them get back in an apartment, but we can't find money to get people to stay in their homes, or people that are providing housing to allow them to continue to provide that housing. So I think it's a great model, and we hope that somewhere down the line, in not too distant future, that we'll be able to talk about a pilot program in the city of LA that replicates all of those features. And so I want to publicly thank One LA for bringing this to our attention and being able to be at the meeting and begin to, as really an emphasis to where you're looking at a citywide strategy.
Very well, Mr. Parks, thank you. The matter is now before us. It's okay, Father, you can relax. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
There we go. Thank you. Congratulations. There's a request, Ms. Perry, for number 44.
55.
What number did you want?
55.
55? Can we do 44 then 55 with your indulgence? Mr. Alarcon, do you have a question?
Everything's forthwith today?
Forthwith today.
Can you make ours extra special forthwith?
Extra special forthwith. Okay, let's do 44, and then we'll do 55. Brian, 44, please.
44 called special for cards.
On number 44, Arnold Sachs. Number 44, Mr. Sachs. Then we'll go to 55.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Arnold Sachs. Legal Administrative Services for the City Attorney's Office, $138,000 salary. There's 500 attorneys in the City Attorney's Office. There's numerous city attorneys that the city is in lockstep with, and still more money for more contracts for outside representation. Can't we find a way to have more in-house representation? What legal and administrative services, with all the city attorneys that have come and gone through the years, and all the attorneys, if you had read what Carmen Trutana, the previous city attorney said about how great his staff was, he had to give them tenure. With all that going on, they still have to come to the council, still have to come to the public, and ask for more funding for more city attorneys. It's outrageous. Outrageous.
All right, that matter is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Ms. Echeverria should be happy with that. Thank you very much. Ms. Perry, number 55 is the next request.
That's back to
Mr. President, council would have to recess the regular and go into the special.
Let's do that. Recess, go back into the special. For number 55 from Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate this. And this is not going to take long because the ultimate goal here is to get this sent back to committee. And this has to do with the energy cost adjustment factor cap, or what we call the ECAP, which has already been reviewed by the Department of Water and Power Commissioners, and they have in fact approved an adjustment which has resulted in an increase. And I felt, and I think Mr. Garcetti agrees, that it was significant enough that we must make sure that the public has an opportunity to have input on this, about its effects, its ramifications, and further discussion needs to take place on the public record so that we can truly examine the impact of this proposal. And so I ask for my colleagues to support me in sending this back to the Energy and Environment Committee for further action. But today's action is just to assert jurisdiction.
Very well. We have some cards on this matter. Mr. Garcetti, do you want to speak on this? Cards, okay. Dr. Williams, followed by John Walsh.
Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno, Northeast LA. DWP, again, they did their best efforts for the neighborhood council coordinations under the terms of the MOU. Guess what? They gave us 3 days' notice of a meeting, so we participated. Now, with the file reports, there are some problems. The ordinance specifies a reduction for summertime use and an increase in wintertime use for the rates. Many abbreviations don't have definitions. ESA, I'm getting confused even over ECAP. So there's a lot of problems with this, and it should go to the energy and environmental community, but it should be revised and updated, and the city attorney's proposition ordinance should be reviewed to make sure that it's not having any errors. Second issue on the same thing, the ECAF will raise 2 cents per quarter. Well, that's on a 9-cent rate. So that's a lot of money, especially since there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 or more quarters that they can raise it by 2 cents or 25%, or 20%, sorry. And this is piecemealing. Where is it going to eventually go? ECAF over the next 5 years may be responsible for doing a lot of the wind turbines and the eventual change from coal to geothermal. So ECAF over a 5-year period, that's a lot of money to raise the rates on the Tier 2, Tier 3. Fortunately, I'm Tier 1, so theoretically, all of my rates will go down. Thank you.
John Walsh.
Earlier, this was my political bribe money tie. Now it's the tax money tie. Commissioners. Who are these DWP commissioners? All bought and paid for and appointed by Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa. Thank you, Ms. Perry, for speaking up for the taxpayers. And let's point out that during this entire meeting, and it's 2:25 now, and the meeting started at 10 o'clock, 5.5 hours, there hasn't been one mention of the brownout. It hasn't been one mention of the fire, ambulance, paramedics that are not on the street anymore. And that all has to do with this tax money. Why won't you deal with a public safety issue now? HollywoodHighlands.org for the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Soledad Garcia. Soledad Garcia. In San Pedro.
Sir.
San Pedro.
And thank you.
Hold on a second. We've got to get you up on screen. There you go. Okay, go ahead, man. Go on. Thank you. You're up. Go ahead.
I'm Soledad Garcia. I'm president of the DWP committee and a board member of the Coastal San Pedro Neighborhood Council. The energy cost adjustment resolution have the same traits as the Measure B. As with Measure B, there are no objections to the greening of Los Angeles, but if the ECAF were on the ballot, it would be defeated because it did not allow for neighborhood councils, interested stakeholders, and ratepayers to participate in a timely and effective manner. There were no vetted project outreach. The MOU sections 210.2 and 210.3 relative to neighborhood council involvement was simply not there, and the notification was not there. There were no vetted plans as we saw, and furthermore, the committee would like to share this with you. There should be no double or triple increases in October. The entire resolutions, both of them, need to be revised. Eliminate quarterly interest and increases, establish an annual ECAF modification, have council review the DWP ECAF modification on a yearly basis, keep the ECAF cap at .001. There should be no massive increase, no power tiering restructuring except for the summer months. There should be separate energy cost adjustment factors from the bond ratings. Remove renewables, solar power, and windmills from the ECAF resolution. Thank you very much, sir.
You're very welcome. Thank you. We're still in San Pedro for Joel Marino in San Pedro. Joel, you there?
He had to leave. He had another appointment, but it was...
Thank you. How about Van Ehrlich in San Pedro? Van Ehrlich, is there a Van Ehrlich in San Pedro? Soledad? Anyone else there to speak on this matter?
Yes, sir.
Van? Is it Van Ulrich?
She's Van.
Okay.
And Mr. Marino had to leave.
Okay, and that's Van next to you? Yes. Okay, go ahead, ma'am. Your turn. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning. Good afternoon, President Garcetti and council members. My name is Van Alexis Ulrich, and I've lived in San Pedro over 30 years. I'm a homeowner, Coastal San Pedro Neighborhood Council member. I'm a member of the South Shores Homeowners Association, and I support maintaining the current DWP .001 cap on the energy cost adjustment factor. I do not support the DWP electric rate ordinance. I appeal to this council to support the neighborhood councils, stakeholders, and resident ratepayers by your full concurrence on Section 245 of the city charter to exert council jurisdiction and vote for the motion as prepared by President Garcetti, council members Perry and Wesson. Please request that LADWP Board of Commissioners resolution modifying the energy cost adjustment factor be revised. The reasons are not transparent. Please examine the DWP resolution amending the electric rate ordinance number 180127 to restructure the residential tiered electric rates. This is but another means to raise money. Conserving is a byproduct that would be implemented by the community without raising rates threefold. Look at the much praised conservation figures as published in the LA Times. The community has always supported conservation of water and power. To use conservation is an excuse to triple rates unconscionable.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Appreciate your comments. Jose Aguilar? Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, go ahead.
I'm here to bring before tremendous insight of the MOU by the DWP in reference to the two resolutions. At the August 1209, before the Energy Environment Committee, the DWP referred Neighborhood Council's notification by reference the NCLA DWP MOU Section 11.1 Best Efforts, I repeat, Best Efforts, which is a 2-day notice, which pledges to comply with all of the MOU provisions. The spirit of the best efforts would allude to doing the best to giving the neighborhood councils timely notice. On August 3rd, 09, DWP previewed the electric rate ordinance amendment resolution together with the energy cost adjustment factor resolutions with the neighborhood councils. On August 4th, 09, the Board of Commissioners approved both, even through the chair of the DWP Oversight Committee, sought relief because of the lack of timely notification to the neighborhood council, which is 90 days, relative to the rate and tiering increases. According to the MOU, Section 2.10.2, 90 days will be given if the rate increases is for a single year, 120 days if the rate are for multiple years. Section 2.10.3 defines LADWP best efforts as 7-day notice of any meeting at which the board is scheduled to take action on proposed rates. The electric tiering is a rate increase as in the ECAF, and both these rate increases are in addition to the base rate increase. Thank you for your opportunity to bring this insight both to...
Thank you, Mr. Aguilar. Marion Vogler in the San Fernando Valley. San Fernando Valley.
What about me, y'all?
Give it to Sergeant Arms. Marion, go ahead.
Speak after me, okay, because he's well informed too about this. I want to let you know that I spoke to Jose Aguilar and I spoke to the other ladies there, and they all know what they're talking about here. I'm not been filled in on completely. I didn't have a chance to read on that whole contract, but from what I see on the synopsis of it, it's not good here. It's no party, folks, and it's going to be a very bad ride downhill, all the way down, because they want to obviously here make the city, I guess, for the few people to be able to pay for this. There's got to be a different way to do this instead of having to hit the people hard. You know, I mean, this is ridiculous to charge such an outrageous price for coal when there's other ways to doing this. There's solar power, and the water power has been, all they've been doing is squandering all those raises that they've been getting for years, never bothering to improve their infrastructure. I mean, they get the money. They have an income. There's no excuse of what they're doing. And they have no right to come to us and ask us for this money. If they wanted to do something about this, they should have done it out of their revenue. And then you guys transfer to general fund, which to me is illegal too, what you did. That should have gone to this. What you people have just done is squandered everything and just don't care. And to put it mild, just saying is, this is going to be one bad summer. It's going to be bad summers all the way through, because this goes through. Nobody's going to be able to afford to have their air conditioning on. What about the people who are sick and the elderly and all that? You just don't care. You just don't care. God's going to have to do something to intervene. Thank you.
Donna Pullman.
Ask her if she is
in the valley. There you go.
Did you have Zuma Dog's card? Anyway, I hope you do, because he should go next. Anyway, this is the reason I took off of work, and I don't really have that much time. And talking about the ECAP. Anyway, amending the electric rate. Is this a way to bleed the ratepayers dry? You must really think we can afford to pay out any cost. How do you tier the electric rates? I'm sure it'll be done in a shady manner. The ratepayers can't afford to pay more. It only makes the people prolong paying their bills. Make it higher, people will pay lower amounts, and it will take longer to pay it off. So these people have homes, the rates are already way up high. I don't see how they can even afford where they're living right now. And I'm going to leave it off at 1 minute. I did take off time from work, and I did it. And it's not right. They made me wait here all day for this. And I'm not for making any higher on electric rates. This is not right. And the summer is even harder because we need the air conditioning, and we need to use the water, and we need to use also for swamp coolers. So this is not right for what you're doing. Vote no on it.
All right, thank you. That's the final public speaker card we have. We'll now go to Councilmember Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you very much, Ms. Perry. It was good to join with you and to introduce this. It's never good to do a 245, but I think very necessary, and I appreciate the comments from the public as well as those by Ms. Perry as well. The ECAF is what's before us today. I know the department wants to come up, and I want to just say a few things ahead of time, and then I'm happy to give them a chance to respond to some of the things that have been said. But it has been my goal for the last, since I've been a council member, but especially the last few years as I've been on the Energy and Environment Committee, to guarantee reliable power and water, to encourage conservation of both of the same, and to have and also to have the most effective price that we can with those goals in mind. To have a greener utility, a more reliable utility, and as cheap a utility with those first two goals. The August 4th action of the Board of Commissioners passed this motion to raise the ECAF from $0.001 to 2 cents. So it's a 20-fold increase, essentially. The third jurisdiction, the city, has to invoke the Rule 245, which is why we're doing this. And I understand the DWP Commission's initial desire to do that to protect our bond rating, and I think we all agree that that is critically important for us to have a high bond rating so that it will not be downgraded from an A+ to AA-. And the justification given for raising the ECAF would be to allow DWP to do some of those very same things some of our speakers were talking about, to move forward with its proposed wind and solar projects. I don't have an issue with that as a strategy. I think in some ways this council has led it. When I sat over there, I remember with Councilmember Padilla, the first vote we ever took, which was to try to get out of some of our coal plants and move forward with more renewable and greener energy sources. But for me, the issue here, it's, and maybe I can invite the department up to the table for this discussion. DWP also approved an energy rate restructuring with the intent of insulating Tier 1 customers. I'm sure we'll hear about that. And that, as we've said in other things, Tier 1 customers are most of our customers, so the bulk of this would be placed on Tier 2 and 3. And the rate restructure has been approved and be before the City Council right after the recess. Therefore, when we're considering the ECAF raise, it's necessary to look at the distribution of Tiers 1, 2, and 3 customers to assess the full impact on any individual customer. What does not sit well with me, which is why we introduced this motion, was that why, when we're looking here at conservation efforts and some of the structuring, why were these things not part of the discussion of achieving the goal of 20% renewables by 2010? And, we've come before here, we've shared that as a goal, but I kind of feel like then last minute, once the bond rating companies say, whoops, we might be in danger with our bond rating, then it's coming to us, and we're in a position where we really have no choice but to say, okay, do that. Or else we're going to be in the position of endangering the bond rating when we should have been able to see that ahead of time. Additionally, why did the department not discuss this during the initial project presentation and approval process in front of the council? And lastly, what has the department done in terms of mapping and data to show the impact of the ECAF and restructuring on customers throughout Los Angeles. We've seen time and time again, and I know you don't want to be here any more than we want you to be here, but time and time again, so much of this is communication. And for the average customer, understanding that, part of the MOU with neighborhood councils is to assist that. You know, nobody likes criticism, but the more one digs in, the more it kind of becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy of not using that for positive communication, but it just being a conduit for negative communication. And I think we'd like to see, I think Ms. Perry feels the same way, we'd like to see a geographic and demographic analysis, including income, so that we can communicate with our ratepayers and understand exactly who will be paying the increased amounts under the CCAF. So maybe you could address a few of those questions.
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Peltor. I'm the CFO for DWP. With me I have Mike Koya, the Executive Officer of Power Operation and Maintenance, and Joe Bravich, our Assistant General Counsel. I'd be happy to address a number of those issues. I think everybody has a copy of the presentation that we handed out to our board. Went over it in about an hour presentation. Obviously, we're not going to do that today. I'll give a much abridged version. But let me address a couple of questions. As far as the communication of the neighborhood councils, we have had a number of meetings with them, starting with our I believe it was May 20th meeting that we had with the neighborhood councils, going over much of the material that's in this presentation, where the ECAF increases are coming from, what our projected changes in the ECAF were at the time.
If I may, before you go back to the kind of what communication you had, when did you first kind of learn about the endangered bond rating? And did that happen in as timely a way as you would in an ideal world have known about that?
And Council Member, there's really three reasons for that and what caused it, and we can go through that in some detail. The increase in cost for the RPS, as we're looking at these different technologies.
And RPS, for somebody watching
is
on
the
TV.
Renewable Portfolio Standard, so that's the wind, the solar, the geothermal, all of those qualifying generation sources.
So we underestimated the cost at DWP?
The cost, I would say that as everybody is getting closer to that 20% goal, the market, and I had Mike talk a little bit about some of the technical reasons, but the market for those costs is increasing some.
Well, let's talk about it for a second. Why are those costs increasing? Do they know that we're trying to get 20% and can then
obviously
basically bilk the ratepayers, or what's going on?
There's no secret that in the state and, at a national level, there's a lot of push for renewables, and we have standards that not only the city set, but also the state itself. And everybody is now competing for all those resources, and wind is probably the most attainable resource, and that's probably where we've seen the most impact in our cost, is trying to compete for the few companies that have wind turbines, and then areas where, there is a premium wind source, a premium reliable wind source. So.
Are we using any negotiation or bidding mechanisms that help drive those costs down, like some of the open auction mechanisms that are out there right now that utilities are using to do, real-time auctions for wind power and other things that are driving? I mean, I've talked to some of those utilities who have seen actually quite competitive rates, and have said, well, DWP only enters into kind of direct negotiations. Of course, that's always going to be more expensive than, inviting a number of people, doing a real-time, either carbon-based or because of our renewable need auction, and seeing what is out there.
Well, we are using a mixed approach. There are some areas where we definitely want to, enter into power purchase agreements with entities so we have a stable base load, and we deal on the open market, where we can, and to help us achieve those goals.
Primarily DWP to one company negotiations?
Actually, we've set out a rolling RFP for renewables, and, we take in a lot of entities that submit bids for either wind projects, solar projects, geothermal, and we evaluate those. It used to be we set up one RFP that just went out once a year, and now we set up a rolling process where we're not limited, so we can take advantage of market conditions as they arise.
I just met with a company, and whether it's this company or another one, I want to be clear, I don't care if it's that one or another one, but they were talking, that do this service for utilities throughout the country, and they've been holding auctions. They also are, it's not the Chicago Climate Exchange, but it's a competitor too that actually, their name is escaping me, but they're able to not only quantify the reduction in carbon emissions, but have real-time multi-bidder auctions for PPAs, and they're finding companies underbidding themselves to make sure they win the contracts, and this was a particularly good moment because of the downturn in the economy to get cheaper prices. But it was their impression, rightfully or wrongfully, and they were saying this in a helpful way because they wanted to help us, as I'm sure other companies do, that DWP was not necessarily taking advantage of that style of negotiations. Is that a fair criticism?
And I may add, part of the downturn in the economy is helping us in some of those areas. Specifically, solar is one area right now that we are seeing some reductions in cost. And while that has been, as you know, prohibitively expensive in the past, right now those costs are coming down. We are looking at different ways, utilizing the rolling RFP process, that we can bring those costs down. However, no matter how we bring it down, we still end up at the cost, which you can see in this presentation, that the overall, we're going to end up at about 10 cents, a little over that, for our renewable portfolio generation sources.
10 cents being the cost
for the generation only, right? And then right
now, not the cost of the customer's bill.
Right. The cost on the customer bill in total right now is about 11 cents. If I could also, I'd like to just add, and one thing that we've considered traditionally fairly stable is our coal costs. However, if you remember the terrible accident in Crandall Canyon in Utah where the miners got killed, that has had some impact on the coal market. And what that has done is we have a large coal plant, obviously, in Utah. That has driven the cost up to about $144 million over what it's been in the past. That is another impact that we were obviously unaware of and did not foresee. And that causes some of the issues that we're looking at because we have an increased cost of $144 million.
So what percentage, can you break that down roughly? I mean, how much is that coal accident? How much was the renewables costing more than what you originally estimated?
If we look at it, the overall increase between 2009, if you have the presentation, I'm on page 8, between 2008, 2009 to 2014, the overall increase is $639 million, and the RPS is about $244 million of that, and the coal, as I said, was about $144 million of that.
And the balance?
And the balance, we have some increases, which is actually quite successful on our energy efficiency program, which it's an increase of $140 million, but in reality, we would have been up much higher on natural gas costs because we did the DSM, but that was about $140 million. So that increase, and then there's some transmission going up $40 million. That gets us essentially to the $600 million that it's increasing.
These things are what they cost, but, is there any self-criticism in terms of internally? Some things you can't anticipate, but some things clearly are in the realm of what we do control. Any reflection on that from the department about, what you can be doing better, what you can be doing earlier? I mean, because under this dynamic you've forced upon us in some ways. Right. I understand where you're coming from, but what's to stop you from coming 2 months later and saying, hey, sorry, that ECAF's got to go up yet again. Right. And, we need to make eyes wide open decisions about our renewable portfolio standard, how we do that, how we build that at a certain point so we can tell the ratepayers, that this is a good deal.
And I think there's been some legitimate criticism in the past of DWP not putting out the information on the ECAF. The 5-year IEA survey said that we weren't laying it out there in a fashion that's easy to see. We weren't discussing it in a public forum, maybe at the board. And even though I think it was, but it's a very complex issue, as you know, and we weren't, I think, putting it under the light it should be. If you look this year, and back to even the meeting we had with our neighborhood councils in May, we walked them through every last piece of it. And I think if you look at the presentation we have laid out the ECAF now, we lay out what the costs are, we lay out the per unit cost, which I don't think has ever been put out for the energy cost adjustment factor. So we're trying to make sure we have all this information out for you and for our board and for all of our stakeholders to make the decision and make an informed decision. Because you're right, you need to know exactly what it is. There's some great environmental goals that we're trying to accomplish, and we need to have that out in the daylight.
Well, I'm over my time, so I'll stop, but I guess the question is slightly different, which is, it's not so much, of course, we have to make that decision, have full information, but what faith do we have that information won't be so constantly changing that folks say, you as policymakers you sold us on green energy, reliable energy, and relatively reasonably priced energy together, and that no longer is the case. And in closing, maybe you can describe what that average impact you believe on a ratepayer would be and how that would be structured, just for everyone's information. We'll take some time, as this is Rule 245 today, to dig into that a little bit deeper, but that's really the question I want you to chew on for a while and give us a good answer. If you don't have a good answer, you need to say you don't have a good answer either. That we don't have the capacity necessarily to know, and we could come back to you.
In the past, I would say many of it were projections that were not based on real proposals that the department has received. What you're seeing today, because of all the work that's been done over the last couple of years, we have real proposals and we know what real costs are. We're identifying specific projects that get us to these costs. We did not really have that in the past because we just weren't to that point. So we were forecasting, we think the wind is going to be $70 to $80 a megawatt hour. In reality now, we're getting proposals, it's not quite in that area, it's higher than that. So I feel more confident in these numbers. Now, back to what we always say, on any forecast, any projection, the first thing about it is it's generally going to be wrong. I mean, we think this is the best we possibly can have, but conditions will change. And as we talked about, Council Member, the solar market, for example, is showing some advantages to us right now, and we're trying to take advantage of those because the costs are coming down just by supply and demand.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. There was one card from the public speaker that was misfiled in the San Fernando Valley Zuma Dog on number 55.
Thank you. My head almost exploded, and I'd like to thank the City of Los Angeles for doing the right thing. We're talking about the DWP, and what's going to happen here is why this is happening. They're going to have to raise the electric rates. They did it on the water side. Now they want to raise the electric side. And first of all, I'd like to remind the council, and I think you're against raising it, is that at a time when businesses are having a tough time making it as it is, this type of increase could possibly even make it tougher to do business. Also, people are having a tough time paying their bills anyway. Any increases will mean possible less bills being paid, more people will default, so in the long run you might end up having more problems. Now, thirdly, let's get down to why this is really happening. And I'd like to tell the people tuning in, my name's Zuma Dog, and I'm running for City Council in CD2. You might not recognize me. Now, here's what happened. You might remember Measure B. Measure B was on the ballot. It was supposed to be blank check spending at the ratepayer's expense to install solar panels. However, it failed. Yet, DWP still must install the solar panels. This means it's at their expense.
Your time's up. Mr. Zuma Dog, you had 1 minute on that matter. Thank you very much for your comments. That matter, sir, do you want to speak?
Yep.
Go ahead.
One last thing that I talked about the three different reasons, and the third reason I didn't get to, and I want to make sure I get that on the record. Obviously, the financial markets have changed quite drastically since we had that, because we've gone through last fall and what occurred. So part of it is we do have to have very conservative financial planning. We've engaged a financial advisor to give us recommendations on where we should be to maintain that AA bond rating, given all the borrowing we're going to do for the capital program. So I just wanted to mention that, get that on the record. And then also just one misconception I need to address. When we talk about a 2 cent increase in the cap, that does not necessarily mean that the ECAF is going to go up 2 cents. It's only the cap. It's the calculation. And in fact, our calculations that we're looking at, it's going to take well over into probably the 2011-2012 for the current rate to get up to be increased by 2 cents. It's just the cap being increased, but the calculation is always going to be based on the existing ordinance.
Thank you. Any other members wishing to be heard? If not, let's open the roll on 245. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Okay, that jurisdiction is asserted. We'll send that to Energy and Environment Committee for hearing, and thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Next item called special, please.
Mr. President, do you wish to take up the last two items in the special meeting?
Oh, yes, please.
That would be item 54, called special for cards.
Okay, item 54 is called special for cards from the public. We have John Walsh on item 54. Okay, thank you, Mr. Walsh. Waves, let's go ahead and prepare the roll on 54 and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That is approved. Next item from the special.
Item 59 was called special for cards, and an amending motion has been circulated.
Okay, Mr. Walsh on 59.
John Walsh, HollywoodHighlands.org. This 59 is on the standing ad hoc committee structures. You know, this organization is more interested in committee structures than the fact that we don't have any fire ambulances in several areas of the city. And if you want to find out which ones...
Mr. President, he is not talking about the committee structure.
Okay, I just want to finish by saying I want it known that this city attorney considers public safety and the fact that we don't have ambulances because of the mayor, that is irrelevant, and let it stand on the record that the only person...
He still is not talking about the committee structure.
Thank you, sir. I will close our public comment on that item. We'd like to read into the record without objection. I'd like to instruct the clerk to re-refer all files currently pending and soon to be eliminated ad hoc committees to the appropriate committee with this action. So those files will not die. They will live to see a brighter day. Please open the roll. Oh, Mr. Parks, I'm sorry.
I just want to, we had a circulating motion to just add grants that impacts the general fund to...
That's been included. We'll accept that as a friendly amendment without objection from any of the members. Thank you. Please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That is approved. For the public's consideration, we will be implementing our new committee structure starting when we return on September 1st. Those will go into effect. Those are available at lacity.org with cutbacks and a number of other items. We've pared down the number of committees in order to preserve city staff time and to redirect towards new important areas. So with that, we will have those go into effect September 1st. Please take up the next item.
Mr. President, do you wish to adjourn the special meeting and go back to the regular?
That sounds like a dandy idea. Let's do that.
And first item called special and the regular is item 5 by Councilmember Zine.
I think he wants to hold that on the desk. Let's go to the next one.
Item 14 was being held on the desk for a new resolution, and that has been circulated.
Okay. Let's accept that without objection as a friendly amendment. And please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Those are approved. Next item.
Item 25 called special for cards.
Okay. Item 25 is next before us. And we have a card from John Walsh. And then we have Zuma Dog. Okay. Mr. Walsh waves that. Mr. Zuma Dog and Van Nuys.
Yes, thank you. My name's Zuma Dog. I'm running for City Council in District 2. You can go to electzuma.com where I will be writing more about this. We're talking about the fiscal stimulus money. And people have to realize, do you think I felt like sitting through this long meeting just to talk about this boring item? I need to put this on the record. I need to let City Council know that I heard from the federal government that this money is not to be used for the general fund. It's not to be used to pay existing city workers. It's not to be used to clean up your spilt milk. It's not to be used to pay DWP or LAX or the port. Here's what this money is for. It is for public projects. Members of the public who have things they want to do in the community, this money has been put there for them to do that. So again, I want to be very clear. This is not to be covering up your back-end mess. It's money for public, not city workers, on the record.
For folks who are interested in this, we had the recovery.lacity.org website, and it gives you a track of how many projected jobs from monies that we have successfully applied for and those that are pending as well. This morning we had a very good discussion on energy efficiency grants that are going to be coming forward to the city for both city workers and community partners. Please open.
Mr. President, there's no
this
action.
continues over? Okay,
There's no
we'll
action
continue
on
that into the next meeting. Next item, please.
Item 26 called special for cards.
Item 26, we have Mr. Zuma Dog. And then Mr. Michael Hunt.
What item? What item?
26.
Okay, yes, we don't have sound out here today. We're listening on the speakerphone. Thank you. Item number 26 is... Oh, is that rent escrow? Oh my gosh, rent escrow. Okay, as somebody who's running for city council, my primary goal as council member in CD2 is to protect the city treasury, to protect the general fund. And nothing that the city council does on a day in and day out basis puts the city fund at risk more than when you pass these REAP items. I'm here to say racketeering and corruption. Okay, it's things... I don't need to get into the details of it now. I've been through it hundreds of times, but it's things like, lack of notification, and then you get... The whole thing of REAP, what they're trying to do to the city, with the mom-and-pop landlords, they will tack on all types of fines and assessments and things you got to do till you can't comply. Then the property's taken over by the city, handed to their preferred contractor of preference, where they kick out all the renters, and then they turn it into some fancy schmancy $1 million condo that nobody can afford, and they're all sitting vacant. And so, again, racketeering. Okay, so there are lawsuits in effect already, and I would just like to say, as somebody running for city council, Zuma Dog is telling voters in CD2, please vote for me, because if I was the council member right now, I would be sure that they are not using this REAP program to be vindictive and retaliatory against the mom-and-pop building owners in an attempt to take those buildings over, to kick out all the renters, and to flip it, and the kickbacks that are involved. The kickbacks and the corruption, I'm here to tell you, REAP, rent escrow, is corrupt, it is racketeering, and as somebody that, and I hope my friend Carmen Tutanich, who I fought so hard for, I pushed as much as I could to get that guy in office. I hope he's paying attention, because I know his goal also is to protect the treasury and to not allow city council and departments to run rampant against the law. This is serious. Issue number one for corruption that's going to cost the city money is REAP.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dog. We'll be sure that Mr. Tutanich's employee, Mr. Dion O'Connell, passes that on to him personally. With that, let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item 27, called special for cards.
Mr. Michael Hunt, to you. I do not see him here, so we'll waive that public hearing. And we'll not waive it, we will close it, excuse me. And please prepare the roll on 27 and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item 41, called special for cards, and a substitute motion has been circulated on 41F.
All right, that'll be accepted as friendly amendment without any objection. John Walsh on item 41. After that will be Zuma Dog, Donna Pearman, and Miriam Fogler.
See, today we proved that the system works because of Councilman Wesson. I complained about the West Boulevard Block Party. Turns out it was not their fault. They did all the work. They set up everything, and all of a sudden there was a mystery $6,199 charge. We're getting some action. Thanks to Mr. Parks. I'm not your enemy. I'm not a candidate. And I'm only here because I'm laid off during the summer at LAUSD because there's no summer school. I'd like to point out that we spent the entire meeting, not a single mention, I'm telling you right now, of the mayor.
Thank you, sir. We've had that mentioned from you, and it's we're talking about special events right now.
I know.
Thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate the comments. Do you have anything to add on the special events?
I'd just like to point out that maybe we should hire an entire special event and have 4 million of us show up and sign recalls for everybody. Let me see, I'll let you go. I'll let you be out, Garcetti. I'll let 3 or 4 of you be out. But I think it's time for anybody. I think we should all have a special event, HollywoodHighlands.org. Find out when the special event where we have 4 million people circulating recall.
Mr. President, it's still irrelevant comment.
Mr. Dog, you are out of time, so we will make sure that your name gets into the record on all the other items that you wanted to speak on. And Donna Pearman is our next speaker then in Van Nuys. Is Ms. Pearman still there?
Thank you. Good. Have a nice break, everybody.
Okay. Anyway, I want to say real quickly that I didn't. I like that the agenda items weren't on the computer yesterday. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Wesson, for that beautiful comment about that block party. I hope you have a hat. Tasty. Really. Anyway, the special. Let's see. Oh yeah, I didn't say. I wanted to speak on number 3, but I didn't see about the thing on the hyperlink. I touched and there was nothing. Anyway, so about the fee waivers. Our big fee waiver is Diadel's Salvadorino for $11,250. St. Sophia's Cathedral, $6,000. Northwest Boulevard Block Party, yeah, I was wondering why that's so high, $6,199. Thank you, Mr. Weston, for your comments. Indonesian Day for $3,339. $3,394. I counted it was over $38,000 for these fee waivers. I do not believe our special fee waivers are going to cut this down. I do not believe the sponsors that agreed to paying for them are paying for their events in a timely manner. And if they're not paying for it in a timely manner, then I think you should ask for interest. I've heard of things that will take a year. I know the council, they like, take your time, and we can move out the public. So anyway, I don't think that we should do it that way. If the estimates are too high, I wanted to hear the lower amount. You know, if these are not what these fee waivers are costing, I would like to hear what the real amount is, and then perhaps we wouldn't be so angry on these things that these fee waivers are not counting as much as they say. And if they are paying for high, then I think they should reimburse. Thank you.
Miriam Fogler.
Yeah, your Economic and Recovery Committee should be talking about putting fee waivers in there. As Zuma Dog saying it's not for city workers. Well, what isn't public jobs? If city workers' jobs are not public, tell me if that isn't. They sure are. That's very relevant. Federal money is relevant to
Mr.
county,
President,
the
this
state, county, and city.
counterpoint between Ms. Fogler and Zumerdog is really not related to this item.
If you can tell us about the special events that are before us, that would be our pleasure to listen to.
That public money should be earmarked for public jobs, period, for city jobs. So the fact of the matter is that you might as well use the fee waivers for that too. I mean, the money that's coming from Washington. I mean, after all, it is public money, public jobs. I mean, you are employing people to work at these fee waivers, aren't you? To hire people to do the jobs, police and fire. You know, you get it? It's public money. Public money, public jobs. I don't know anything else. That the fact is I don't know, the experts haven't contacted me and should inform me as to what this is all about. Because obviously the Constitution says one thing and this is what the experts are telling me another. So I need to know what's going on. And frankly, I'm just following what the Constitution says. Public money is earmarked for public.
Thank you, Ms.
Private
Fogler.
money is private.
I appreciate your comments today. That will close our public hearing. Anybody wishing to be heard on this? Mr. Wesson.
Yeah, Mr. President, I just wanted to get up and indicate that I had a discussion with my staff where related to the block club party on West Boulevard, and what we estimated is that you pay a fee of $312 to close the street, and it also authorizes you to get the barricades that you need, and you pay another $200 for the posting of the signs from Department of Transportation that indicates when you can or cannot park. That comes to a total of $512. Now, there may be an extra buck or two here or there, but $6,199. I've got to believe that the cost of this event wasn't even close to that. I hope at the end of the day we find out somebody put an extra zero or put something in the wrong place. But per my staff's estimation, that event cost approximately $512. in comparison with an estimate that was $6,199. In fact, I'd be mad at myself if I spent $699 to close one block.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wesson. With that, let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item 43 called special for cards, and there was a motion to receive and file that matter.
Yeah, so that was received and filed. So let me read those names for the record. We had Dr. Clyde Williams, Arnold Sachs, John Walsh, Candido Maris, Zumadog, Mort Allen, Dr. Wiseman, Van Alex Ulrich, Soledad Garcia, Joel Marino, Donna Pearman, Miriam Fogler, and Jose Aguilar. That will be noted and filed. Next item, please.
Item 45 called special for cards.
We will take up item 45, and Mr. Zumadog has reached his limit. We'll note him and put that in the file. And please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Okay, that is approved. Number 5, Mr. Zine called special. Mr. Zine?
Thank you, Mr. President.
And we do have cards from the public on number 5.
Want to hear from the public first on number 5, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We have Bob Aquino is before us, and then Johnny Utronich. Been very patient. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. Council members, I urge the council to not approve this expenditure. The city is facing an unprecedented financial crisis. You're being asked to spend almost $500,000 for non-essential site visits. That's what this provides for under the REAP program. It makes absolutely no sense under these conditions to spend this money. But it makes even less sense when you understand that you've implemented mandatory furloughs for the housing department principal inspectors who are supposed to do inspections. They're not able to complete the list and log of inspections that they have to do. And what makes it even more senseless is the fact that these furloughs are being imposed ostensibly to save money on the general fund when all of these inspectors are paid out of SCEP fees, and in fact it saves not one penny to the general fund. What it will do eventually, and this has been reported on to Council Members' Parks Committee, eventually those fees will end up being lost to the city because they're being rolled over. These furloughs are senseless, and in fact, no test has been done on some of these furlough classifications to ascertain whether in fact they're saving money to the general fund. At the Housing Department, you also have groups like the rehabilitation project coordinators and the real estate officers who are also paid out of dedicated funds that in fact no savings are realized by the city in furloughing them. As an aside, there are a list of classifications that are revenue generating, and no test has been done on these furloughed classifications to ascertain whether they're saving money or in fact, as I submit, they're costing the city money. This is no environment to furlough employees just for the fun of it. And that's what I wanted to make sure to relay to this council today. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much. Johnny? Okay, and we'll include Mr. Zumadog's card in there as well. Mr. Zine?
Thank you. I have a friendly amendment to this matter, and maybe this would help resolve the issues that have been illustrated by Mr. Aquino and EAA that suggests a 6-month contract instead of the 1-year contract, and instruct the Housing Department to report back 90 days on converting these to city jobs. So hopefully that can be a friendly amendment supported by the chair of the committee, and we can move forward on that and hopefully get some resolve on this.
Mr. Wesson?
I think that's an excellent idea, Mr. President.
Great. Without objection, then we'll...
So that'll be the amendment.
Okay, let's go ahead and open the roll as amended, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That is approved. Thank you. Next order of business, please.
There is a special one, and the city attorney will speak to the findings.
Mr. City Attorney, on the findings?
Thank you, Mr. President. Since the posting of today's agenda, the LAPD requested that council offer a reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the suspect in the death of Divon Bailey on July 23rd in the 800 block of East 87th Place. Due to the impending recess, immediate action is required to adopt the reward offer before the recess in order to apprehend the suspect as soon as possible. Council must first make findings pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2 before considering the substantive motion.
Okay. If nobody wants to be heard on the findings, let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 eyes.
That's before us. Ms. Perry, on the substance?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Last month, I think many of you read about this in the paper, 6-year-old Devon Bailey was murdered. LAPD has a suspect in this case, and his name is Marcus Cottrell Fisher, and was the mother's boyfriend, and LAPD has not been able to locate Mr. Fisher, but they have strong reason to believe that he is still in the area. And I hope that this reward we're about to vote on of $50,000 will bring forward information as to Mr. Fisher's whereabouts. So I ask for your aye vote.
If no other members of the council wish to be heard, let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 eyes.
That is approved. We'll send that forthwith like all items today. Next, Rule 23, please.
Special 2, and the city attorney will speak to those findings.
Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since the posting of today's agenda, city staff was notified by the public of an inoperable sewer at 12426 Otsego Street. Council action is required to authorize the Bureau of Engineering to issue a street trenching permit in this matter. Immediate action is required to address the emergency situation before the City Council recess. Council must first make findings pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2 before considering the substantive motion.
All right. On the findings, please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 eyes.
Anybody wishing to be heard on the substance? If not, let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 eyes.
Okay, that is approved. Next item.
Special 3, and the city attorney will speak to the findings.
You want to just say ditto?
Ditto.
For your earlier speech, repeated right there.
I'll ditto plus a few facts.
Okay, please.
Since the posting of today's agenda, city staff has learned of the impending deadline within which to submit comments to oppose an Army Corps of Engineers approval related to altering the Santa Clara River. Immediate action is required due to the City Council's upcoming recess.
Okay. Anybody wishing to be heard on the findings? If not, let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 eyes.
That is approved. Now on the substance. If not, let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 eyes.
That is approved as well. We'll send those forthwith, just like all the rest of the items. And if we can go to the next order of business.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Those are posted and referred.
And that would clear the desk.
All right. Colleagues, our main announcement, of course, is that we'll be in recess for 2 weeks. We'll be back next on Tuesday the 1st. Our city council offices will be open. We will be working and there to assist constituents. We are just merely on a legislative recess for the next 2 weeks. But again, we'll be back in session here on Tuesday, September the 1st, Wednesday, September the 2nd, and Friday, September the 4th, and we will have a meeting the following week on the 8th, the 9th, and the 11th. We will be at the California League of Cities. Without any other announcements, yes, Mr. Alarcon.
Yes, members, I just want to announce the 5th annual Hansen Dam Triathlon. This Sunday, August 16th, the first wave starts at 7 a.m. for those who want to swim 500 yards. In the open water swim, and then get on their bikes and ride 11 miles, and then if they're not tired enough, they can run for 3 miles on a trail run. This is all in the Hansen Dam area, and if you need more information, please call my office. But the age categories include 12 through 14, 15 through 17, 18 through 29, 30 through 39, 40 through 49, 50 through 59, and 60 and above. You shouldn't be doing it. And yes. I do want to point out that Becca Doughton will be representing my 7th Council District staff in the triathlon, and we're all rooting her on. So I would encourage all those triathletes to come out on Sunday, have a great time, and stay in shape.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. We look forward to seeing you out there. What time are you trying for?
She's representing me.
Mr. Labange?
Mr. Garcetti, members, just 2 days ago, 25 years ago, was the closing of the great Los Angeles Olympic Games, and I wanted to just remember it was one of our greatest glowing moments in this city's history with Mayor Tom Bradley and the City Council President John Farrar, John Argue, Paul Zifrin, Peter Uberoff, Harry Usher, and a cast of thousands of volunteers. It was one of our greatest times. This map, Mr. Parks and I, along with the LA 88-4 Foundation and Unité de France, published. And if anybody wants one, call Mr. Parks or Tom Labange's office through the City Hall operator. We'll send you one. It's a great history of Los Angeles and the Olympic Games.
Thank you. Any other announcements, colleagues? If not, can I please ask everybody to rise for our adjourning motions today? Colleagues, if I may ask that we adjourn today in memory of Eunice Kennedy Shriver, who passed away on August 14th, 2009, born in Brookline, Massachusetts, and the fifth of 9 children of Joseph and Rose Fitzgerald Kennedy. She got a BA in sociology from Stanford University in Palo Alto, California, and then worked for the U.S. State Department in the Special War Problems Division. In 1950, she became a social worker for the Penitentiary for Women in Alderson, West Virginia, and the following year she moved to Chicago to work for the House of the Good Shepherd in the Chicago Juvenile Court. In 1957, Shriver took over the direction of the Joseph P. Kennedy Jr. Foundation. We know her, of course, as a member of the Kennedy family, a sister to President Kennedy and to 2 senators, but she also, or 3 senators, excuse me, but she also was an amazing American in her own right. When she headed up the foundation, it was established in 1946 as a memorial to her brother, Joseph P. Kennedy, Jr., the family's eldest son who was killed in World War II, and had 2 major objectives: to seek the prevention of intellectual disabilities and to improve the means by which society deals with citizens who have intellectual disabilities. Under her leadership, the foundation had achieved many significant advances, including the President's Commission on Mental Retardation that was established by her brother in 1961, development of the National Institute for Child Health and Human Development in 1962, the establishment of a network of university-affiliated facilities and mental retardation special research centers and major medical schools across the United States in 1967, and the establishment, of course, of the Special Olympics, for which she is so deeply known and respected. She had many, many initiatives and was recognized throughout the world for her efforts on behalf of persons with intellectual disabilities. She received some of the highest honors in this land, including the Presidential Medal of Freedom, Legion of Honor, the Prix de la Couronne Française, and the Mary Lasker Award, Philip Murray William Green Award, the AMD Humanitarian Award. The list goes on and on. She was honored, Mr. Labange will know, by the International Olympic Committee as well, in their highest award. In 1984, President Reagan awarded Shriver the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is the highest honor for a civilian in the United States, and she was one of the first recipients of a sidewalk medallion on the Extra Mile Point of Light pathway in Washington, D.C. Eunice Shriver Kennedy died, on August 11th, and is survived by her husband, Sergeant Shriver, and 5 children: Robert Sergeant Shriver III, Maria Owings Shriver Schwarzenegger, our First Lady in the state of California, Timothy Perry Shriver, Mark Kennedy Shriver, and Anthony Paul Kennedy Shriver, great American, and certainly one that we will all remember. May she rest in peace. Would you like to add to that as well? Ms. Hahn?
Yeah, I'm glad you did. I actually had it ready to do as well, and you pretty much covered everything, but certainly really her work with the Special Olympics is just something that is so amazing, and you heard a lot of testimonies pouring in this week from all over the country, particularly from parents of children with disabilities, mental disabilities, who said, Eunice Shriver's efforts really gave their family hope. They gave their family goals that they could work towards. Really, she changed people's lives. And I loved what her brother Edward said in 2007. He said, "You talk about an agent of change, she is it. If the test is what you're doing that's been helpful for humanity, you'd be hard-pressed to find another member of the family who's done more." And I think that is a great tribute. We certainly extend our sympathies to Maria Shriver, our First Lady. I've heard her speak many times at women's conferences about her mother and their relationship. She certainly was an inspiration to all of us in this country.
Mr. LaBonge.
I would just say that there's very few people that reach that pinnacle of service. And for that family that also has had much tragedy throughout it, she absolutely rose above it, and I think can't think of anyone in the country as special as Eunice Shriver. And I wrote when Robert Graham, the great artist, passed, Miss Shriver's daughter spoke Maria spoke at the cathedral and talked about how her mother loved the statues of the Madonna at the cathedral and other things, being Catholic, because she was such a great Catholic. God rest her soul. God bless the fact that she got to live a life and react to others' needs and do what Janice just said, to serve others in such a high plateau. What a wonderful woman.
Thank you. If I can ask, we're going to turn to one other memory of one other person. After a very wonderful and loving life, Marshall Turner, a dentist in the San Fernando Valley for over 47 years, an amazing artist, musician, and my uncle passed away this Wednesday on August 12th after many years of battling lung cancer. He was somebody we all think about going to the dentist is something we don't like to do. And not only because I got to go visit my uncle, but because he was one of the funniest people you'd ever meet. Visiting Marshall was something that I always looked forward to, and I've always associated going to the dentist as something I couldn't wait to do. He is survived by his beloved wife of 48 years, Patricia, two devoted daughters, Amy Turner and Nina Heido, and two grandchildren, Owen and Audrey, who affectionately called him Pa. He's also survived by his caring sister, Phyllis Meltzer, Joe, and his supportive extended family and many, many generations. He was a loving husband, a kind and funny father and grandpa, and a gentle and generous friend. Born in Chicago in 1936, the son of Max and Julia Turner, he attended UCLA and graduated from UCSF Dental School. His practice was in Encino and then in Tarzana. He was respected as a great doctor, a fair boss, and a friend and comedian to his patients. He was blessed to be under the care of his oncologist and friend, Dr. Avram Blooming. In addition to the love he shared with his family and friends, he had two other constant loves in his life, sailing and art. He was most happy on the sea. I went out with him sailing a number of times. He had two sailboats named Minesweeper because minesweeping was the gift that a good day on the water provided him. And he loved art, was an incredible, incredible watercolor painter, and created so many watercolors over the years, and was excited when his latest painting arrived home with a framer, and thrilled whenever he sold a painting to a friend. He also shared his artistic talents with children at LA Unified School District as an art teacher for many years, and when he served as an Air Force captain in Hawaii early in his career, he learned the ukulele, a hobby that followed him throughout his life. He would often be found at home strumming happily on ukuleles that he had painted. Looking their best together on the dance floor, Marshall and Patricia were partners till the end. Patty tenderly and attentively cared for Marshall throughout his courageous fight with cancer. He lived with grace and humor. He was an amazing uncle. He will be greatly missed, and in the family asked that in lieu of flowers, a donation be made to the City of Hope or to the Chable Elementary School Arts Program in Oakland. The services will be this Sunday at 2 p.m. at Mount Sinai Memorial Parks. Love you, Marshall, and we'll miss you. Thank you. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. I'd like us to adjourn in memory of Herschel Watson, who passed away on Monday. He was a resident of Long Beach, and his son, Greg, owns the Sea Angler, the oldest sport fishing boat in California, which was located in San Pedro. Herschel was born in Arkansas in 1924. He was one of 9 siblings. He served in the United States Navy in the South Pacific during World War II. He will be very much missed by his sons, Herschel Allen and Gregory, his beloved grandchildren, Gregory Allen, Jeffrey and Shauna, and his cherished great-grandchildren, Avery and Braden. Services will be held tomorrow at 10 a.m. at Signal Hill Christian Center in Signal Hill, and the graveside military funeral honors will be held at noon at Forest Lawn Memorial Park in Long Beach.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge.
Members, I ask you to adjourn in memory of Les Paul, the innovator in rock and roll, with his constant tinkering of the possibilities of sound. His innovations included early solid guitar work as well as new ways of creating multiple tracks. Anybody who was anybody in rock and roll loved Les Paul and the work that he did in the creating of the various guitars for individual artists. He lived to be the beautiful age of 94. He died in New York. He would perform up to earlier this year at a nightclub in New York with others before ailing prevented him from doing that. I ask we adjourn in memory of Les Paul. Also, members, I ask we adjourn in memory of Leonard Burton, who was a Los Angeles Unified School District for 3 years. He died at 78 years old. He was selected for the first time when they went outside LA Unified from Miami after reforming Miami schools to come to Los Angeles. He is survived by members of his family. I ask we adjourn in memory of Leonard Britton. And finally, I ask we adjourn in memory of Jimmy Johnson, the great defensive coach for the Philadelphia Eagles. Died at 63, was an inspiration to the players there, and a great assistant coach to Andy Reid. We ask we adjourn in memory of Jimmy Johnson.
Thank you. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask we adjourn in memory of Mark Allen Williams, who was born March 29, 1983, in Gardena, California. He died recently, August 7, 2009. Mark attended 74th Street School and was in the highly gifted magnet program. He was also the class president. He won several science awards. He later transferred to Laces, where he graduated, and eventually attended Santa Monica Community College, where he obtained his Associate of Science degree and also was the president of the Engineering Club. He excelled in everything he tried, from electrical work to real estate, but he's mastered in the field of information technology. He was employed by Virtual Private Land System, where he was the operations manager for LAX Data Center. There he trained and supervised over 20 engineers. Mark was considered a hero by many after giving up his life to save his friends during a tragic incident at Lake Havasu, where he drowned. Mark is survived by his parents, Elsa and Kenneth Sr., and 2 brothers. His services, rosary, will be held tonight, St. Michael's at 1016 West Manchester at 7 p.m., and funeral will be held tomorrow at 9 a.m. at St. Michael's.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Mr. LaBonge?
Yeah, and also I'll ask we adjourn in memory of Jeff Prue, who was a former Los Angeles Times sports writer, national correspondent. He worked for the Times for over 20 years, following the assignments including the basketball program. Wrote a book, The Wizard of Westwood, with fellow Times writer Dwight Chapman about the great John Wooden. Jeff grew up in the Glendale area, went to Hoover High School, Glendale Community College, and then later the University of Missouri at Columbia. I ask we adjourn in memory of Jeff Prue.
Thank you. Mr. Zahn.
Mr. President, Evan Dutch Summers, age 28, passed away August 9th. Passed away unexpectedly at his home in Canoga Park. Only child of Robert and Gretchen Summers, and the grandson of the late Howard Summers, founder of Howard Summers Towing and OPG tow operation with the City of LA for many years. Evan worked with the family business, Howard Summers Towing, for many years. He was wonderful at it and loved to drive the big tow trucks. Evan had an immense sense of humor, a warm and friendly individual. On his free time, he collected cars and liked to work on them, and would always enjoy riding his motorcycle. Services were held this afternoon, Mount Sinai in Simi Valley, survived by his 6-year-old daughter, Priscilla, who is loved and adored by him. Both his parents, Robert and Gretchen Summers. May he rest in peace, Evan Dutch Summers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zahn. We'll next be in session on the 1st of September. Until then, everybody Be well, do good, and please call the roll. This meeting of the Los Angeles City Council is hereby adjourned. See you in September.